And welcome back yet again, everybody, to another day of UGP. I will be your host with Evening Ravishing. Ravish, the most ravishing man on the internet. Yet again, joined by my side by two extremely handsome gentlemen. Now, a little bit of changes from yesterday, but still, my heart is fluttering nonetheless. By my side is Mr. Beatdown Boulevard. As always, Beatdown, how you doing, baby?
I'm doing good, Robbie. How you doing, buddy?
You know me, man. I'm doing pretty gosh darn good, as
Okay.
always, especially when you by my side, man. I appreciate you,
All right.
homie.
Okay.
But of course, yesterday back yet again for his three-peat. We do have, of course, head coach of Maryville, Mrs. Zoo himself. How do you manage to get more handsome every day, Zoo?
I don't know, man. It's just a work of progress, I guess.
It's genetic stiff.
It's genuinely impressive, and I am honestly floored by it every single time we're here. But as with all things, so life is a mystery, but you know what is not, though? How we got here today in terms of the bracket. So let's take a quick look at that, just to be able to help y'all understand as to, what's going on today. And it's really simple. We only got two BO5s going on right now across the board. Of course, on Academy, we do have TSM Academy versus Dig Academy, now, which is going to be an absolutely phenomenal battle. Dig have definitely been defying expectations all throughout this entire bracket. I'm very happy to know that going up against TSM will be a really true test for them. But of course, on here, we did see yesterday that the resolve did fall to GGA 3-1, I should say. Which honestly, that score could have gone either way. Kind of could have been 3-0, but we did get some really fun games, and with that too, we will now be having a fantastic matchup tonight for y'all. That being GGA versus Zeus. GGA are honestly stuck with us for almost the entire time they've been with us. So, but I mean, honestly, I'm very happy to have them. So appreciate y'all being here at Unified Live. But for a quick little rundown for what we did see on yesterday's matches, Zoo, help us expand our minds a little bit more.
Sure. So, yesterday we start with Golden Guardians Academy. There was definitely some questions from Golden Guardians Academy coming into this series. Last time they played Resolve, they got 2-0'd pretty handedly. It didn't look very good. Their win condition kind of fell apart pretty quick, but they came back a different beast yesterday. They're playing really aggressive through mid jungle, playing towards top side of the map, playing through their, just their strong side really well. Different champions, all that jazz. And, you can see on the screen right here, this is their general mid to top win condition. This is a set play, 530 cannon when mid hits level 6. A lot of people call this like an action wave. This is where you try to make something happen. It's where you can kind of break the game open at level 6. You notice how Apto is still level 5. Niles is 6 because he's able to utilize that wave control to deny triple stack wave. And they're able to just make these plays happen pretty consistently. So, I think if they're doing what they're doing on top side of the map, as long as they don't, overreach, as long as they don't get caught in the jungle without priority, which is a general weakness of theirs, I think we're going to see a pretty strong showing from them.
1,001%, though, because especially on the side of GGA, right? One of the big things we can talk about before has also been unlocking the mid laners and not putting him on Karma. Like, let's not do that, because we saw the standard performances he had on both Rise and Syndra all across 4 of those games. So across the board, right? Like you were mentioning here, Zoo, really unlocking the top side of the map has been absolutely massive. But in terms of the Zoo's matchup that we saw yesterday, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, Zeus, again, comes out pretty strong in their own right. They have a bit of a different approach from what it seems. Alorum takes more of like that weak side role than Niles does. It's kind of like the unstoppable force versus a movable object in the top lane, really. And but they tend to transfer their pressure down to mid to bot lane. And one of the big things there is unlocking Tuesday in the mid lane. Wiggly's a big fan of 3 camping and going mid, especially on champs like Viego. To set up champions like Rise and LeBlanc to be able to move. And then they translate that pressure into bot lane usually. So the big thing that we see a lot from this team is being able to get TP advantage in mid lane. So I think if they're able to visit mid, like you see here in this clip, this is just a really standard 3 camp from Viego. But what this does is it creates TP advantage for Tuesday to be able to either move aggressively on their next window or punish the enemy's window. And if you kind of make an aggressive play, you get a kill, then you punish the enemy's counterplay, the game's kind of over, really. And at that clip, what you see is Rise go 3-0 by 3 minutes, 15 seconds. The game is just completely over. So this is really just kind of a clash between mid lane, who can get their prio in mid and who can transfer towards their favorable side.
Yeah, it was a kind of a see you later, bye sayonara type situation. I'm
Absolutely.
still of the narrative that if Viego is given over to any one of these teams, the game immediately kind of swings in their favor. But we can talk about champions a little bit later. But with those two series being set up, though, like you all already know, we do have GGA going up against the Toilet Paper Cats tonight in just a little bit. So, in terms of overall match expectations, it's on Boulevard. What do you got for us? What should I be looking at?
Well, I think Zoo actually highlighted it really well. I spoke to Draxler, and he also believed TP advantage is going to be such an important factor for both of these teams. And he said to keep an eye on those things specifically. You have an advantage, and what is the enemy team going to do to actually take advantage of that, for lack of a better term? And saying that teams at this level don't always do such a thing, and it's something that Zeus and Draxler and all are trying to work on themselves here. And then I like the point Zoo was bringing up earlier that it's true. You do see a lot of effort in the early game going towards that mid lane. Griffin, more often than not, going for the 3 camp, going for the mid gangster pressure. They did it against TSM Academy. And even though they didn't come out on top, it was how they got a lot of early game leads. And I think today, the way they can come out on top is trying to overcome some of their mid game weaknesses that were, again, exposed in that very same series I'm talking about. Things like not managing your side waves correctly, not recognizing when your enemy has engaged windows and then being engaged onto, and pretty much sacrificing whatever advantage or tempo you had.
And a big point about the side waves too. We were actually discussing this all yesterday. That GGA has definitely been king of making sure that their side lanes have been going beautifully for themselves, especially by unlocking Niles a lot more so,
Yes.
and what champions they bring out for him. So that's one of the main things we should definitely look out for in terms of the macro play. If we are to, really get down to the nitty gritty of this matchup. Because Zoos right now, if they tend to give away these small advantages, they can definitely snowball into more. It's almost as though Nunu is in the game and in our hearts at all times.
Oh, don't tempt me. Don't tease me like that.
That would be great.
But
Would be.
pass
You can clear
all
5 camps before Scuttle, just saying.
you just have to make sure to get that in there just
making sure
to
people
show
know.
how. Okay, look, Beatam, look, we all know he's viable, but just as your heart wants Nunu, man, there are better options out there, bro. I wanted yours, but it's never happening, okay? We have to
He's
come
not
to terms
that
with it.
bad.
It's like, of course, but neither is Dirk. But the point being is that we're all dreamers. But right now, as we come back to reality here, let's have Zoo break down exactly what more things besides pick York and Nunu these teams can do to make sure that they have to win with Zoo's Tribush.
Sure. So we can kind of just hit like 3 main points and maybe a couple key champions for each team. Really kind of just comes down to Golden Guardians. You know, we talked about this yesterday. It seems like I'm on every Golden Guardians cast. So we're all pretty much GGA experts by this point. But the big thing here is that jungle mid pressure has definitely gotten a lot better, and I think that contributes to a couple different things. First thing would just be the timers in which they're allocating to play aggressively towards top side of the map and the mid section of the map, but also just the champion switch up. We talked about their champions not only like Karma, Twisted Fate priority, which requires a lot of like agency from mid and making a lot of early plays, but they're also going for things like Xin Zhao, and I think there was like an Olaf game in there too as well. And then they were also prioritizing Volibear, which doesn't really scale too well. You got to make really aggressive plays. You got to utilize that level 6 timer. So they weren't giving themselves much of a space to fall back on. Rather, like they it was kind of like make 1 or 2 mistakes and you're out of the game. You get outscaled. Mm-hmm. So I like to switch up with the Syndra, the Rise, the Viego. Even if they fumble something once or twice in the early game, they're still going to be able to scale well. They're still going to be able to take these team fights. So big thing for them is just continue to maintain that pressure, prioritize the champions you're prioritizing, and then make sure to just transfer that to top side. We highlighted the second thing. We talked about this yesterday, but it's again that individual agency. GGA did a really good job of bringing pressure into mid, but they did even better when they put their mid pressure into sides, specifically top side of the map. That big replay that we looked at earlier. And the third thing here is just securing one of those first drakes. If you're going to be giving first drakes to prioritize Herald and crack top turret or crack mid turret, you need to be able to get one of those first three dragons. Because if you have side lane pressure, but the enemy has soul win condition coming up on the next drake, you don't really have as much pressure as you think you do unless you're ending the game. Taking an inhibitor without being able to push and end the game just gives the team more XP and more advantageous wave states to farm, especially with the mobile champions like Ashe, Varus, Aphelios, Sivir, etc., etc., etc. So, those are kind of the three main points for Golden Guardians. And if they're able to execute those things, I feel really confident in them.
Actually, massive thing like you just mentioned, right? Because like considering the way we've seen the champ pool kind of expand out here for GGA has definitely been one of the keys. They've been able to come back into some of these games, or even like just sustain themselves in them, right? To expect, like you're mentioning, like the Rise, the Viego too, and just making sure that Niles has some sort of decent matchup. That way they're doing completely fine now. That because we know Niles, even if he necessarily doesn't, he's an extremely confident guy, no matter where he's at. So those could be lead to some really fun and interesting situations, though. But across the board, though, on the other end here, though, Zoo, any thoughts you had on Zoo? Actually, before that, here, B, bro, seeing GGA across the board, man. I know we talk a lot about Nas and stuff too, but any points on what Zoo had?
Not really. I think the only thing I would kind of want to add is that I think I'm worried about the things we saw during the first time they played against Resolve. And I agree that you probably want to have a stronger champ pool in the mid lane, because we saw, for example, Yunbi trying to play that Twisted Fate, which is, I think, still a pretty solid pick. But in this current game where you have the picks like you were talking about, LeBlanc, Syndra, Rise, where it's just a lot of DPS, a lot more agency, I think that's something they probably want to stay away from this time around, especially in that situation where you have the chance to face something like a Ziggs in the mid lane, which APA threw out. I don't think we're going to see that come through from Tuesday, but that would be a pretty painful surprise.
Heartbreaking, even too. It's we'll be down to trouble, but on the other end, though, Zoo, like real quick, the breakdown here that we have for Zoo's gaming, including the main highlight of our jungler matchup for today as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So the big thing here, in my notes, I had it written as Griff Diff. Like the big thing here is give Raymond Griffin the ability to ball out, play aggressively around mid. This guy, I've been watching him play forever. He was actually the jungler in my first ever pro team house. So, this guy is very near and dear to my heart in Tempo Storm 2017.
Wow.
But we've seen him play, the standard Lee Sin, the Viego, all that stuff. But we've also seen him pull out things like Graves. And he's had a series against CLG Academy and then also Dignitas Mirage where he's gone crazy on this pick. And, I think the Viego works really, really well for them. But if he's able to like kind of go into more of like a carry jungler mindset, maybe not gank as heavily, but and his laners move for him, I think that he could invade the jungle a lot. Rose Thorn's a bit susceptible to getting caught out when isolated. So the big thing here for them is just being able to play around Griffin, in the jungle. And the way that he can do that is by either playing with his mid or his team playing into him. I would say the second main point is just neutralizing top lane. Like we said earlier, it's kind of an unstoppable force versus a movable object. Alorum has always been a great matchup in the Niles. Even competing against Alorum on Niles' side is always like super fun to watch because of just their completely different play styles. One of the big things to point out here is if you go mid to bot and you're able to make your play before the enemy is able to go mid to top, which, if you're getting mid priority first, you're going to have more of a timer, then you can use your tempo advantage to cover the counterplay, cover top lane. And that's what you see a lot out of Zeus is they'll make a play bot, they'll make a play mid, they'll recall, support jungle or mid jungle or any combination of those will go top. Alorum's wave will be pushing out. They'll help him crash, set him up for a good neutral position, and then he can transfer that into the enemy team or into his team. So the last thing here is just if they get that mid prio, it not only helps their strong side, but it helps their weak side too. Again, you can make the play first, but then you can also cover the counterplay as well. So I think if they're able to kind of just secure the middle of the map, whether through strong jungle picks or just like early ganks, then they should be able to control the map no problem.
So as my brain and my heart reel from all of the expansion that I just received, it feels as though I've been like, what happened to me? What happened to that Grinch? It just completely grew by 3 sizes. So let's try to slow down here, my friend. Whoa, hold on here, buddy. Let's just go. Okay, I have feelings. With that being said, Retail Boulevard, please give me some of your predictions for tonight. What do you got for me?
All right. It was a really long. Oh, actually, I think we got to go right to left. No, so I think it's
Oh,
Zoo.
you know what? You're right. We'll let Zoo go first. Zoo, big brain man, give me a point, please.
Well, I think they saved the first for worse because I don't have a prediction. I'm just a 5-game gamer today. I got eggs in both baskets, so I'm just gonna say I won 5 games. I think these teams match up super well. It's gonna be a really fun matchup, and the last thing I would want to see is a blowout on either end. I want to see a close series.
Yes, Maryville will win tonight.
And I'll take the free branding too. Let's go Maryville.
B, what do you got for me, Finn?
I mean, first of all, I wish I knew abstaining was an option because I also had a very difficult time.
It's not, but I created it.
Oh well, shoot. Either way, I'm gonna go ahead and say Zoos. It already popped up. I think they can, and most likely, or not most likely, I think they likely will overcome GGA on the day. But I'm thinking it's gonna be a 5-game series.
Well, you know what, man? I'm also thinking it'll be a 5-game series, but I went by my heart today, and my heart wants Zeus to win. So I'm giving it to Zeus. Now, with that being said, we do have Arc Battery and Jolly on the desk ready for us. Who y'all got for me tonight? Y'all let me know, too.
Thank you so much. Sorry. Okay, puppy, you gotta go. Sorry, bud. I'm on air now, buddy. We'll play later. Thank you so much, Desk. And you know what? We're gonna get right into that. I think we should answer Ravi right now. I think I might be the only one on the day. We'll have to find out. I think I actually went basically anti everybody else for both games today, both on this desk and also on the Academy one. I went with Golden Guardians for this one. I'm hoping for a 5-game series as well, but it was a really tough decision. Oh,
hey,
no.
We've
All
saved
right.
it.
All
Hey,
right.
everybody, welcome. I was just talking
no.
about the Academy regular season.
Yeah.
It happens. We're looking at the match day predictions for everybody else on the desk.
I was wrong though, but I was wrong. I thought I was the only one that was gonna pick Dig and GGA, and you know what? I'm feeling pretty good about it because Magical also, who started day 1 out with 3 points. Ahead of everybody else. Of course, Rebel yesterday getting 100% prediction on the day, and I think I did so. Oh, I definitely did so as well. So going into this next one, I'm feeling pretty confident. I don't feel too bad.
Mhm.
And it's interesting, Al. You just said, I guess it might not have gone through, but you were saying you're thinking it's either going to be a blowout in favor of Zoos or a best of 5 that ends up going in favor of GGA, or either way.
Yeah,
so you're thinking if it's a blowout, it's not GGA's. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, Golden Guardians and to Zoo's point on the desk, it's either going to be a Griff diff or we're going to see a kind of wiggly performance. We'll see what happens as we're finally in the draft here. He's not here now. We've evolved. He's gone to his 3rd evolution stage. Hopefully he's gonna have a pretty good day today because they're gonna need it. Zoos have kind of found themselves here in the lower bracket, and against Golden Guardians, who have also been a little bit on a tear, kind of fell a little bit towards Resolve. I want to see what their adaptations are now. And as we get through this draft, Xin has been a really popular one for Zoos. They have been kind of shying away from this champion, even all the way back to their first game here in the Unified Grand Prix.
Sorry, right as I take a drink, because you pass it over.
Sorry, my bad.
No, you're good. I think the big thing, too, to consider is that we've seen so much of Alorum's TK that you gotta wonder, okay, there's no ban on it. We're probably going to see that one locked in. I wouldn't see why, because it is such a strong pick. Not necessarily maybe for the first one here, because they do have a couple picks after this, but it's gonna be the Viego. That's no surprise either. Another favorite by Griffin, working really, really well yesterday on this player. I love how you got 2 Alorum bans already right off the bat, and they're actually gonna no. Oh, the GP.
I was gonna say
the GP is the other one that you could have anticipated a ban for here, potentially in the first phase or in the second phase if it's not locked in.
They're just hovering it. This is just to try and get some. They're throwing out some bans. I love when the players are able to interact with each other. But we were talking about it before the show. where's Rise? If
Yeah.
we see Yunbi already picking up the Syndra, now we can maybe hold our breath here because Prismal has been known to pick up the mages, so potentially a Syndra bot with which we saw all the changes to her mana pool have really kind of brought her back to the forefront. I'm thinking, well, what kind of carry jungles are we going to see? Because we got a Kindred from Rosethorn last time around, and so far for Golden Guardians, it seems like they still want to be a little bit more flexible, but this Lee Sin is all but confirmed going up to Niles. I say that, they lock it in. They're sending GP for Niles, a fan favorite.
A fan favorite and a player favorite as well.
Mhm.
Something that we love to see. Honestly, it makes it hard to cast, not gonna lie. Niles's barrel chains are absolutely insane. They come out of nowhere and all of a sudden everyone's melted and I'm like, I didn't even see what happened there. I'm play-by-play. There it is.
I
There's
just
the
wonder
one.
what
Yeah.
I wonder what he's more known for. Is it the GP or the Jace? I mean, his literal Twitch stream is just the North American Jace, but a lot of amateur fans and a lot of collegiate fans will probably be really happy to see him on his Niles. But going to be a nice matchup for him as well. You've got Lorem on their weak side, Tom Kench. I wonder what they're going to pick up for this mid lane. They're still holding for this mid lane pick. They want to see if Prismal is going to play this out. And I wonder if that means we're going to see a Ziggs ban kind of invested in for Zeus.
Yeah, no bottom lane picks for the side of Golden Guardians 2. And low priority on supports, which has has kind of been the case because there are so many different options at the moment with a lot of support items really, really strong. So the Thresh is absolutely going to be one. We have seen a lot of the Nautilus. We saw Yumi coming out yesterday from Resolve, and that's where they made it work. So I doubt that that's going to be something here. But Azir was actually, I was curious about picking up the Azir because that has also been working very well with the Viego. If you're trying to get him in the back line to get a pinch out, or if you're just trying to get the Varus, anyone really who's susceptible on this team. But the Trundle is going to be the ban away there, the final one, at least for Zeus.
I like this from Zeus. We've been seeing the combination for Golden Guardians. Their kind of 4-5 on blue, if not another combo, is picking up Ezreal and Trundle, and would definitely dissuade Rhino, who's been playing a lot of Rel, has been playing a lot of Gragas as well. So I'm looking forward to see what they're able to pick themselves up here. And Victor has been a popular ban. They are still wanting to see what they can get out of one of these lanes because TK could go support. It hasn't been the most popular, but it is possible. And with Varus there, I think that there's some questionable, they're just saving for that flex pick.
Nah, it's got to be the support. I mean, just with the amount of TK that we've seen with how strong Olorem has been on this champion, I'm 90% certain. I guess I'll give the 10% over. But you mentioned the Ziggs ban a little bit earlier, and it didn't come through, Alex. So it is going to be a lock in here for Golden Guardian. So far, showing a nice mix of damage and a Rel lock in. Definitely a comfort pick here for GGA.
Maybe on the Rel, there's still a couple options. I was thinking about Bard would allow for Ziggs to be really stable in the bot lane. You would just, permanently clear away, similar to something like just wave clear constantly, and could move to try to help out the other members. But no, they're just going to hover it. Rhino's got a Bard game somewhere here in the Unified Grand Prix, so maybe they want to try and see if they'll pull it out of him. But I'm interested to see what Zeus go for here. They obviously have their mid lane pick, and this could be a potential for another top lane pick if Olorem wants to get spicy with it and what they want to choose.
Yeah, we'll see. I do like the fact that it is the Rel lock-in for Golden Guardians. They need frontline. Yes, they have sustainability. They've got removed scurvy. You've got at least some crowd control and some shelf back, like Scatter the Meat. But having a much harder frontline in Rel and the Magnet Storm to bring everybody into those barrels from gameplay is certainly looking like it'll be a nice combination. And I was actually going to say the Nautilus, but the reason I didn't is because they've got, I was thinking maybe they wanted a bit more damage on the team here for Zeus. So they did decide to go with the Nautilus. Fingers crossed that this is not like the game that Rhino lost in yesterday, because it was a really rough Nautilus game, I gotta say. Rhino, however, very much known to be playing these Rhinos of Champions, playing the Nautilus, the Rel a lot. So it's not a surprise. It's a standard champ for this player, but yesterday it was really surprising to see him falter on that one.
And that's why I'm hoping that when we see Zeus in their performance today, that they're on point, because Raheen and Rhino have been the subject of a lot of criticism coming out of the first Proving Ground split, and have definitely stepped it up. And I'm looking to see whether or not they can kind of stand the test, because Prismal and Noombi have been taking control of a lot of Academy bot laners to mixed success, but I think that Prismal has had a fantastic job inside of the bot lane role. And so now when I'm looking at this, I want to see what they can do, what we'll see out of this lane. Raheen has a lot of Varus games. This is most played throughout this split. I want to see some success. I want to see Zeus bot lane kind of stand up. If not, just don't stand out, because if Raheen has a bad game, we're going to see it. We also saw him got caught out a lot on this Varus and on the Ashe. So talking about those bad games for the bot lane, they are privy to happen. I'm just hoping that they're able to cover when you have Alorum playing in topside with this Tom Kench, Griffin and Tuesday going to be that magnificent duo. Hopefully they can transfer that and try to help out their bot lane.
Yeah, I do have to commend Raheen, though, for the improvement in the reaction time we saw yesterday as well. And it was on one of the Varus games that they ended up playing. I think it was the last one. The last one with Varus Braum. And honestly, just spectacular timing. There was a play where it was Yuumi in the bush with the Ashe, I believe. So the crystalline arrow gets thrown, or maybe, I think it was the Ashe, actually. Okay, all right, I remember
Here
now.
we go.
I remember. Don't worry. There's a Yuumi and a Varus in the bush, and there's no vision on them. The Chains of Corruption comes out of the bush while Raheen is farming, and the reaction time is absolutely insane. Instantly flashes forward and back away, throws the crystalline arrow down in response. Didn't end up getting out because the Yuumi ultimate came through, but still, really, really impressive to see something that really is very important in his style of play. Yes, he gets caught out quite a bit, but it's improving.
Good to see. It must be that TR buff. No longer playing on live. We can't say lol NA bad ping happens. But looking forward to it. We're finally in game, Jolly. And this is our game one of winner goes to that losers finals and has the potential to go up into grand finals. If you're looking at other maps, if you're looking at other games, we have Dignitas Academy versus TSM Academy, which that game is looking spicy. TSM have dominated throughout the regular season, but looking forward to see what the result for that one is as well. If you're here, you probably know what the Academy stream is.
You're probably doing what we're doing, and you have one tab of each. Just kind
of. If you have good internet, go ahead. If you have good internet, go ahead and do that. I pray for you guys on that one.
Oh man! All right. There was a little bit of a poke there. You do have some deep vision that was placed. A couple of pings coming out from Zeus. So very much aware the Golden Guardians is starting here with a solid leash from the bottom side. And going to start on the red side for both of these players. So mirroring jungle camps so far. Now we get to, really see if Rhino is going to be capable of getting through, landing these hooks onto Prismal specifically.
Good.
There it is. The passive comes down. Raheen has taken quite a bit of damage.
This is a terrible
Noombi
trade.
There. Oh my goodness. Noombi was able to get so many autos off, throw the Ignite down onto Raheen, and now it's Rhino and Raheen who have to run away. The flash forward by Raheen has to use the heal as well. Noombi, no flash utilized. That's going to be Prismal trying to get out of this one. Rhino is going to find the first blood, can turn around, use the passive onto Noombi, but Raheen is not close enough to get more damage down. Instantly, Prismal's going to have to come back and use the TP in.
Oh my god. Okay, so this is huge for them, because we see now for Golden Guardians, obviously you look at their composition, jungler is going to want to path topside, wants to help out Niles. This is why we also see Syndra early on right now against this Victor. We'll have the early shove, trying to trade HP onto this Victor. And that just is like, guys, when you're playing this Ziggs Rel, you are in this composition, you are going to have to be played away from. You're going to be, you're not going to get much in terms of jungle assistance or any kind of other laners coming there, maybe until later. This is huge for Zeus. Not only do they get the flash out of Prismal, but now the TP as well. Griffin, if they want, they make an early dive here, and you see where the wave is. They're trying to get a reset in, but recognize this wave may be stuck. I think if observers, we could take a look at that bot lane real quick, because it's, I think, pretty important when you see, I mean, this mid lane is pretty nice and all, but Prismal needs to dump mana now if they want to try and get another recall in. This is just so dangerous for them.
Yeah, especially by pressuring this lane so far forward, too. I mean, they're clearly looking to try to maybe get some vision set up, try to support. They weren't even supporting with the Scuttle Crab because Lee Sin is taking that topside Scuttle Crab. So it's going to be another recall, actually. They're just trying to get
Rhino.
some additional gold come back. Yoonbi throws the Scatter the Weak out, but is going to get locked down here. In it comes Rosethorn, but so quickly does Yoonbi get melted. Zoons is going to take that one. Rosethorn trying to run away for his life, but that's not going to work out against 3 members. A double kill right there.
And this is
not
huge.
Tuesday.
Yeah, Tuesday on this Victor now just can take control of this. Also got an early blue buff, so Yoonbi now with this teleport, I like this from Rhino, just get the early shove in and can walk right back to lane. Syndra in so much trouble now. This is a huge disaster for Golden Guardians Academy in their early game. We're going to get a replay of this right now. Zeus perfectly playing around Vision, and that's just a poor combo coming out. Rhino full on punishing the mid laner here for Golden Guardians Academy. There's not much to say here, Jolly. This is a early game gone completely sour.
Yeah. Certainly doesn't feel so good for Golden Guardians here on this side. You've already got a bounty now on the head of Tuesday. And, you know, Yoonbi has, or not Yoonbi, the side of GGA, they've got a few more abilities that they have, a few more summoner spells that they have under their belts. Niles still up in the top lane. You know, still gonna really have to work through this island to get to that point, but you have to consider also the global ultimates that we're gonna have from Niles and the semi-global from Prismal too. So hopefully as the game goes on, at least hopefully for Golden Guardians and fans of GGA, they're going to be able to really utilize those to help out towards the mid game and pressure them into a solid late game here for Niles.
Exactly. I think the big thing here when you're looking at Golden Guardians Academy in the early game, specifically now that Niles the lane is about even, which is fine for them. I think in their early planning, you would have loved to have seen Rosethorn visit this top lane and at least blow a summoner, if not two, try to force a recall out of Alorum. But he is just waiting. They're saving up gold. Niles even got a recall in earlier on, and so already has the Sheen. We see now multiple members are trying to cover for this. I think they know Rosethorn is on this, but Yoonbi, very low mana. We'll have to see if Zeus can make this. Otherwise, looks like they're just going to take an early exit here.
It is going to be Tuesday, trying to come through the hook from a Rhino, get the passive down onto Newbie. A nice scatter the week on a Rhino, deals a lot of damage.
Raheen.
The stun is not going to hit from Tuesday, and it will be the dragon that goes down to Rosethorn, but immediately gets locked down and taken down as well. Griffin picking up that kill.
Massive sacrifice. And now that Yoonbi is no flash, no TP, and very low mana, this Syndra is going to continue to suffer off of the early game of what's happened here. These are just cascading effects from that first mid fight that we saw in the game. Zeus off to an early start. They may have not gotten the dragon, but now that they've not only got that, they've also forced recalls from the bot lane. They'll get a bit of a lone time either with this turret. I don't think they'll have enough gold to really recall, maybe finished off a Serrated Dirk, but really nice. They are constantly crashing waves, and they are not letting up the pressure early on here.
Picking up the Scuttles again. So really Zeus finding as much pressure as they possibly can. You know, once more you got to consider Golden Guardians is still like, all right, we've got the late game. You know, hopefully we can get to the late game. But you've also got quite a bit of late game on the side of Zeus, especially once you get Raheen stacking up some of that lethality, getting some solid piercing arrows through. Prismal is not going to have a good time. And with this one kind of saving grace so far that you're expecting or hoping for in Niles, or early on you're hoping for some success with Yoonbi, the first step hasn't really come through for Golden Guardians Academy. And as you mentioned there, Alec, too, it would have been nice to see Rosethorn try to get a little bit of pressure there for Niles because of the early kill onto Yoonbi here in the mid lane. So you got to find something relatively quickly as Golden Guardians.
It might be now.
Yeah, like we're like right about now before before this starts to snowball really badly in Zeus' favor.
I was going to say, right now, there's a really nice window that I think both teams took they recognized. You saw that Rhino immediately had to move, but a little bit late to this play, has to just cover here for Tuesday as they know Newbie is no longer in lane, leave the bot laners there, and try to make this play. There's no flash on either mid laner, but it is now a 3v3 between these two teams. Ooh, the hook goes a little bit wide. I think the engage
Bit
might
wide. That's
happen.
going to be a flash in by Newbie. There's no ultimate available, so the Magnet Storm isn't going to come through. And it's going to be a lot of
That could be a
damage
kill.
from Griffin. The ultimate from Victor will find one. Griffin takes down, and Niles or not Niles, Rosethorn who comes down. Newbie will be the next one. And Yoonbi realizes very early that that is not a winning fight.
And Yumbi, I think, might try to get something here. Here comes the ultimate, Alorum.
Looking
He's
good.
probably
There's the
dead.
scat of the week. I was waiting for that to come through. Rhino, too little, too late. There's the pressure that was necessary here for Golden Guardians to find at least something out of this fight.
Okay, and now here's, I mean, it's nice. It's a little bit of sprinkles to try and fix this situation, but Alorum backed without having to use teleport, so can come back to this lane. Niall's not shoving it out, so not trying to force out on that teleport quite yet, as there's another wave coming here. That is a Rift Herald now going over to Zeus in this early game. 9 minutes in, Jolly. They are looking really, really good and keeping up the tempo in the game, where they are utilizing their mid fight and the support roam. They didn't quite kind of sync up on the first fight here. We'll see this fight, but 15 seconds earlier, we already saw Newbie and Rosethorn waiting in the bush trying to go for something. And this entire time, I mean, if maybe this fight goes a little bit longer, you already see Ziggs has left the lane in the bottom lane to try and maybe influence something, recognizes it that it is a lost cause. And now we get to see Alorum. Gets the lick. You already see remove Scurvy, but the Gangplank Cannon Barrage is too much. They're cutting up this huge wave. It goes down, gets sliced up. Not much you can do in that situation. Not much that they got out of that, though.
Yeah, you know, they got something, though. All right, at least that's the consolation.
This is
They
true.
got something. It's 2K. You were looking at about 2.5K differential a little bit ago, so at least Golden Guardians is finding something to staunch the bleeding a little bit. Now, looking at the current gold, though, we can see just how far ahead Tuesday is, and thanks to the help of Griffin there. Combined, the two of them have KP of 5 out of the 6 kills that have gone through for Zeus, that other one being the first blood from Rhino. So, I mean, as soon as 2-3 minutes went through, it has been all Griffin, all Tuesday. Haha, get it?
There you go. Wait, hold up. I have to check the day. I actually have to check the
It's
day.
not Tuesday,
it's,
but
it's not
instead of
Tuesday.
all day,
It's
all
Wednesday.
Griffin,
It is
all
Wednesday.
Day, all Griffin, all Tuesday. You
All right.
get that.
I got it.
Really bad.
I just had to make sure, because
Don't
I know
expect
there's
better
a
ones from me,
popular
Al.
meme of Tuesday on a Tuesday is kind of undefeated.
Oh,
But
yeah.
it is a
there's
Wednesday,
something like
so
that.
maybe day after there's some debuff, but it's not looking like it.
least
The
it's
nerf,
Friday.
maybe not. Maybe the Wednesday nerf hasn't quite hit. He's looking good, and the mid duo here for mid jungle duo here for Zeus is looking fantastic. As I say that, they're making invades, they're trying to put down vision, but without any kind of priority and without a lot of people able to move here. You see Yoonbi is now stuck under this turret and has to take the long safe path over to this dragon. I wonder what Zeus are going to do about this. Same thing for Golden Guardians. Are they going to try and answer, or is Rosethorn going to have to sacrifice their life? Griffin?
Flash forward by Griffin. Out comes the storm.
Oh my
Griffin
God.
takes a little too much damage, misses the final kill, and Yoonbi manages to get the shutdown right there. Tuesday does manage to lock one in. Rhino's going to apply the passive. A nice piercing arrow as well. Means that a double kill is going to go over to Tuesday. The last member that needs more kills on the side of Zeus.
Oh man, it was really close. You saw it right there. Rosethorn said, I'll do it myself. Has to go in, use the Sonic Wave, tries to find the execute onto Griffin. But on this Viego, putting in way too much work here on the red side. Zeus are firmly in the lead right now, and they're just continuing to put gold in their pockets, hand over fist against Golden Guardians. A lot of this is still cascading from that early play, where if they're not able to unlock Rel from this bot lane, that's what you want to see. I'll save that. Lorum tried to make a play onto Niles, but maybe doesn't quite know that Rosethorn is in the area. Will have gotten that scuttle for themselves early on, but Rel unable to move out of this bot lane has really hampered their ability for Rosethorn and Newbie to get around the map and help out some of these solo lanes.
Oof. It's looking a little bit rougher. You know, you got 3 minutes that have passed, and that gold that was kind of starting to be staunched by Golden Guardians is now expanded back to Zeus' favor. Honestly, whoever gets the shutdown onto this victory is very important. I think
It's
that
gonna
it
feel
needs
good.
to be a Niles. It needs to be a Niles play. You got to try to get all of that additional gold into the hands of Niles, so that when this game gets to the team fight stage, which is going to be very, very quick, considering you've got the dragon right now that has a lot of focus, And really just GGN needs to stop Zeus from getting all of these objectives, from putting pressure all over the map here. So if we can get Niles to come down, we can get, if Alorum would just stop the pressure up there, it would be easier, but that's the problem, is Rosethorn can't be everywhere at once. You can't try to stop Tuesday and also try to push Niles through on Alorum at the same time, and that's the struggle that Golden Guardians has been experiencing.
Thankfully for them, Niles doesn't even have to show up. He can send his RSVP guest invite over with the cannon barrage and try to provide some assistance. You see that they're trying to set up vision right now, but that mid turret going down so early for Syndra is making it difficult for Yunbi to make it over. They're going to try and go for this play. They lose
Rhino.
out on the Drake, and uh-oh.
Oh, Rhino gets the hook. What a depth charge all the way on the back to Rosethorn. Griffin gonna pick up a little bit of a rel speed.
Oh, what?
Does not get the jump over the wall, though. That's gotta feel
All right.
bad at that point. They're like, all right, we can try to concede. Actually, no reason to, because Rosethorn is still right here. Prismal trying to maybe make a little bit of damage happen here. Griffin's just gonna peel back, and it's still 3 members of Zeus in the bottom.
They can fully, with confidence, take this turret. You see that right now. They're just going to get zoned away from this bot tier 1. Don't want to get flanked upon by certain members, but I mean, if they really want to, Zeus can continue to move with bravado and with confidence into this. You see this right now. Tuesday so far ahead that it takes a simple 2 spell combo, and then now with his blue buff as well, will always have priority against this Syndra, who doesn't really have a lot of kill threat. And I think now we're going to see it. They're going to start to move into bot side, take away a lot of the vision, make it very dark, and start to cut Prismal off from very valuable gold that they're going to need.
All right, another saving grace here for Golden Guardians. You got to consider, even though there are 9 kills for Zeus, 5 of those on Tuesday, it has been Rosethorn and Newbie going down. You know, even though Newbie has had a really tough lane, still, this player's sitting at 1-1-1. You've got Niles in the top side, who still has that 1 kill. So while it feels like they've already been shut down, there is some possibility for a little bit of late game pressure if they can get some combos through. But once again, the problem is that Zeus is dictating the positioning and the placement of where all of these fights are, what the next objective focus is going to be, and Golden Guardians is not going to find an opportunity if they're forced to play reactively consistently like this.
Exactly, and then now that's actually why we see them start up this Rift Herald. Even though their bot duo just now got a recall in to try and fix something, fix one of the waves, you saw Ziggs can just clear out that wave in bot lane so easily, and now that since they know that Griffin and Tuesday are hitting up on this bot tier turret, they're going to make the trade, give up that turret, give up that gold, try to prolong that as long as possible, and even with Zoo's duo in the mid lane, get themselves a Rift Herald, try to break something open. This could be one way to staunch this bleeding as we get into this third Drake. They could look to give it away, or use this in mid lane, help out with the push, trade for some local gold. It's the third Drake, and with 1 apiece for each team, there's no threat of an early soul. So I like this trade, try to maybe either put gold into the pocket of Yunbi, or at this point, I don't even know if I want to say Niles, because Niles and Alorum have just been experiencing top lane island, where as a top laner, they press tab and they're like, guys, what's happening? We haven't seen all that much.
Has the game even started, really, though? I'm just farming, guys. I'm just trying to keep Alorum from hitting my tower. And that is, that's the problem with this matchup, and why Alorum was so comfortable with taking the Tahm Kench into this Gangplank. Yes, it's not necessarily a good matchup for them, or Gangplank was actually picked after the fact. So it's not that it's a bad matchup for Niles at all. It's just that Alorum has gotten so comfortable to playing this, and you've got so much of a presence from Griffin, who was able to kind of just wander around, totally okay with losing out on some camps and getting pressure in the lanes early on, while Rosethorn had to do a little bit of extra farming. And that early pressure has led him to catch up on farm. And while they're a little bit behind in terms of junglers here at like 17 minutes into the game, they're pretty behind considering how good these players are. That's okay. That's okay for Griffin. He's got the kills, and you're going to get the items, you're going to get the damage that you need on Viego anyway.
There is enough damage to supplement this Viego, like you were saying. If there was not enough damage, the executes get a little bit hard to kind of try to maintain. You can't get that healing. You can't get the multiple champions. Although we've seen some struggle with the Rel abilities. I'll be honest. Rel is a pretty hard champion. Mastering the full 150 champion roster is not the easiest, but Griffin making it look easy, just constantly taking body swapping with all of these players. Again, right now what we're watching for GGA is they just want to try and stall out as long as possible, try to get whatever resources they can. And now with a third quadrant gone, Rosethorn on this Lee Sin is going to be starving for gold, but at this point, Lee Sin, if they can get to level 11, that's as far as I think that that's like a saving grace for them. They can get level 11 and try to do what they can with this. You see right now, Niles pushing. They want to drop this Rift Herald. They're nowhere near this Drake. They want this gold now.
It's a lot of gray screen time that Rosethorn has experienced, so gonna try to help Niles out as much as possible here. The Devour does come across, and hey, I know what that means. That means Griffin is on the way, coming through to the bottom side.
No.
Rosethorn will end up going down.
Watch Niles.
There, a flash away by Griffin. Oh, Alorum takes so much damage, but doesn't go down. Niles has to flash away from this, has the Ignite. The rest of Golden Guardians just trying to get the team out of this sticky situation. They're going to be able to, thanks to the help from Prismal and Newbie.
Okay, well, Niles not going down there is huge. They get the Cannon Barrage, and while it's a 1-for-1 trade, they're able to get a turret and not much else as all of the members of Zeus started to make their way up there. We got the TP out of Tuesday as well. We'll get the replay now playing for everybody at home. Look at this. Look at how many members are here. Yunbi is not going to be able to answer this play. You see Victor immediately hits the teleport. If not for only this, if they only got one kill and they got the turret, this is a grand slam of a play coming out from the side of Golden Guardians. But the fact that they pull multiple members and are kind of there to force them into a fight is so, so good for them. We'll have to see what happens now. We have a dragon spawning that you saw in your picture-in-picture. Well, I hope we'll see Zeus try to challenge for it. But right now, all they need to do, they can focus on mid lane, they can focus on this bot lane, and force Golden Guardians into a really awkward position.
Yeah, and just continue to get Alorum to the point of being, semi-unkillable. Same thing with Griffin, especially with the two of them together. I mean, honestly, it's a devastating combo. Having Alorum able to devour something like Griffin to get him out, re-engage on the fight. But oh my gosh, Griffin's taking way too much damage.
That's
huge.
Too
many members of Golden Guardians right there. Griffin might get out alive. Oh my goodness, the Devour comes through to save Griffin, but Rosethorn, just before going down, manages to get the kill. It ends up being a 1-for-1.
Okay, both junglers are dead, and you have Prismal with this Mega Inferno Bomb, can do a ton of damage over the top. Even during all of this, look at where Yumbi is pushing on this dragon in this top lane right now. This is massive for them. Look at how much damage. Oh, Mega Inferno Bomb. Maybe it was with the Leandries. It's going to be a small hope, and it is dashed immediately. Dragon going over, but a lot of damage traded onto this top lane turret here for Yunbi. I wonder if they'll be able to revisit this with Ziggs. You see them already make the rotation over. If they can take this away, it'd be really nice for a potential Baron later on into the game.
And really helping with that gold lead that was up to 5,000 in favor of Zeus after picking up the second tower that they had towards the bottom side. So Golden Guardians, making these plays. I was talking about how they really need to get Niles to be part of the fights, and now he's looking at 2-0-1. So looking at the gold over time, it is starting to kind of turn back up after the consistent dips that we've had in this game so far. We're 21 minutes in, so to have 11 kills on Zeus already compared to the 4 with Golden Guardians, but still being able to focus on these objectives, honestly, I gotta give big props to Rosethorn for committing on that last play, saying, all right, you know what, I'm already 0-5. I'm 0-5-2. The best I can do is get a shutdown for our team or get a little bit more gold here. And that's what happened. It was a really risky play because it ended up being one member in 2-3 there. But hey, he took Griffin down. That's still got to feel good. These little victories will turn into big ones for Golden Guardians over time.
Any even trade versus Zeus right now on the side of Golden Guardians is a winning trade for them. Because they are behind, if they can find even fights or just kills onto other members in trade, they are worth less in gold compared to Zeus. So important that they're able to find it. They still have not killed this Victor, who is still scaling, still picking up a ton of items, finished the Void Staff, and will now have the Rabbit, or not the Rabadons, but needlessly, and looking to finish their Seraphs. This is huge for them. So look at how they're looking to pressure the map. Alorum in a little bit of deep position. We see the pings come out. They want to try and find out the Toad. Is he out?
Alorum.
Oh!
No, he was not able to take the Abyssal dive. Prismal's going to throw out this bomb, and Niles will find yet another. This is exactly what Golden Guardians needs, and Zeus is kind of going in with a little too much confidence here.
If that play happens maybe a little bit early, it's fine. This turret should still go down. It should be a kill onto Rosethorn. The turret's going to go as well. This might be a re-engage potentially.
Oh, a nice try there. a good attempt here. You be flashing over, getting the ultimate down. Not going to pick up the kill. A nice scatter of the week, though, and a beautiful
Look at Niles
satchel there by Prismal as Niles tries to come along the backside. There's too many tanky members, though, to take the front line here for Zeus. So that's going to be the best they can do.
Yeah, if they had timed this, if Alorm had gone down maybe a few seconds earlier, multiple members from the side of Zeus would not have been able to, or would have been able to take down this tier 2 a little bit cleaner. It does result in Rosethorn, you know, kind of have to go for the trade there, and hopefully now we see from Golden Guardians, they're trying to utilize Niles, leverage them as the one incredibly strong member on the team. You see the build right now. There's been so many different kind of GP builds floating around, and going for Trinity Force, one that has been a little bit underrated in the community and is also now having the Navori Quick Blades, just means going to be popping out so much damage if they can kind of land it.
And those Swifty boots as well to try to get in as quickly as possible all the time. Rosethorn, we can see, is trying to get out of this one. Gonna have to ward hop over there. Griffin, of course, finds that, is able to take it down, but still, Rosethorn stays alive. A nice little scat of the week over the wall, but this is a scary situation for Golden Guardians. They're trying to move members up to find a pinch. It's just not gonna happen. Again, the front line on Zeus is so dang strong.
And right now, I think Zeus are finding themselves in a little bit of a tricky situation where they can't quite start up Baron because of the threat of Ziggs and the GP ultimate. And so they have to just try to choke out Vision, try to take as many turrets as possible. We see the pings coming out here. They may want to try to go for something. Alorum now no longer has the Abyssal Dive, but they're just trading priority in the mid lane. And this Baron should never be done on the side of Zeus without some kind of ace, without multiple members on the side of Golden Guardians going down. So that is a saving grace for them. 5,000 gold in the lead here for Zeus, and the Drake spawning. I kind of just want to see them take all these turrets. You're going up against Ziggs. You want to delay the Hex Tech Satchel as long as possible.
Definitely a good plan. They're working on it. That's going to
look at the damage on the Raheen.
Oh, the bomb. Oh my gosh, Raheen taking a lot there, but Yunbi as well with the Chaos Storm. Two Niles has to go back. He's going to get taken down for the first time. A shutdown for Griffin. Rosethorn finds an auto attack from Raheen after flashing over the wall. Yunbi takes way too much there from Tuesday. Out goes the gravity field. Doesn't lock down. Newbie gets a nice magnet storm underneath his tower, but it will not be enough. The health, the armor, the magic resist on Zeus is too dang much.
At this point, they're just slapping each other with their wallets. Zeus just trying to stay ahead as far as possible and will probably be taking this. I think they might be waiting. I mean, they could try to just TP with Alorum. They have a wave as well. They're tanky enough. I think they should just be able to go for the end here. No one is up. Rosethorn's up in 5 seconds. Same thing with Prismal. That's the end of the game, folks, in game 1. You saw the damage they were able to put down onto Raheen. It just wasn't enough for Golden Guardians.
Beautifully done. That will spend the end right there. Rosethorn tries to get a little consolation prize, does end up getting a kill, but a really rough game for Rosethorn overall. Not even getting the opportunity to engage or initiate on that one. And when you've got, I mean, Tom, Kench, Viego, and Nautilus as your engaged frontline, that's a lot. That's way, way too much. And my only concern, I guess, is if Zeus didn't get off the ground quickly enough, they wouldn't get the damage necessary to back this composition up. They absolutely did. You had Tuesday pop off right off the bat. Raheen playing out of his absolute mind. So Golden Guardians is going to have to kind of reevaluate their strategy going into this one and definitely reconsider maybe some of the early bans and potentially take that Viego away from Griffin, because it has been a real staple for this player throughout the entirety of this Unified Grand Prix.
Unified Grand Prix has just been kind of made on the name of first pick Viego. This champion is constantly getting picked as a pretty nuts win rate in the tournament as a whole. I mean, you can change ban strategies all you want, but if you're going to have a level 1 like that again for the side of Golden Guardians, you are going to lose a lot of games. That was definitely unfortunate, and probably we won't see that again. I think that might have just been, you know, they tried to do the damage calc. It was looking good for them, but they went a little too far. They weren't able to get the kill onto Raheen, and they turn it. So from there, exactly.
Nuts. That was absolutely nuts.
Nautilus level 1 is, I've learned many times in my own games and even in some competitive games. It's pretty nuts. So I want to see Golden Guardians. Look, that was a mistake. It happens. It ended up kind of leading to this really awkward position where Niles, you couldn't really play around him because of the mid 2v2 that we saw. And then they also weren't able to kind of pressure Raheen under this turret with Gangplank ult and with Ziggs. We saw a little bit of that towards the end, but it was a little too late once we got to that point in the game. So early game, just fix it up. I mean, that I want to see a more even game, and I want to see if maybe we don't see all of our summoners being gone at level 1 for these guys.
Yeah, that'd be nice. But you know what? That's enough from us, I guess. We're going to take a really quick break. Well, we are. Not you guys, because I'm sending it over to the
There you
analyst
go.
desk. We're going to let them. Yeah, we're taking the break, not you guys. Gosh, no, you don't get to. We're going to go check in with the analyst desk, see if they can break down a little bit more of that game with those big brains over there.
Thank you, Jolly and Battery. I don't know if my brain is that big. I think just my head is, so I'm definitely compensating in more than one ways. But Beaton Boulevard and Zoo, welcome back, amigos. Let's take a look at that game real quick, because Zoo's, I know we all predicted, like most of us said that we should win. Zoo, of course, did opt out, and unfairly so, I might add, just creating a whole category for himself.
Hey, man, that's the perks of being the guest.
Oh, I guess so.
Yet again, I'm not all for it, but I understand nonetheless. But one thing I don't understand, maybe you can break down for me, Zoo, is how that all went down starting off with the draft.
Yeah, so I really like the champions that Golden Guardians were able to get on paper, especially a Cho'Gath ban in the first rotation of bans that is screaming at Gangplank B2B3. And this is something that Zeus seemed fine giving over. They're going to play the TK. They're going to scale, have that sturdy weak side. It's kind of just like AFK farming on the top side of the map for the most part. But I really like the Syndra priority from them. I was a bit concerned when Zeus went for the double immobile, like the Varus and the Victor. It seems like, Lee Sin, Syndra would give a bit of agency in the early game, and then Rel is able to move, Ziggs is able to push, Ziggs can kind of stand on his own. So it seemed like on paper, Golden Guardians had a really good setup, but man, the execution early game from Zeus was just crazy good, especially Rhino, and I really want to highlight that guy. The big thing in the early game, like we said, is just who can get TP advantage, like who can get mid priority. And the big thing here is that Golden Guardians were actually set up in a position to be able to get that control. They had bot prio, they were going to be able to get mid prio, and their jungler was hovering around mid. But Pocket Rhino makes a really insane play by just kind of anticipating. I believe we have a replay of that up, so hopefully we can get that pulled up in a second. But it's all about the support in this matchup. When Rel and Nautilus both want to go mid, they both want to impact mid. Whoever can get there first is able to kind of make the big play. And what we were seeing in the early game was that Golden Guardians was actually going to be able to get there first. So we'll kind of pull that up here. It's kind of a little bit tough to see, but Rel had prio. And what happened in this before this play right here, and this kind of just sets up the early game nicely for Zeus rather, is that Rhino knew he was going to get pushed in, which meant that Newbie was going to be able to move mid. So he had to cover his mid laner. So he ditched the wave, moved into his Tribrush, helped his jungler take Scuttle at 315, and then moved with him. Sure, you're going to lose a little bit of XP, but you're going to be able to secure that mid prio. And once Victor is able to get a couple points in laser, Syndra has no flash, TPs are gone, then the game is just really broken wide open for Zeus.
And I really like how that turned out for two reasons. One, the fact that Rhino came to cover, like you said, but recognizing that Newbie hadn't actually shown up yet, immediately realizes, okay, we have a play to make here. And this play is so important because, and this is my second reason, this matchup for Syndra into the Victor, like you talked about, Syndra being that very high agency champion means if Tuesday in any capacity, especially in the situation where there's a serious threat, Rel will go mid and potentially force out a summoner, or maybe one of the first early kills, means that if any of those happen to Tuesday, mid is over. And as we covered early on in explaining how important mid is, that could very well be how GGA would have snowballed the game. And there's just so much impact that came from that decision to Rhino, who originally was just looking to cover, ended up making what you could argue was a game-winning play.
Yeah, it was a really just great heads-up play from him. Those are the types of things that you want to see from support. Just kind of chaining together a couple key pieces. Okay, this guy's going to push. My mid laner is getting pushed in. This immobile mage matchup is really important. I'm going to sack. I'm going to make the play. And, I'm just going to put the game on my shoulders, and that's what he did.
The competence to know that which lane should take priority and really being able to take the role of IEA support on your back and mantle and applying that across the entire map. To have the guts and even the moxie to know, yo, forget my lane here, other people around me a lot more important. I think takes a lot of skill and prowess, and we can see that on the side of Rhino, he definitely holds that moniker here. But Zoo, they want to get one final take here as to quickly on that dragon play that we saw as well, which really did leave GG kind of reeling for less, I'd say.
Oh, no Zoo. It's a cool replay though.
A good ability to just cross map, play for that mid push, especially with your mid tier 1 down. You need help on that mid push. Rel was already able to move mid. So you just push through mid, you get vision on top side of the map. You can even take base. I saw 3 people had pinks. You can set up for that Herald. You can secure your blue so Syndra can push, and you can invade their next rotation of topside camps. And GP was going to be able to push his wave so he could stack a wave into topside. It just was not the play to contest, and it just felt really desperate.
Yeah, like, there was so much for them on the other side of the map here. Niles, like you pointed out while we were watching, got his mythic item, big spike for GP. There was just there were very many options to take for Golden Guardians, and they ended up choosing probably the worst one.
They most definitely did here, leaving a lot to be desired from them this game, but we'll see if they can fix things up here. But we're throwing it over to Cassius, Jolly, and Dimitri, or Akbar, I should say. My bad, man. Yeah, Ak, what you think, man? What more do you want to desire from GG in this game?
Yeah, Alk.
Pick Rise, guys. Just pick Rise. You don't need to first pick. You can first pick Syndra, but we did all this prep for you guys to first pick Syndra, okay? Like,
yeah.
Man,
and
they did it before though. They've done it in a few other series. Yeah, it's fine. They did it in the Resolve series, but in all seriousness, just the ability to kind of open up newbie to make these plays on mid lane, because we already saw Rhino, who's had a fantastic split, I think, just in general, and has had really kind of shown themselves out as a really awesome standout support. If the matchup is going to come down in mid lane, not just to the mid jungle 2v2, but also how the supports interact, then newbie's going to have to step up their game, and the bot lane as a whole is going to have to find some advantages for themselves, open up some windows.
Trundle. they can get through without
the
Trundle without the Trundle ban. So the GP and the Viego work really, really well together, actually. So if it is something where Golden Guardians want to go on the blue side again and don't want to ban out the Viego, they can pick the Viego themselves. They've won. Rosethorn has played the Viego several times, has done a really good job on it. So there's no reason to give Griffin that champion whatsoever. At this point, he's just too good at picking up. It doesn't matter who he's on. He's going to make plays with whatever he grabs with his passive and his ultimate. So at the end of the day, either take it from them. That's kind of my suggestion. Take it from them or ban it out. And then if you want to run the Gangplank, do like the Gangplank Rise. That combination, absolutely spectacular. You get a little bit of tankiness. On the bottom side, my ideal would be the Trundle in the support there. And then you can, kind of pick and choose for the ADC and for the jungle if you decide not to take the Viego. So that's kind of my suggestion. Just go with what works really, really well for Golden Guardians. And we've seen it in the past that they've got some staples.
Yeah, they have a lot of priority on their mid lane. They have shown that they really like to play Viego, and if it's not Viego, they've also played some Volibear to mixed success. We'll have to see if they're going to go and reach for that. That is his. If I'm looking at Rosethorn, that is their most played jungler this split in Academy and Amateur. So I'm looking at what the adaptations are going into game 1 to game 2. I think maybe this might be some hindsight copium, whatever you want to call it. They may have just said, look, we're going to give over Viego and see, can we beat it? Can they play it? I mean, we've seen Griffin already do it, so I don't really see I mean, the champion is just so broken.
We've seen enough of
We
Griffin
have
on
blue
it.
side. We've seen enough of it.
So
I'm
much.
cool with seeing it just because I like seeing the different interactions with all these different champions. It does bork the game a little bit sometimes. So it's funny. It's funny to see like, MF has gotten a double kill, and it's like, no, it's just Viego's ghost. Just ended up picking
Right,
themselves up.
it throws me off as play-by-play. All right, you're
Mhm.
lucky you don't have to try to do that, because if you're not paying attention and you just look at the icon, it's like, all right, yeah, Zig's got the never mind. Nope, that's a Viego. Ziggs is on the other team. Yeah, but I also just gotta see. The victor for me, honestly, it's really the victor for my involvement in all of UGP. That has been my suggestion. Nobody has banned it out. Every time I'm like, just ban out the Viego, ban it from Griffin, ban it from these really, really good players. And they don't. And they don't win. The only couple of counters that I've seen that really work well would be the Jace. So that's the only thing I'd be okay with. If Golden Guardians decides to let the Viego through, get the Jace for Niles. Get the Jace in the top lane. That is one way. You get a little bit of range. And then you also get the ability to jump on and, punch him back into the rest of your team, which is really nice while doing some AoE damage to him. I'd rather just not see it, though. It's kind of been my suggestion for a lot of these teams. I'd rather just not see it. I'd rather see something new, mix it up.
I agree with the Jace. The only thing is that they can just dodge the matchup and just say like, "Hey, Viego's going jungle. See ya.
Right.
We're not saying it to lane anymore." TSM has been one of the teams to try and play it in lane. So if they end up losing their match today against Dignitas, maybe we'll see that happen. Maybe they'll go and pick that for themselves.
Well,
but
even in the jungle, it's
until
still
that happens,
helpful to have Jace in the top.
Sure.
That's like
I mean, we saw that last game. Their top lane was not having any interaction with the Viego. If he pressed tab, as soon as Nazi's like, "Oh, this guy is like 5-0-2." Okay. Let's see what we can do. But we're finally in a draft, everybody. We're going to see what game 2 looks like here for Golden Guardians. The Zeus can bring themselves to a 2-0. Anything changing from draft, I think, would probably want to switch up some of the bans and maybe the order. But already we're seeing pretty standard between what we saw in game 1. Shogath probably just going to be another Xin Zhao ban and follow suit through that.
Yep, there it is. Of course, I only wrote down the first half of the bans for the first game, and I don't have those images, so I can't compare past that, but it's going to be a Graves ban. So maybe still looking for... Oh, you're the best. Thank you.
Our producers just came in clutch with...
Production
came in clutch, piped us the draft.
I was not intending for them to help me, but that's how good they are. They'll just jump in and do it anyway without a request. So Graves, so they could be looking for the Gangplank, the ban of... Okay. It's not... Okay, then never mind. I'm not going to say what I was kind of anticipating here, because I want to see what they decide to pull out. It's going to be the same with Ezreal as a second ban, though, and then a TF to round it out for Zeus.
This is cool because now they've changed it, right? They put the Graves on instead of the because the Orianna has made it through, and Golden Guardians, they've made the 10,000 IQ. No one could have predicted it.
They learned.
Just pick up the Viego. So Rose Thorn is going to get that, and they're going to be able to finally pick up their Ryze and Lee Sin. Deadly combo. It allows for Lee Sin to have a lot of agency, and I don't think we've seen Alorum play it, and honestly, it probably is just going to stay in the jungle for the meantime for Griffin.
I would love to see them grab the TK too. Take that away from Alorum. It has been the other big staple on all of these really successful games for Zeus. It's really been, Tom Kench late game, because even if they don't do very well in the early game for Zeus, that Tom Kench and the Viego combination really, really works out well. And they're actually going to bring out the Aurelia. So we do get, I think it was Zoo who said he wanted to see an Aurelia today.
I want to see that matchup. We might even be able to see it. Let's see who exactly is going to pilot it, because Yunbi has played it, and obviously Niles has a lot of experience on it as well. So gonna have to see where that flexibility lies. But I like where Golden Guardians are kind of headed right now. They have still Prismo on this Ziggs, all things probably staying the same. Now that we're in the second phase of bans, there are still supports to be banned out, and with TK here for Zoo, I wonder, are they going to be the ones to try and get rid of Trundle again? So important for their draft to take that away, as well as the Thresh. Just supreme safety for this bot lane. It's like, no, instead, Camille.
Oh my gosh, I would love to see the Trundle here. I mean, based on the fact that Zeus banned it out last time, I wouldn't expect that the last one, I've got to expect the last one is Trundle. If it's not, we'd better see a GTA lock-in for that Trundle because Newbie has been popping off.
Ooh, okay, so they're the ones to get rid of the
themselves.
Thresh. I am... The only reason I have moment for pause here is because Trundle is still up, and we saw last time they were out to ban the LeBlanc as well as the Azir. I wonder, this is still flexible, but I mean, this is most likely just going to be Tuesday playing this Rise and the TK in the top lane. So what bottom laners do they want? When you're playing up against something like the Aurelia, you kind of want an AD carry that can try to deal with them, as well as, I mean, you're playing against Ziggs, so have to worry about wave. They're most likely going to pick up Ashe here for Raheen and try to save their counter pick and see what they can do in the top lane.
Kalista ban, but there is no Trundle ban here, so we'll see if that is something that Golden Guardians wants to move forward with. Again, it works really well, and they usually pair it up with like the Ezreal to try to get a lot of mobility to follow up on those pillars, to try to get as much, really just as much mobility on the team in general, because there's a lot between Trundle and Ezreal themselves there. Looking at potentially doing the Varus instead here. Being able to throw those piercing arrows through a really heavy front line, especially if you're able to get, I'm assuming Tuesday on the Rise, able to get the Rune Prison down and able to get a lock-in into some more crowd control. They've got a lot of crowd control beside Zeus, but yes! We got the Trundle hover. Come on, lock it in. I want to see it. There it is. We're going to get the Trundle.
All right, what is the pick for top lane? What is our last pick here? Is it going to be another mage? Is it going to try and be a carry? And if this is a Kali, this is going to be a Kali for Niles. Ooh, could be for Fiora. We saw mixed success over from the top laner of Supernova, but instead the hovers are going to bait us, Jolly. We're going to have an Ornn game for Niles, who has looked awesome on this champion.
Yeah, it certainly has, and that's going to be really, really helpful, having the Call of Forge God being able to come through to get some of those hits. You know, you could even, I've seen a lot of recently the sneaky hits where you pull the, you know, you can still hear it obviously, but call the horn in behind you if you're too far behind the fight. Call the horn in behind you and whack it into them with them not really anticipating it if they're not paying attention. If it's a heavy team fight, I keep whacking my desk because it's so exciting.
It's an earthquake over there.
There's, you know, last game I was somewhat concerned with Zeus composition not quite having a ton of damage. There's certainly more damage on their comp this time. Golden Guardians now, I kind of have the same fear. They have a lot of damage, but they need to kind of get there first.
A lot of it is going to be predicated on, again, Rosethorn on this Viego. Can they make a difference in this game? You have some damage. Yunbi on this Aurelia should be an awesome matchup. It favors this. It favors her just because of the changes, and also now she gets to abuse Wit's End, which everybody, still a broken item. Go ahead and pick that up for yourselves if you need it. You're looking at Ziggs again. Let's see what happens. I kind of really like what we saw in the draft here from Zeus, though. Not only did they get that Rise, so now they can still help out this bot lane with that Realm Warp and look for potential dives onto Ziggs. But Braum, not only good into Ornn, but very, very good as an anti-dive threat when you're looking at the side of Yunbi and you're looking at this at the Ziggs. Both of them wanting to do damage at long range from outside maybe the turret. Resets with Viegos can maybe get a little bit dicey. Braum kind of just brings this all together, and I love it. It's a very short range composition. When you look at them, they're all kind of hovering around the same range in terms of how they want to engage. This is going to be a lot of damage coming out from Zeus, but I'm looking to see what Golden Guardians can do, because Trundle is awesome. I think it would be awesome to kind of start to sap all of these stats away and really hurts the jungle matchup. But with it in support, I think you can kind of try to dodge that out.
Yeah, I don't know, but it's Newbie, though, on this Trundle, and every single time, I mean, it really shows up. There's a reason that it has been kind of a mainstay now in the last couple of weeks against Golden Guardians as one of the first ban, if not first ban, then absolutely second ban against them. So, ban phases against them. So, you know, Golden Guardians confident about picking blue side here. They had the recognition. They didn't hear me, obviously, but, you know, they recognized the thing that I have been struggling with so much of, hey, either ban or take the Viego, please. These teams haven't done it, and it is going to be Golden Guardians who recognize, all right, he's just too strong. Griffin can't have this champion. We want to ban other things away and out, though, because we do want to have the opportunity for the Gangplank in the top lane. It was what they were going for, but it was the last ban there for Zeus. So I like this a lot better. A couple more comfort picks here for the side of Golden Guardians, and that might lead us to a tie game to start things out.
How do you get more comfortable than GP for Niles? How do you get more comfortable than Syndra for Yunbi? This guy's put in a lot of work individually. I don't know if we'll see the same kind of interaction between the mid jungle that we saw in the last game, just because I'm looking at Zeus. They have a really competent and really dangerous 2v2 there.
Yep.
And in the regular season for Academy, Rosethorn and Yunbi didn't really link up in the mid lane. A lot of it was focused around putting pressure onto the river and going out to the side lanes to help, whether that's for Prismal or for Niles. So I'm looking to see what can Yunbi do in the solo lane. Has had some pop-off performances in Academy, and I'm looking for him to maybe try to replicate it here.
Griffin trying to throw out the Sonic Wave. Doesn't hit, but you know what, Zeus, they made their point. Fear us. That's what they want to get across here. All 5 members moving in. They're just going to disperse themselves after throwing a couple of deep wards in once again to immediately get eyes on Rosethorn and try to staunch his, I've been using that one a lot. I guess the blood flow has been a thing. To slow down, we'll say, the jungle phase here, early game Rosethorn. That was certainly something that helped Zeus in the last one, just not allowing Rosethorn to get early initiations on. And you can anticipate that with the Viego, there's definitely going to be an attempt to get that done.
We'll see both junglers again starting on opposite sides. Really hard to kind of try and play a strong side, and I love this early setup. They know Golden Guardians, this is so dangerous with Braum level 1.
All you
get
need
some
is the
poke down,
passive.
but much better this time around for Golden Guardians. Didn't have to blow any summoners to try and live through this one, and it makes it really tough for Rosethorn. Do you really want to try and play through Niles? It looks like maybe what'll happen is finish off on these camps and then meet up in the mid lane, try to unlock this Aurelia after maybe try to blow a summoner out from Tuesday, but we'll have to see what comes from it.
Yeah, I think they have kind of conceded. I think with the Ornn pick, it was like, all right, well, it's going to be kind of reminiscent of last game. We're just going to be duking it out back and forth until we get a few items, until we're able to affect things across the map. Level 2 advantage does go over to Golden Guardians. A nice little chomp on a newbie, and a good satchel charge means that Ryan
How
might
broken
be
is this
a scary
champion?
position. That is going to be concussive blows that lands, though.
Oh
There's a
my
piercing arrow
God.
that Raheen can find. That might be first blood. It's not going to come through yet, though.
Being in a mobile AD carry in a Trundle meta is so just like, it hurts because now Raheen is actually in a really dangerous spot up against this wall. If Newbie and them can try to find the kill, they don't have ignites, so it's a little bit more dangerous. You can just try to put that the Trundle pillar behind Raheen, and now he's stuck, might have to blow the flash, but all of that mana expended so early on, forcing a recall here. Even if Zeus tried to freeze this wave, it shouldn't matter all that much because Prisma will just TP back to this lane, but Newbie will be missing out on some experience. So try to take a look at what the pathing is here for this board. Are they going to come straight back to lane or look to try to get some early wards, put down that control ward somewhere in the river?
And even though it was dangerous, for Raheen at that point, it was really good recognition too, in that Prismal very, very low, and you got to stay in this lane. You have the safety of the heal, and so that was something that Prismal also recognized. They're like, all right, yeah, we could potentially get a dive in onto Raheen. We could potentially get some good damage in, but there's a heal still available on the side as well as a flash. So having no heal on GGA's bottom side means that they get the recall, they get to TP in, and that eventually is going to force Raheen out of some experience and some creep.
Ooh. Top lane, wet noodle fight. You love to see it. Just is going to regenerate that off with the gray health. Tom Kench has been a menace in top lane. Every time I play against this champion, I feel bad about myself because I'm just like, 30th time I've queued up against this champion, run against me, and kill.
Ooh.
We'll have to see what happens now. Zeus here, potential gank, going to be dissuaded thanks to the satchel bomb there from Prismal, but Rosethorn here to try to cover. This is a huge wave for them to crash, and if Rosethorn is here for the gank,
no.
Griffin, don't finish it! Oh no!
The recall went through! Rosethorn's gonna be able to go in. The stun comes down. Prismal and Newbie. Oh, the nice pillar, but it will be a W
Good.
by Rhino to hop back onto a minion, save his life. A good attempt there that looked
Maybe.
really spicy with Griffin recalling.
It was really close, and yeah, with Griffin finishing that recall, I think honestly Zeus got out with a lot more than maybe they should have been allowed to there. You maybe want to try to get that onto Raheen and try to force that flash. Now with heal down, it's a little bit better. It means that the poke will start to stick more and more, but right now it is just Golden Guardians trying to find something in the early game with this composition, with this Trundle. Rosethorn not finding all that much success, but still, looking at Zeus, what is Griffin looking for? Pathing towards top side, finished out on the Raptors, and can be here to cover Alorum as this wave is about to hit the turret. They know that Rosethorn is coming from bot side, so either has skipped a camp or will be waiting in wait in the minions.
Well, there are a lot of different options here for them. But Tuesday is clearly where
Holy.
Zeus is going to want to get the pressure, though. Rhino has made the move up, and you've got the recalls coming through. So it's a nice push there from Rhino to try to be undetected. Fortunately for him, though, Unvi is just a little too far back. Tuesday completely out of mana, so no opportunity there. And Brahm's just going to have to head back down, meet back up with Varus, and see what they can do here without Trundle in the opposition.
We saw this again, and I want to give praise over to Rhino, who's done a fantastic job so far in this series, trying to just cover for Tuesday. They have an idea as to where Rosethorn can be, ideally, and just trying to protect that. Now, we're going to see it from Golden Guardians, going for a dive under the turret. Lorum has double sums.
Sums, nobody is there quick enough, but Tuesday does have a teleport available. It's not going to be committed. Niles just stands there and says, yeah, absolutely, I will take those tower shots for you. No response at all. It's just going to be pressure in the mid lane and the dragon taken by Zeus. So I think they're okay with Lorum actually being the distractor there.
Good time to get that crash in. It is only about a wave, and it looks like 2 plates there for Niles. Yunbi getting torn up between the mid and support for Zeus, but that was a really dangerous play. They spent a lot of time under turret, and Tuesday could have made the TP play. Golden Guardians getting lucky that the rest of Zeus were not in position or not willing to waste those resources. Or I'm probably saying, guys, just let me die. We're getting the Drake in the interim. So we'll miss out on a Krug camp, but it's a trade.
They want to stop this so badly. You had, they saw that Rosethorn moved out, took that red buff as soon as it spawned. So, of course, Griffin's like, I want ours. I need ours. Rosethorn might be in a dangerous position here. That root's going to come through. Flash away will not help you. Griffin picks that up, says, hey, you know what? I'll take my red buff back, actually, and I'll top it off with yours.
Thank you for the leash, I guess. Like, they did all the damage to it. It reset. Rosethorn recognizing that maybe having to get a little bit more out of that play than they did. And with a return kill there for Zeus, they got very aggressive with it, right? You saw that Rise was able to move first, and the entirety of the team for Zeus, minus a top laner, make it over to the play. So punishing Rosethorn no longer has flash. Viego is a little bit more susceptible if they try to find a kill, but we're seeing now all of the members are recalling here for Zeus. Are they going to try to redeploy it back out onto the map and go for this Rift Herald? They have to know that there's something up that Golden Guardians are going to want to do it.
Look at the finished boots as well. Raheen and Rhino both deciding to finish up the Swifty boots first. Clearly it's a mobile team that they have here in all of Zeus. The slowest portion is Raheen by far, and then Rhino to follow that one up here. So that's going to give them a little bit more opportunity to roam around the map, especially with how invasive they've been into the enemy jungle. We can see the deep wards that they've been placing, and with some of these objectives coming up relatively soon.
That's just fun. It's always funny to me to see this. Rhino might be caught out here. Can jump to Tuesday. Ultimate comes out.
That's not the one that you want caught out, though. It will be Yunbi. Rhino is actually going to pick up the kill there. Call of the Forge God doesn't really help in any way.
Realm Warp here.
Realm Warp is going to go directly behind them. Newbie's going to get split off here. Not too much done. The route on to Niles. Tries to use a Blasco, but actually takes himself with them. He's going to flash over the wall. Griffin and Rhino taking the long route. Alorum and Raheen trying to keep Prismal and Newbie away. The Blasco sent off, or the satchel charge, sorry, sent off there to get Raheen away. And now it is once again just Zeus infiltrating the enemy's jungle.
They may be routed. Let's see it.
Oh, another flash over by Newbie. Niles trying to get in on here. What an ultimate, though, from Yunbi. Re-engages onto this one. A beautiful ultimate to follow it up there from a Rosethorn as well. That's a heartbreaker if I ever saw one. Triple kill, though, goes to Yunbi.
What are Zeus doing? You already had this play, and this is a great start for Zeus. You don't need to go for all this. This is them being incredibly greedy. You already had to force your TP into mid lane, and you were late to the Rift Herald play. That alone should have just called this off, but they overstay, Yunbi's able to respawn TP from the mid lane, and they're losing a lot for this. You can't quite see it in the picture-in-picture, but the bot lane is starting to stack for Golden Guardians. They will have that. Alorum has to answer it and use his TP, so they lose out on a lot of resources, give up some turrets in the trade. Golden Guardians correctly punishing, but I think Zeus being a little bit desperate to get some more out of that play.
That's going to be great for Golden Guardians. They don't have the first dragon of the game, but going into game number 2, having lost the first round overall, they've at least found themselves a little bit over a 2k gold lead at 1040. That's not too bad. Nothing too insane, nothing exceptional, but at least putting Zeus behind a little bit. And I really love this Ornn pickup at the end coming from Niles, doing a fantastic job against Alorum, and then Rosethorn has put a little bit more focus and pressure there into the top side, just letting Prismal and Newbie do their thing down bot, and then supporting mid when it's necessary. But Yunbi, once again, is just popping off. I mean, this player is really one to constantly keep eyes on with such a deep champion pool as well, which is why you rarely see them try to ban out Yunbi. It's just not possible.
Yumbi literally plays it all. Plays Lulu, plays Karma, can play the LeBlanc and the Lucian and the Aurelia, just does everything. Can play melees, can play ranged, everything that you would want out of a mid lane player. And coming out of Amateur was looking like a really nice prospect when we saw them in Scouting Ground. So good to see that the kind of the system has worked for Golden Guardians and sticking with a majority of their crew split to split. They're trying to see if they can make a play onto Yunbi here. TP's coming in.
Is coming in. Newbies there as well as Rosethorn. It is just going to be a realm warp away, though. Zeus does not want to participate in that fight. They were not as collected as they wanted to be in Tuesday. They take just a little bit too much damage at the start there.
They want to protect this turret, but look at this right now. Ornn is getting alone time in the top lane. It's good for the Ornn King to get a little bit of solo experience and some gold and continue to apply pressure to Zeus topside, which they've almost completely abandoned. We're only 12 minutes in, and there's almost a tier 2 being taken, all ready for the side of Golden Guardians. They're going to trade it for this Drake. So Zeus, recognizing they're going to get outscaled with the Ornn and with the Ziggs on the enemy team, so they need to start the Drake stack soon. 5 minutes on the next Drake. That is a Vanguard's Edge going a little bit wide.
Beautiful stun there, and oh my goodness, Prismal is going to take that one away, but majority of the damage done by Yunbi. Prismal will end up going down.
Wow.
Tower aggro is applied, and Rhino picks up another kill using the Ignite.
They are just... The fact that the Ignite finds the kill there is probably really unfortunate, but they got what they wanted, I think. They got a kill onto Tuesday, and they're setting Yunbi up for success. Same thing, Prismal is just... That's unfortunate.
Look at the kills, though. The majority of the kills in the game on the side of Zeus is
support diff.
Is
That's what you just gotta say. Support diff.
You've got 2 of the 3 kills going over to Braum. Only 1 kill participation for Raheen actually in that assist. So that's 2 kills that Braum has gotten, or at least one of those kills, sorry, that Braum has gotten and to support without being around Raheen. We have seen a lot of really solid roam, and Raheen has not been able to do much to support the rest of the team here. Bit unfortunate to see that, but this is kind of the Ziggs we were expecting out of Prismal in game number 1, really coming through, throwing out those bombs as soon as they become available, and the pressure is starting to build underneath Zeus to find a way to really stop Niles and Rosethorn and Yunbi from just growing massive.
Yeah, and I like this adaptation from Raheen, recognizing, look, if we're going to have to try and play a scaling game, we recognize how slow it's gone. Actually, is going to go for the on-hit build. It's going to need the Kraken Slayer if they're going to want to have a chance to, blow up either a newbie or Yunbi or Niles. So if they want to try and kill these champions, needs to go for the on-hit build, recognizing that they're going to get into some pretty heavy team fighting later. And Golden Guardians are telling Zeus where they have to be at all times. You see that Raheen, before that play, had to go and answer the bot wave, had to try and at least get something for it, and so they pushed it out. We have a Rift Herald spawning up soon, as well as the Dragon in about 2.5 minutes. So let's see where Golden Guardians are headed towards first. I'm sure that they are itching right now to try and get something in the mid lane, but this trio from Zeus are trying to make that not a reality.
Nice amount of pressure. You got the split lane potential as well with Yunbi in such a quick champion in Aurelia to also be able to escape and evade. She's one of my favorites to watch split push, just because she's so quick to be in and out. I mean, she'll push your lane and take a tower and be gone before you can even get into the lane to catch up to her. So all the ultimates are currently available for everyone on board right now. You've got the majority of summoner spells up across the board. Zeus a little bit down on that one, but still, this could be a massive fight if it ends up being a 5v5. Doesn't look like Zeus is going to try to counter this one, though. They have 2 members up toward the top trying to push back out in response. So that pressure from GGA on top side and from Niles has been very helpful.
It's just so deep right now that Alorum is going to have to be the one to answer. And this turret is getting chipped away at. You see that Ziggs is just slowly getting in. Either it's a minion wave or just a few caster minions or even an auto attack onto this turret, and it will get into execution range as more cancel the back out from Raheen. Very cheeky. Minute and a half before this dragon. Let's see. I want to see what they can do with this Rift Herald. They can put it down in mid, or try to put this down in bot lane, try to make this a much longer lane on the side lanes, and force out some potential summoner spells. Now that with this kind of recall that's been canceled here, Prismal has alone time on this turret. Prismal, walk up. I guess they don't want to walk up for it. I guess they can't now because Rhino and Alorum are here, but
yeah.
You still got 50 seconds. You still have TP on both of your on both of your solo laners here, so right now, Zeus are in a little bit of a holding pattern. It's not that much of a gold lead for themselves. They have finished some of their first items, so this team fight probably going to be the one to break open the game.
Yeah, that's the hope. I mean, again, with all of these ultimates available, all of these summoner spells available, we're really looking at a potentially explosive fight. And I'm not just talking about the fact that Prismal is on Ziggs here. Another dragon as well. When it comes to that, in 25 seconds, Zeus, obviously, very high priority, wanting to snag this one and be at soul point. There is no ward here, actually, so Newbie's going to be able to walk out. That's just a few there from Rhino, and Zeus has to split up in a way. They were hoping that Golden Guardians would come down through the top border from the mid side of the river there. They have a vision ward in that bush. They also have one on the bottom side right here. And that was not the case. Golden Guardians being very smart and really anticipating Zeus plays.
And right now, I think they're just going to be willing to give this up. You see this, they're just recognizing, hey, we can't do much on this play right now. We can't answer the dragon. We need to answer this Rift Herald that just crashed our tier 1 mid lane. Alorum, staying on the top side, wants to get this wave in under the turret. Maybe they try to make a play into their bot side jungle. They don't want to give up more of this quadrant than they have to, and they want to try and protect Tuesday under this turret. TP's coming through.
Here comes Call the Forge God, but it's going to be Rhino's shield that blocks that one away. A big pop-up onto Alorum, has to flash over the wall. Griffin decides to engage. There's going to get the dragon kick away onto Niles. Yubi, though, from the other side, finds one, gets shut down by, no surprise, the killer himself of Rhino with the Ignite. I'm dying.
All right.
I'm dying, Alk. This is ridiculous.
From 100% KP and is the kill leader for the team. They still want this turret, but the wave is getting deleted by Zeus. The fact that they try to go for that dive, it was a little bit messy. As soon as that Ornn ultimate gets canceled, I think if you're on the side of Golden Guardians, you're saying, look, we got the TP out from Alorum. We can back off. We don't need to do all that much. But you see this, I wonder if maybe Prismal will try to get try to cancel some recalls, but I mean, the fact that there is even an even trade there for Zeus is a positive for them. We get to have this replay here. And right here, great play from Rhino to block this out with the Unbreakable. But from here, I think Golden Guardians should just back off. Maybe you just make this singular pick onto Alorum. Yumbi, seeing blood in the water, blood in his eyes, wants to try and get this. They get the reset, but just trading kills and trading over gold over to the side of Zeus, and they don't even get the turret for that. So Zeus able to hold on just that much longer and not really utilize some of the effectiveness that we expect coming out from a Ziggs here.
Luckily for them, though, they have been able to stall out the lead that Golden Guardians has found for themselves here. We can see, oh, actually right there, you can see over the last 5 plus almost 10 minutes, they actually have really just stalled them out at 3,000, not able to push themselves over that. So while Golden Guardians, has kind of seemed to have their thumb on Zeus in a lot of these plays, Zeus has not allowed it to run wild here. And Creep has a lot to do with that. Obviously, in the mid lane, we can see that Tuesday, who is known for constantly having one of the most exceptional creep scores in the
Credentials.
game. My goodness.
Okay.
Yeah,
That
thank you
works
so
too.
much. But Prismal is still at the top, or sorry, Unity is still at the top with damage. Prismal almost the exact same amount. So it's a nice, good split that is coming from Golden Guardians. And a lot of ferocity here.
They're going to have to try to cash in on some of this advantage right now because Yunbi has a lot of gold like we just saw. Same thing with Prismal, but if they can't cash in with it, then it kind of means nothing. We'll have to see now as they're trying to find this onto Alorum, just some early trading, and I mean it's you're playing Aurelia versus Alorum right now. You're not gonna be able to do much versus Tom Kench for the time being. Maybe a few more items is building out for that wit's end and will be much more of a nuisance to try to deal with for Tuesday.
Yeah, and ended up, I mean, take a look at Tom Kench's build as well. So
There you go.
Not exactly what you want and not what is standard.
We want the turret.
For
we want the
Alorum.
turret.
It's going to be 4 members that decide to go in on this. Griffin is there, as well as Ryan of the turret goes down, though, and Alorum is going to be the target here. The Glacial Fissure comes out through the backside. It won't be enough. Oh, Niles takes that one. It will be 1 hit onto Rhino. Rosethorn going forward with the Abyssal dive after picking up a little bit of Tom Kench abilities right there. But there's not a lot of damage that has gone on to Golden Guardians here. At this point, it's Zeus having to back up. Yes, they can add some pressure, but Golden Guardians now are just going to be able to clear up this quadrant of the enemy's jungle and back out, spend their gold.
That feels like a much better executed version of the play we saw a couple minutes ago when they were
Yeah.
diving onto that bot tier 1. They got the kill onto Alorum, check, and they were finally able to grab the turret this time. So now with Prismal, I think he's been sitting on a back for a really long time, probably going to be finishing up the Seraphs, if not getting very close to it. There you go, has the needlessly large rod here, and will be TPing back for the advantage 45 seconds before the Drake spawns. Will put Zeus potentially at a soul point, but Golden Guardians probably not willing to try to give this up unless they're willing to make a trade elsewhere. The bot lane is looking good for them, but right now both teams are fighting for mid priority.
Fighting hard at that. Yeah, it's just a constant sway back and forth, though, when you have champions like this, when you've got a lot of poke down, you've got so much burst through on Tuesday, and then, you know, same kind of thing from Prismal and UV. So it's going to be whoever decides to start this fight. Golden Guardians look to be in a pretty happy position here, having broken apart all of Zeus. The front line is here, coming through towards the mid side. A nice Q there, Blade of the Ruin King onto Griffin from Rosethorn, but now Golden Guardians find themselves split. It's a nice attempt
Alorum's
there
caught.
to try to get the ultimate. Glacial Fissure didn't go through. Alorum taking a lot of damage. Call the Forge Guard, gonna knock up 2 members on the backside. The Vanguard's edge used on Tuesday. Yunbi continuing to try to get this. Oh
That's a
my
solo.
goodness! You can't get away from that one if Yunbi is on your back. Rosethorn will end
Oh
up
my
going down here. Rhino so very low. Griffin just trying to escape from this one, has to flash over the tower, but that's going to send the remaining 4 members of Golden Guardians away. They do find a successful fight, though, in a 2-1.
Alorum getting caught out there is so big for them. Misses out on the satchel bomb there, but we saw that the entire fight, as they take this dragon, I think we'll have a replay coming up rather soon, Ziggs bomb just completely annihilates the backline of Zeus. You see that Raheen is so low, is not able to do any damage, and I was looking for what Tuesday can do. So right here, Alorum getting caught out, thinks he can get away with the Abyssal Dive, but a Spectral Maul stun from Rosethorn is so huge, and you can see on the side lanes right there that they are building in favor of Golden Guardians, so Zeus being very pressured. And we already saw that bomb come through. It knocks Rhino and Raheen to sub 50% HP, and it makes it that much easier for them to go. This, at this point, is, I think, Rosethorn getting a little hyphy, trying to go for some more plays, but the fact that they're able to find more kills off the back of that play and the dragon means that Golden Guardians are going to feel really confident with where they're standing in the game.
Feeling pretty good. Still 0 towers, too, for Zeus. And Golden Guardians
fun.
have found pressure here in every single lane. A lot of that actually coming from the early pressure that Niles was able to put up because they had Alorum come down for so many of the bottom lane plays. They didn't end up being successful enough. Clearly not. The big thing, too, to consider, Alorum, I don't think I've ever seen him playing the Tom Kench at this far behind, really, in general, ever. 0-5-1. Over half of the deaths on the side of Zeus, which, you know, maybe a little bit of a saving grace. But then the other member who has the next most deaths is Tuesday. And it's not something you want. Yunbi not going to be able to get that one off, though.
You can be feeling rather, you know, we do a little bit of trolling here. You know, just wants to try and maybe find the flaws to it. The changes to it make it incredibly slow, which we've seen time and time again. But we're seeing it now. This is an interesting build from Newbie. We're going for Imperial Mandate on the Trundle. So every time we use the pillar or we get a slow off with our Q, boom, you get an Imperial Mandate proc. And with someone like Ziggs who can use it so excellently, it just makes sense. It's a little bit less of a tankier build, especially with no Aftershock and just sitting here with the Guardian. But right now, it's there to punish. We can sap all of the resistances using our Subjugate. I think it's a really cool build and a really interesting one that we'll get to see. Touching on your point for Alorum, if there's someone that I want to have like no resources and be like super down on gold, I would prefer it not to be one of my members. But Tom Kench is like, at this point, you have transformed your role instead of a backline peeler to just, I am here to devour one person and that's it. So hopefully we see that now coming out from them in the future team fights. 2 Ocean Drakes to their name. Golden Guardians are feeling very, very good right now and continuing to push their lead.
Certainly are. And, you know, you got the, finally the mythic item has been built for Alorum. Ended up going with the anathema. I still don't know what the proper word is.
Anathema. So anathema's a real word. Anathema's a real word.
Oh,
it's just it's a play on words. It's a play on words.
You know what? I don't feel too bad. I did a cast with Turtle for Rocket League. He did not realize nefarious was a real word. So that one, I don't feel too bad about anathema because that's initially how I'd say it. But I've heard it said both ways. So thank you, Al. Do you know what it means? What does it mean?
Anathema is like the bane to so like anathema's change, right? Is that you hold a grudge towards someone, and that's why you do more damage or you take less damage from them, and they take more CC from you. So it's in line English speaking wise for the word, and might have to hold out on an English lesson here.
That was enough. I think we got it. You know.
ENG 1101 here on UGP.
Yeah. There you go. Thank you for that. The human dislike. That's what I'm seeing. So. I like that. All right, cool. Thank you for that. I'm not sure if I hope other people aren't like.
I have to flame Cubby every time because Cubby over on the Academy cast does this all the time. He calls it anathemas, and I roast him for it without fail. So good. Maybe we can get cross stream referencing here.
There we go. I do love Cubby though. You know, you can only roast him for so many things before it just feels bad. Still, no towers for Zeus, but again, I mean. Look how far it feels. Golden Guardians is ahead. And you're looking at 46-42, just barely over 4,000 gold in favor of GGA. So even throughout all of this in the last 7.5 minutes, it's been 1,000 gold. That's all the Golden Guardians have been able to take from this. We're getting close to 28 minutes now into this game. So those death timers are going to start getting longer and longer. As things start, I mean, we're going to start to need to see some things happen.
They have to sneak this.
And that is something right there. It's not going to be so sneaky though. As it gets spotted out, the teleport coming through. Niles going and call the Forge God to try to get the kill. No, the red team does take it, but that's going to be one Baron buff down. Raheen will be the next target here. A stopwatch coming out from Rosethorn as Newbie tries to get in on this one. A flash away from Tuesday, but the blast cone actually sends Rhino back into the fight. That's okay. Nobody on the side of Golden Guardians was able to pull that off. So only one member lost the Baron buff in that fight.
Oh man, that is so huge for them. They didn't quite sweep it out, and they are just barely able to get that because Rosethorn is not there. It was getting very dicey. I mean, Prismo had already thrown over the Mega Inferno Bomb, so that would have stopped them. I don't know if this saves the game for Zeus. It certainly buys them maybe a little bit more time with how tanky some of these minions can get. But with a third Ocean Drake, you have to start thinking who's going to be building heal reduction, and that's just gold that you're spending on items that aren't directly applying a ton more damage to your build. So have to watch what Zeus can do here from here on out. It'll buy them a little bit of time. If they would have gotten that Baron on the side of Golden Guardians with Ziggs being so strong, and with I mean Yunbi at this point being a veritable 1v9 threat, you have to be careful. You would have thought maybe would have been the end of the game there. So Zeus, I love the creative problem solving from them, but let's see if they can connect this to a comeback win here in game 2.
I mean, they're trying their hardest. They have 2 more towers now since they have pushed forward. So the mid and the bottom side giving them a lot of good priority on the dragon, and they are currently sitting at 3 Ocean Souls right now. That Baron buff is going to be very effective, though, for Zeus here in the bottom lane. That means that 3 members from Golden Guardians are going to have to come tend to this. Oh my goodness.
There we go, we're
it's
fighting.
It's Shades of Corruption, followed by Glacial Fissure. Back goes Griffin. The Dragon Kick doesn't get them out, and it's not going to be a secondary hit here.
Realm
by
Warp coming
Niles
in.
because he goes down. Alarim is going to barely stay alive. Rosethorn trying to come through here. Now has a few abilities from Lee Sin, but takes too much damage on the backside. Oh my god, but Prismal, the damage dealt absolutely nutty. Does not have the Mega Inferno
Oh my
up.
god.
And Alorum is so very, very low, trying to look for something here. It is going to be the Harrowed Path that gets a little bit of speed here, but a nice little slow onto Rosethorn from Rhino. Rhino's actually going to sit here. In the meantime, though, Yunbi is pressuring up the top, and
He's out.
or the mid lane, and Prismal is on the way through. They could not get the kill. It was a successful recall from Rhino there.
Okay, so all of that play is just on the fact that they have numbers advantage in the play. We saw that Yunbi immediately said, look, do not die. I want to go for this. And they're going to try and cut off. I don't know if we're going to be able to replay here. Yunbi is now getting cut off with a TP behind. We see them coming in now. I think Yunbi should be fine with his team here to back them up. Might go for a re-engage.
Got the Flawless Duet is going to come out with the Vanguard's Edge to follow that one up, but that's a lot of damage being dealt to Yunbi, who will end up
They're
going
winning
down
this.
here to Griffin.
So reset.
Oh, a flash forward, though, means Yunbi will find one. Prismal gets in, and Rosethorn manages to take one down using Raheem's face, I suppose.
All right, so trying to cut off Yunbi there, it gets the kill onto Aurelia. But I think that they could try to go for a little bit more of a death march, maybe take an inhibitor turret, or maybe start to take another turret here as the bot wave is on time. They will take this inhibitor and start to focus down Zeus, looking for a game 2 victory here. That play into the bot side, I'm sure the desk will probably talk about it at one point, but the numbers advantage that they had and the fact that Yunbi didn't join, being such a large portion of their gold, means that Zeus are able to find a small team fight victory there, but make another, what seems like desperate, aggressive play, trying to find Yunbi, ends up with multiple members down, and thankfully for them, their inhibitor alive.
Yeah, just barely, and that is actually due to the fact that only Niles was able to hit that. Obviously not going to be doing a lot of auto damage. You got regular minions. These aren't Baron empowered minions. They're not super minions, obviously, because you're hitting an inhibitor there. And so Golden Guardians was like, all right, Niles, you do what you can here. Try to take this inhib. The remaining members went down to the bottom and at least got the bottom inhibitor turret. So, you know, it was still, they didn't get the inhib, but I do think it was a smart split there by Golden Guardians to say, okay, we can either take the inhib and then leave, or we can get as much damage to the inhib as possible, take the bottom inhib tower, and then take off at that point.
Looking fantastic so far. We'll have to see what they can do with this pressure now, because they do have some flank wars behind them. If Tuesday is able to do something in a side lane, potentially, but they're all grouping up for this. They recognize on the side of Zeus that this is Soul Point. If they get the Ocean Soul, all of their work has been for naught. Maybe they try to make a pick onto Yunbi here. Flash is coming up. We'll have that available to them soon. Realm Warp. Uh-oh.
Oh,
Group?
it is going to be a root on to Yunbi, followed up with the Shades of Corruption, followed up with the Glacial Fissure. That is 3 ultimates used just to get Yunbi, and it's going to have to be recalls now from this bottom side of Zeus, as all of Golden Guardians, or the remainder of Golden Guardians, is breaking into the base here. It is going to be just the inhibitor. That's it. There's no more recall. They're going to turn over to the dragon, but hey, guys, Golden Guardians just wanted the inhib. That is their dragon.
They're on their way. The wave, the inhibitor wave, will not be there with the super minions on time for this objective. 10 seconds before the dragon is spawned. And what is available to them? Prismal does not have flash, and Niles does not have Call of the Forge God. Important cooldowns to note as we get ready for this dragon fight. Zeus on the line here for their life in game 2. Can they grab this, and will it matter?
Coming through, and it's gonna be a steal! No way! No kills come through. They're gonna leave it at that. That is our Soul Point. I said that's what they were thinking, and they managed to make it work. We gotta see a replay of that to see exactly what hit it. Was it? I think it might have just been the Q from Rosethorn.
He ulted over. He ulted over with the Heartbreaker, smited, and then flashed over the wall. Something. It was close, but I don't think we're gonna have time to replay it. There's a fight.
I wasn't sure if it was the smite, but it looks like Rosethorn is gonna pinch off to the other side. Alorb has to flash into the red buff there. That's not gonna be a secondary hit, thanks to the Unbreakable Shield from Rhino, as the Call of Forge God doesn't come through Crystal going to burn the zone, use Hourglass. Rhino jumping in front of Alorum here. Raheem trying to take that blast going over the wall. It didn't work out. Rosethorn's going to throw out a little crab emote. Oh, but Raheem's doing way too much damage. Rosethorn, you either need to turn around or you're going to die, or the rest of the team needs to come back and help. And no way, he broke the vision. He's going to come back and
I think he's just delaying the base. He's delaying it.
The harrowed path. He's just trying to throw off Raheem, prevent him from being able to recall and come back into the game. And that will be it. It took 35 minutes, but Golden Guardians ties things up in game number 2.
Wow. Okay. And it went their way. It's exactly what we saw from the early game there, but a little bit of some heroic plays and still proactive plays coming out from Zeus. Even when down and out, you can't quite count them out of that game. They grab the Baron, save themselves a few minutes, but all in all, they make a few too many aggressive plays in the early game, and we get to see it later on where they get caught out. They're not in the right position, and it feels like they were all scrambling to try and find all these different kills. Raheen never could have time to sit, plant his feet, and do the damage that the Varus with his on-hit build is required to. Yunbi makes that incredibly difficult when you're this far ahead on the Aurelia. And Ryze, Tuesday's trying on the Ryze, but the Ziggs is making that impossible. So Ziggs alongside Viego make it so difficult for any of these DPS members to kind of do their job. So looking forward to what we get in game 3. And I mean, we're at a tied series now. It's 1-1 here for Golden Guardians.
It is. Tied series to start things off. I love it when that happens, because that means that everybody kind of goes in with, all right, this is a best of 3 now. No longer a best of 5. We're just going in as though only 3 games to play. Only 2 more wins basically locks it in here for these guys. So it is good to see. I gotta say, I would love to see the attempt at, if Zeus does decide to pick the blue side here, I want to see Golden Guardians ban out Viego in the first phase. So far, just the amount that the win percentage that this guy has in Unified Grand Prix alone is enough to just say, let's not try to counter it. Let's just take it out. So that would be my one suggestion. We are going to take a very quick break. We're going to we're the casters. We're going to analyst desk, actually. So we're going to go check in with the analyst desk. Again, let those big brains break it down for us, and then we will be taking a quick break after that.
Thank you, Jolly, and welcome back to Read. First and foremost, man, why would you ban the Viego? Because we got a good thing running here, man. Because, even from yesterday all the way to today, whichever team has the Viego has a 100% win rate, except for that one game, which GGA decided to.
We won't talk about
win.
That.
No, sure, we're fine.
Yeah,
that
what
game
game
doesn't exist anymore. I never played League of Legends before in my entire life. Exactly. But what matters right now is that in this game here, 2B, Zeus also had the game in their hands. Things with an early game going beautifully. Chef's kiss. Remy was whipping up something good. And then suddenly they decided, what if we just chill?
Chilled is kind of a good way to put it. And I think chilled in the wrong place is probably a more accurate statement, because what happens around the 9-minute mark, and we got a replay that's going to show exactly how that went down. I believe it was after Zeus end up losing Rift Herald. They get a pick onto Yunbi, who ends up on the gray screen. And the problem that's going to come through after this skirmish is that even though Yunbi is no longer part of the picture, you're going to see Zeus after this fight walk into the blue side jungle. And at this point, they're just trying to walk them out. The Realm Warp is committed. And they say, okay, you know what? What if we just took the blue buff? What if we just took the Gromp? They can't do anything about this, right? But what they don't pay attention to is that Yunbi is 1 second from spawning, and he is basically going to join the fight. He TPs to the mid lane turret, and he comes in and just demolishes the rest of the team. He picks up a triple kill, and if you really want to pick a point where this pivots away from Zeus, I think this is where it started.
Yeah,
exactly.
Man, totally. 100% agree. And one of the things in the early game that, you're going to run into occasionally is, something that people call death tempo. And especially one of the things in amateur that people see, or fail to take into account, is TP timers, and also just how short those death timers are early in the game. A lot of the times when you're the one making the proactive pick in the first 8 to 9 minutes of the game, you're usually the one that has to concede control in the next sequence, because the enemy team is going to be able to actually just have short death timer and then just get right back on the map, especially with a TP like that.
And the biggest thing right there as well is, I believe Dimitri also pointed out there too, that during that time, the side waves as well were pushing in GG's favor. So afterwards, Zeus had to expunge so many resources to just try to catch up on everything they lost for just what was simply a 30-second overextension. And simply from there, they bled across the entire map. And that bleeding did not stop here, Zoo, until we got to that Baron.
Yeah, totally. And the game was definitely within grasp, but they were definitely in the passenger seat, if we're going to continue to use driver and passenger analogies here. But, really just finding kind of like a cheeky Baron pull going over the blast plant in the back. That's something, it's kind of like your standard way of cheesing a Baron. No wards really in the river, and then they're able to pull pretty quickly. One of the things to notice here is that Varus is actually on hit. So he's able to pull, burn through the Baron pretty quickly. And then Rise is also able to hit the Baron pretty effectively as well. So they're able to burn it, get out. Most people survive, and then they're able to just kind of stem the bleeding a bit. You notice all their waves are getting pushed in. So most of the Baron is really just going to be to collect minions, get their waves pushed out back to neutral, maybe try to control one side of the map. But I think they're only 3-4K down at that point, so the game is definitely salvageable. Golden Guardians do a good job chasing, using their good waves. But, overall, just a smart, creative play to get yourself back into the game.
Yeah, and it was nice too because getting that Baron, like you said, really helped them close the gap. At that point, not a lot of turrets were taken, but because of the timing, because you traded that Baron for what was going to be the Ocean Soul point, not much amount of time later, you basically have the timers between these neutral objectives synced up. What that means is that the fourth Ocean Drake for GGA comes through here around the Baron timer, but both teams have to fight for this objective, and when it seems like Zeus are going to have it, it gets stolen away. This was literally the only chance left. Zoo, you were even talking about when we were watching, realistically, you can give away the dragon and go for the Baron if you are GGA, but they end up getting to have their cake and eat it too.
It was actually a little bit, it was actually the opposite way, where it's like, no, Ocean Soul is definitely what you would want to prioritize. So it was a little bit concerning that they were able to, or that they were, pushed out of river, but really good by Rosethorn to be able to, kind of clean that up. If you get that Ocean Soul, you're going to be able to, sustain really, really well. You're going to be able to eventually push them out, maybe control that Baron. And again, you have pretty solid wave clear if you're a Golden Guardian. So if the Baron waves come to you, you're hanging out, you're chilling. But overall, Rosethorn did a good job. It's one of the things that we talked about with Viego in general, is just like Viego compared to something like a Lee Sin or an Olaf. If you fall behind in the early game, you're not going to be as useful. Viego generally scales pretty well later in the game. He had that hiccup where he got picked in the jungle around 8 minutes, but then, makes up for it super, super well, steals soul. And overall, I think he had a pretty good game.
Across the board right now, though, I said it before, we'll say it again here, man. Like, Silent controls, Viego picks, and what right now GG are bringing to the table is definitely all part of their game plan. We've seen them improve over this across the entire tournament, and ever since that match with Resolve, it's only gotten better. But right now, with it only being kind of 1-to-1, right, we've seen some very different sides of both of these teams. But as of right now, Zoo is definitely still holding strong, still trying to find ways to get back into the game. And now that we have an actual series on our hands, I'm excited to see what more we can get as we continue forward. But for now, we're going to cut it to a short break, and when we come back, we'll have more game for y'all. See you soon.
Alrighty, we're back. I got my headset on just in time. So, game number 3. This is a best of 5 here today. Of course, if you've been tuning into the Academy stream as well, you will be able to tune into game number 2 of TSM Academy versus Dignitas Academy. Dig has lost the first game. TSM is 1 up on that, but in our case, we're looking a little better for a run of 5 games potentially, because we have game number 1 here taken pretty dominantly by Zeus, and then game number 2, it took quite a while. It was a 35-minute game, but Golden Guardians Academy did manage to sneak that one out. And I'll reiterate it again, Alec, before I pass it to you. What I want to see from Golden Guardians Academy here in this game, they're on red side. Just ban Viego first phase. Just ban it. Yeah, well, okay, there's the Zin ban. The Aurelia ban to take away from UB, that's a nice respect ban. And once again, they don't want Prismal to get that Ziggs 3 times in a row. They're also going to take away the Ezreal here. And yes, thank God, I love you. I love you, Golden Guardians, so much. They banned the Viego. Oh my goodness. Yup. Very early on, it is going to be a hover onto that Lee Sin. We know Rosethorn loves Lee Sin and does an exceptional job. Just into that Viego, it was not working out. So gonna lock it in for this one at least. And having the Zin banned out is a really, really good option there. That's kind of an indicator, especially with Viego, that they do want to actually bring in Lee Sin. And Alec, are you muted again?
I got it. It's fine. It happened. I got it.
Yeah, poor production. Of course, it doesn't happen until later on. But, you know, we got the Trundle. All right. I'm really digging this. I'm really digging the early lock-ins here.
Oh, ooh, well, okay, we got the Graves. We were talking about getting early lock-ins. I wanted to see it from them, and depending on what they pick here, they can pick their support since they have an idea as to where this Trundle will be going. But they can send Graves into the mid lane, which we've seen time and time again. They even let Thresh through, so picking up their bot lane duo with their jungle, very, very strong, can stay very safe with this Thresh, and Graves hopefully going to have another carry performance like we saw in that Counter Logic Gaming Academy set. So looking towards GGA, what is their answer? They go for the Ashe versus the Varus. So still keeping their options open. We can see Trundle go to the top side, but more than unlikely here. Second set of bans, what are they looking for? Mid lane has to be the pool. Rise still available. Syndra still there. You're bringing out all of the tennis balls out back there.
He does. He's got 2 now. He got 2 balls, buddy. What are you thinking? I don't know. I don't know how he feels about this one. I have decided, though, I didn't actually get the pet prediction in on this one. This is my roommate's puppy. He's a big sweetheart. His name's Newton. So what I'm going to do in the future is write team names on tennis balls, throw both the tennis balls to see which one he brings back. And yeah, that'll be an entertaining one. Right now, it appears he likes both teams. So it's kind of up in the air. You know, it's a hard decision for him, too, okay? The second ban phase is going to be that Urgot. They do not want Alorum to pick up a very, very big staple champion. Has been huge when it is allowed to get through and fit the composition. And it certainly would here, though. I can imagine the Zeus is looking to pick up some good AP damage, so I would try to take away something that can be utilized there with heavy AP in the mid lane.
And I like this here. So they're getting rid of both of 2 potential solo laners, one for Tuesday and one for Alorum, with this Trundle, I like how they can kind of keep mixing in some squishy backliners with this Trundle, because it disincentivizes Alorum from picking up a very, very tanky bruiser. Things like the Malphite that he's picked up before, you can get rid of that with the Subjugate and make it very easy to burst him. So getting rid of Camille again, we'll have to see what is their first pick here. They have a couple of options. I know Yunbi has definitely played a ton of champions, but I don't know if the Skarner there would have been the lock-in. Gets Syndra, so setting up for a very powerful mid-jungle 2v2 with potential for the Trundle to help. Ooh.
And that's good, because I guarantee you Zeus was looking at that Syndra saying, all right, that would be the burst AP damage that we need here. So Golden Guardians not just putting a good champion on for Yunbi, but taking that one away. I was going to say the Renekton, you know, while it's a good pickup here, you don't have the top locked in yet for Golden Guardians, and that's a little too much attack damage. So they are going to go with the Sylas instead. A nice amount of ultimates here that can be utilized. Nothing incredibly special, to be honest. Really, it's going to be that Enchanted Crystal Arrow or the ultimate for Prismal, or from Yunbi the majority of the time. But Tom Kench gets locked in. I broke my pen.
Poor pen.
Tom Kench gets locked in, and that's going to be the front line that they need to go along with Tuesday here. So TK, a very, very good addition to this team. I really like the Sylas pick, actually. I wasn't really expecting that one. But Tuesday, again, has just the deepest champion pool and should be able to pull that one off no problem. It will be GP locked in. I love both of these compositions. Back to some basics, bringing in some new stuff. It feels good.
It feels good, and this is a classic R5 here, I think, for Niles. You see a bunch of basically melee champions and a immobile AD carry. Sign me up for GP duty every single day of the week. Ashe is going to have a field day. That Trundle pillar is going to be massive when it comes to team fights. And I'm looking at this from Zeus. I think they may have painted themselves a little bit in a corner here. Griffin has to have a fantastic performance on this Graves to really make it out of this early game. They have some ways of being able to attack. The matchup is not the best right now in the mid lane. Syndra is going to have early priority, and again, setting up for that 2v2 like we mentioned before. I mean, Ashe has a field day with this composition, and GP, the longer we go into this game, every single time we go into these fights, such a short range composition coming out from Zeus just means those barrels, the cannon barrage, is going to make their life very difficult.
Yeah, that's multiple global ultimates. Something else that has been very, very effective for a lot of the compositions that have come through in the Unified Grand Prix. We're not going to be able to see, the Ornn with that global, but with a semi-global, I guess. But hey, we're going to get a full global in that cannon barrage. And I mean, we saw GP didn't do too well into TK in that first game, but it was really just because there was no opportunity for them to leave that top lane. It was just an island. Whereas in the last game with the Ornn and the Tom Kench, there's a lot more opportunity, thanks to the fact, first off, because Rose Thorn actually went up to the top and tried to get some pressure down. But also, Ornn just having a little bit more survivability. So if we can see kind of the same concept come through from Golden Guardians as the second game, just trying to get a little bit more pressure up there, send Rose Thorn up once or twice, things are looking pretty good for this matchup now. But Zeus themselves, as we get into game number 3, have a pretty terrifying composition. This one could honestly go either way.
I see this for Tom Kench, and I'm like, I mean, cool. We can, if we get a summoner spell out of Tom Kench, it's great for Niles. If the junglers are going to path up there, it would be a fantastic thing to see. But GP's okay with scaling. He doesn't need to be a disgusting lane bully, and Alorum wants to do the same thing. But Alorum, if he's in this top side, can't respond in the same way that Niles can to a global play with the cannon barrage. So if they're not able to harass this GP, if they're not able to kind of take away the resources, similar to game 1, I think Niles is chilling. Niles is hitting the big snooze button. He's like, I'm farming. No one's going to interrupt that. Going to have to see where the jungles are starting here. It looks like Golden Guardians, they want to try to protect Niles right here. They recognize that Ashe will have a better time of protecting the wave by herself. So starting on this bot side here for Rose Thorn, while Griffin pathing away and wanting to use some of that excellent early game from Raheen on this Varus.
Yeah, and it's true. Niles, is totally fine with getting the late game. Same thing with Alorum. But the concern, I suppose, is if we see kind of what we saw in the first game, if Gangplank is the saving grace and is not able to leave that lane because there is no early pressure from Rose Thorn, then you have a potentially scary situation. You know, at that point, you really gotta have to try to anticipate what is going to do well in terms of these lanes. A nice amount of damage there from Newbie. New big surprise. But
They're
yeah,
taking a lot of damage.
I want to see more involvement from Rosethorn early on, because Griffin tends to take that new play style of invading as soon as possible, as soon as level 3 is hit.
Griffin is kind of just power clearing incredibly fast, something that we expect just from this Graves alone. Has already finished up the Raptors, and I like this from Prismal. You know, a vocal leader in their team, and you know, getting the Hawk shot off so early just means that it is a little bit of loss in the early game in terms of the 2v2 dueling, just because you no longer have your Q available to you. But with that amount of information now, they know exactly where Griffin is. They can plan for the gank ahead of time and even set up a mid wave if they want to try and go for something on this bottom scuttle. But I don't expect it, and we'll have to see what happens with Griffin. Can head to mid lane after finishing all 6 of his camps and try to look for something onto Yunbi, maybe just blow a summoner spell in conjunction with Tuesday.
A slow start, though, which is to be expected. There's a lot more of a late game anticipation for both of these teams than we really saw in the past. I guess this bottom lane obviously is where most of the early game pressure is going to lie here. Tuesday's taking quite a bit of damage. Yunbi is going through mana pretty quickly, though. Even with that recent buff, I think it was 14 that had the addition of, or a little bit less mana for the Q cost to allow Cinder to get those balls down.
And it's been a big influence. It's kind of re-injected her into a lot of pro play. We've been seeing her a lot more, especially with some assassins leaving the gameplay. And there are still some answers to Syndra, so we'll see what her viability looks like on this patch. We're also on 11-15 for a really long time here for Unified Grand Prix. So
yeah,
looking forward to when we get to, I think it's 17, that might be the Proving Grounds patch. That's far in advance to be talking about right now, but looking forward to see what new stuff we get to see as they can do this. I mean, they're just going to blow the potential summoners here, but Ignite going down for Newbie is huge. When you're playing against this Thresh matchup, you need to be on top of whether or not they have Lantern. Otherwise, I mean, the Trundle pick, the whole point of it is to try to cheese out with the pillar, try to force out a summoner, and you can chase them down, but Thresh makes that so much more difficult.
It's still a lot of good pressure, and it should still be high priority for quite a while, honestly, for Golden Guardians, because of that Trundle and the ability to regain some health in lane. So we also know Yubi absolutely loves to be able to try to stay in this lane or take things, so Primal can get the recall. Very, very low on mana for Primal right now. Raheem's pretty low too, but it can be a scary position moving forward. We're probably going to see some recalls here. A little bit of a reset in the bottom lane, because honestly, I do feel like this is where a lot of the power is going to come through for this game. I can't imagine much jungle focus down here. That's going to be a great death sense. It's not going to be followed up, though. The pillar comes through. Raheem takes quite a bit of damage as the Q from Prismal is activated, but just not enough damage early on.
Just a little poking and prodding. Raheem gets out huge on that trade with the Blight stacks onto Newbie, proccing them and putting out some damage. Both mid laners here back off of reset. Most importantly, Tuesday just invested the TP thanks to the early push invested by Yunbi. So if they need to make a play elsewhere, if they try to go for a dive, you see that right now they're actually covering around mid lane and starting to kind of sit around, maybe try to find something. You see that Griffin is on the Raptors here, and it either can have the option to either path topside and punish Niles, or look for something in mid lane. Now, I don't know if they were seen quite yet. I think Rhino might be going down.
Oh, Rosethorn's gonna miss the Sonic Wave.
TP.
Has to jump forward, though. A flash out from Rhino, as well as the heal from Rahina here. A
Nice.
flash forward, and a beautiful responding flash there out of Rhino to avoid that scatter.
Good job coming out from the side of Zeus. Quick fingers are able to get them out of that, but those are double summoners down against an Ashe in this lane, an Ashe and a Trundle. They will be coming off of reset. I think Newbie and them just kind of want to push this wave in and find something. Tuesday has ultimate. You can try to potentially look for a kick. Needs to be very careful if you're Yunbi now, who has no summoners against this Silas. Without Flash, you are a sitting duck, and especially with the Dragon's Rage here for Tuesday, you can get kind of spicy using the Abscond Abduct to get behind people, the Kingslayer, and boom, knock them into your enemy team. So we'll have to see. Already coming out of base. Love this from Rhino, covering for mid lane and wanting to see what the play from Golden Guardians will be.
Scatter the weak doesn't hit. Slow start I'm not the biggest fan of that being play-by-play. You know,
Oh,
but that
okay.
means that you
True.
get to, that means that you get to break down a lot of cool stuff that I might not notice or touch on. But for those of us just joining, hopefully there are more of you because has been a ridiculous set of games. It is 1-1. Zeus took game number 1. Golden Guardians took game number 2. So far, it's blue side win. So far, it's Viego win. But we have no Viego in this game, and I'm really loving it so far, Alec. I don't know about you.
I'm loving this start so far for Griffin. Hasn't found too much of an acceleration into Gray as is Graves, but is doing well for themselves and is definitely looking for somewhat of a redemption split here after his time on CLG. Is looking quite good here in Amateur. Has been one of the better junglers as we've seen, almost like a breath of fresh air for this player, and glad to see them finding success. We always want players either ones that have been playing for a long time or new ones to find success in any way. So looking good for them, and hopefully for Griffin, he can lead this team to a victory here and go down to the losers or continue on to the lower finals, find something there, and maybe even make it to grand finals. That'd be pretty cool, especially coming into this tournament. A lot of eyes on Zeus and Raheen.
The opportunity.
Oh,
Raheen also gets hit right there with the Trundle Pillar, but Newbie locked down by Griffin. Out comes the Cannon Barrage. It'll pick up a first blood. That'll be all, but Golden Guardians find themselves FB.
That is exactly what I wanted to see when we're playing with this composition. We didn't get to see it too much in game 1, but they're able to punish the no summoner spells on Raheen and cancel out on the hook. Rhino kind of standing in the wings, maybe looking for a potential hook onto one member of Golden Guardians, but more so just trying to plant vision. Tuesday's coming off of a reset, and this hook onto Yumbi, don't know if it does all that much, but trying to bait them in. Watch Silas, watch what happens, because if they're able to stay here long enough, if Golden Guardians get their hand caught in the cookie jar, it could be a good turnaround here for Zeus.
Yeah, that does sound not doing a ton. It was kind of flashy, though. Rose Thorn's going to walk away from that one. Certainly would have been stopped recall. Not much the Rhino can do there on his own. But another ward going down. Golden Guardians still doing as much as they can to get aggressive vision down as much as possible right now. They don't really find the need to have the defensive vision set up on their side of the map, just because Rosethorn so far has, had enough control over his own jungle here. It's going to be a start from Zeus. They just picked up the dragon. Griffin's going to move up now and go for this Rift Herald. Is Golden Guardians just going to leave this uncontested? It seems like it.
They can't really do much. You see right now, the wave is, for Yumbi, this is a very dangerous mid lane state. The wave is in the middle of the lane, and you don't know where the support is. Just now crossed over the lane, so needs to be incredibly careful, especially a Syndra versus a Thresh. And you saw right there that they were making some movements, but people coming off of resets and people not quite in the right position means that Zeus are able to grab that first Rift Herald. Observers getting fancy. They want to show us the Hawk shot going all the way through. Should spot out
Baby
Tuesday
Valor.
and Griffin as they make the blue buff handoff.
Call her Baby Valor. It's not Baby Valor, but
It's
it makes a
definitely not
they make
Baby
a very
Valor.
similar noise when the Hawk shot
Well, they're
goes
both
out. Then
birds,
when you use
so
the ultimate for
makes
Quinn
sense.
there, Valor being the bird that carries Quinn around. Definitely different birds. Not all birds are the same. All right, we can't be bird racist here.
Wow,
they are
I did
separate
not know we
birds.
were taking it that way.
Yeah, they are separate
Okay.
birds. Hey, I don't want to offend any bird lovers, any bird people out there.
I'm
Good-
sure they're tuned into Unified Live. I'm sure all the bird
Oh.
people are tuned into Unified Live.
know it because they're
Oh,
awesome
man.
and they know where the good stuff is happening right here. And even though this is a slow game, even though you see a pretty solid lead for a lot of members of Zeus for Creep, it has started to really sway in favor of the Golden Guardians. Aside from that mid lane, they've really kind of recovered in the other areas and have been putting it to good use as well. The Trinity Force just now finished here from Niles, which I do think in this matchup is a better option. I think in the last one with how far behind they were, maybe considering doing a Divine Sunder instead is the option. But hey, if you can get an 11-minute Triforce, head back up to lane, that is a good place for Niles to be in.
I mean, Niles is experiencing top lane euphoria where no one comes to his lane. He gets to do just what he normally would do on a gangplank, maybe with a little bit less bravado in it, with just popping down the ultimate in the bot lane. But Alorum taking a pretty heavy trade there. Should be healing from the gray health coming in soon for Alorum. But Popping that corrupting pot is super dangerous, especially with the trial by fire. You gotta be very careful, especially with Trinity Force now. Niles can maybe even try to look for a rundown on Alorum up here. So a lot of action towards bot side. We see everybody starting to group and watch what the mid laners do here and how the supports are taking control of the river. Because there are some nice wards here for Golden Guardians, but they're putting so much damage down onto Prismal. So important.
Prismal does take a lot of damage, but is able to throw the crystalline
Teleports.
arrow in. The box does come out. Rosethorn gets the ignite, but the teleports that come through for Zeus are going to force a disengage from Golden Guardians. No kills coming through, but a lot of ultimates out.
Yeah, Golden Guardians invest also the Cannon Barrage to try and dissuade Zeus from going for this Drake. They're going to pull it out, and I think it's just going to have to be a reset here. It didn't even come in. Why am that must have just been like a visual thing for me. The time on that fight. Maybe Golden Guardians pulled it a little bit earlier. We could have seen them go for it. But now we're seeing some members go for resets. Prismal took a pretty abysmal trade earlier on there and had to go for that recall there and hit back onto the base. So see how multiple members are moving. There's no Cannon Barrage, so this is a little bit of a better spot here for Zeus, but still entering into enemy territory.
A scary position to be in here. It's getting very, very low. Tuesday was trying to go in.
Are they gonna
That's
chase?
going to be the Drake. Out comes the crystalline arrow from Tuesday, who stole that one away from Prismal, or the enchanted crystal arrow. I always call it the crystalline arrow. Sounds so pretty, and it is a very pretty ability. I do love that one. And Prismal has been really popping off on these. You know, the farther we get into this bracket, and really just in this tournament in general, the more and more impressed I am, because when I play champions like Ashe, especially like Varus, man, the number of chains of corruptions I miss, the number of enchanted crystal arrows that get this close to hitting the target but not, I mean, this is where that experience really shines through for these players.
They're doing well, and now they're even going to try and cut off Griffin. That is a huge chunk with a trial by fire.
Oh,
Niles.
a flash forward by Niles, actually dodging out of the way of the chains from Tuesday. Exceptionally played. That means that there's not a lot that Alorum can do right here. The Sonic Wave comes through. It's going to be followed up, though. The chains are going to hit Yumi, who has to flash away here. The flash follow up by Tuesday. Alorum still alive thanks to Rhino's Lantern. Niles and Newbie now trying to find out Tuesday. Alorum gobbles up. Poor Rosethorn, though, gets spit back out. Now looking for the Abyssal Dive. It might not get them close enough, and Niles at least sends them away with a bit of a barrel.
So speaking of having pretty good mechanics there, Zeus play it out excellently. Well, it should have been a nice transition into this top side to drop a Rift Herald. Starts off with Niles finding this massive kill. I mean, you see right now, Ashe knows that they might be the play. They don't know where the rest of the team is, so taking Gromp during this entire trade. But the fact that they're not able to kill Alorum, where I think if they were able to, this play ends right here. Yumbi now in an incredibly dangerous spot. As we see, Silas can just lock her down alongside Thresh, forces out so many different flashes. The sturdiness of the Toad, the Catfish, unable to be benched in this case, is able to get a huge amount of damage down onto the Lee Sin, and ends up turning what was a positive play into a negative one there for Golden Guardian. So Zeus still playing proactive and wanting to play their hearts out on these fights.
And this is certainly feeling, it's good for Niles here up on the top side. But Alorum has yet to go down and has been a bit of a point of contention. You got Golden Guardians diving so hard, trying so hard to get Alorum. We saw the pushback there. Alorum being able to get away from the Lantern. Golden Guardian saying, we still want this fight. We can still get him. But with that thick skin, it is really hard to take down this Tahm Kench. So a little too overambitious there. A little too ambitious, I think, for Golden Guardians going through. But they're still feeling all right. They still have a bit of a gold lead. They've got a bounty on the head of Niles right now. And the Cannon Barrage is up, as well as that Enchanted Crystal Arrow again. So continuing to utilize these global ultimates very well will really be fruitful for Golden Guardians if they're able to find successful engagements.
And similar to Game 1, same topside matchup. You have this Varus still available here for Raheen. A lot of gold is going on to Tuesday. He is taking advantage of this matchup versus Yunbi, who is constantly found without summoner spells. Thank you for showing the gold observers. I mean, this is just insane, right? You see Niles already sitting at a pretty nice amount of gold, but Tuesday, no slouch, and wanting to try and stay in this game, try to pull his team to a victory. Doing a fantastic job. This is the second Rift Herald just being soloed out here alongside Griffin. Crystalline Arrow goes out.
Does come out,
Oh.
the volley comes through. It will be a lantern, though. The box on the backside as Rosethorn has to disengage from
They have to
this
pick it
one.
up. No one has to
Gets
pick it up.
ignited here, though, and it will be Raheen with that piercing arrow stack that nobody actually grabbed the Rift Herald here.
Oh no, Niles. I like how right now Zeus, they're playing with ball. They're saying if no one can have the ball, I'm taking it home. I'm taking my ball and going home. They're not able to grab the Rift Herald. It was such a dangerous entrance. And I think there was a little bit of mislayering in terms of some of the abilities there. The Cannon Barrage doesn't actually dissuade Zeus from entering into the pit, and Tuesday had already gotten down his damage, so was able to escape in time. No kills going over to GGA, and bit of a lost play. They invested a lot for that. Gets the cleanse immediately out of Prismal. Such a better game here for Raheen this time around on the Varus.
Certainly feeling much more comfortable. And, you know, with Rhino on this Thresh as well, that Thresh having been banned out in the second phase for the first 2 games, I believe, is certainly nice because the Varus Thresh combination in general is just so spectacular. You also have to commend Rhino for the patience, not actually following up on the death
Rosethorn?
sentences. And as I try to do that, Rosethorn takes so much damage, might go down, has a little bit of a heal. That was 34 HP. Thank you, producers. You're the best, but it will not be a kill.
What does Rosethorn do? Like, you gotta know, hey, you don't have much vision. You get caught out. This is just Rosethorn going down.
It was close.
We'll end up
It was a
finding
good
it.
attempt. You know, to
There it
try
is. There's a
to
Gale
get
Force.
the recall. The only option there with Driven walking forward like that is either the recall will go through or he's going to stop me at the very, very last second, and that was the case.
All right, well, probably not great that Griffin went down as one of your front-running carries, but, I mean, that's the Dragon. We're going to get a replay of what happened under the turret. So right here, Tuesday just doing a fantastic job of not only canceling recalls, but keeping her from going back under the turret. Rhino with a good fillet there, and this entire time they move all of their members over. Ashe cannot push the wave fast enough in time, and the top lane for TK was in their favor. So Golden Guardians getting a little bit split, and I like how they're punishing this Syndra. Even without summoners, or with summoners, they are making sure to make this very difficult and not really playing around their objectives how they should be. So GJ getting a little sloppy, and I like how Zoos are doing it.
A little sneaky. Alorum, you could see was in the bush there, maybe waiting, seeing how far forward Niles would go. The pings were coming out, so it was a move back, and it is going to be the Gangplank ultimate stolen by Tuesday, thrown out
Used immediately.
just to, you know, I guess keep Golden Guardians out of this area. I'm really not sure what the purpose of that was because it doesn't really help them pressure the mid lane.
You saw, yeah. So they're just trying to find a pick onto Niles. If they can maybe get his flash out, maybe that it was definitely an adventurous one. Definitely trying to just find something that may not have been there. They're gonna have wards here. Niles immediately going to the top side. Yunbi having to escape. This dragon is entirely Zeus. And they don't have a lot of pressure across the map when I'm looking at Golden Guardians. They can't quite push in this mid lane thanks to just their lane allocation that they've been putting forward. And they're not making picks on side lane. Yunbi doesn't have kill threat. They haven't utilized the mid 2v2, and that's been a trouble that they've had throughout Academy, and it's starting to spill over here.
You know, I am kind of surprised that for that dragon take, there wasn't at least an attempt, maybe of an enchanted crystal arrow. For Niles, it's a lot harder to try to use the cannon barrage on that just because the cooldown is really, really long. So, you know, that's better to
So you want Raheen? So you want Prismal to throw his ult?
Yeah, I do. The Prismal cooldown is way short. Are you kidding me? With the Ashe arrow, enchanted crystal arrow is way shorter than the cannon barrage. At least that's for sure. But yeah, I mean, throw out the enchanted crystal. At least go for something. Yes, the cannon barrage is a much better choice. You're damaging the champions as well as just AoE damaging around that dragon, so it's hard to try to get the last hit on it.
Oh,
but it's gonna come out here
cleanse.
in the mid lane. Oh my goodness, the damage onto Raheen, and it will be enough.
No.
Niles gets the kill. Golden Guardians are gonna find themselves the middle turret here, and that gives them once again a slight gold advantage.
So huge for them. Not only are they able to kill Raheen there, but I like this from Rhino going a little bit more of a supportive Thresh build, which we saw probably is going to be maxing the Lantern out first. Tries to use the Mikhail so that Raheen doesn't have to build out Cleanse, can keep the heal. I mean, the kill is nice because it leads to them grabbing the turret, but what more can Golden Guardians get for that? It is just a nice pick and will at least give them a little bit of a gold advantage now that we're here, 21 minutes in. But the Dragon in 3 minutes, I need to see what they can do with that lead now. It's a small one, but if they can accentuate it, if they can keep picking out members like Raheen and Rhino, then I think we have a real game on our hands here for Golden Guardians.
That could certainly do it. Lorm is starting to cause trouble. Just being a body to absorb aggression, really, from Golden Guardians Academy, and he's doing a great job of peeling away for the rest of the team, because he does get so darn low, and he does have that thick skin, and the anticipation is that, oh yeah, we'll be able to get him, and then they're not able to. We'll see, though, they can pinch him out here. It is going to be a nice ultimate right there from Rosethorn to try to get him forward. The barrel's not going to hit because Lorm flashes.
You can't kill Kench.
No, the pillar's not actually going to
you can.
bump him, but Rosethorn's going to be able to do it. Takes 3 members, though, to take Lorm down. That was his first death of the game.
And what do they get from this? Because right now they are protecting the top side for Zeus. You see this? Silas is going to crash this wave onto the top turret. They're going to use Cannon Barrage, I think, to clear out this wave and save themselves from it. Going to get a tier 1 in trade. Good on Niles, good for Golden Guardians. Maybe they try to find something, but the Merc Treads make it that much more difficult to try and find a pick onto Tuesday. So 2 minutes before the Drake, some damage down a turret is nice, but a kill and a turret for Golden Guardians is starting to feel very nice as I think they come into form with their composition.
And let's take a look at that top creep score. Niles is
it's just Gangplank versus
I mean, it's Gangplank, exactly. It's Gangplank.
Yeah, it's Gangplank.
And there's been a lot of roam from Gangplank too. We just saw him push out in the bottom lane there for Niles. So being able to pressure as they do these lane swaps, continue to build up an additional gold lead. The Nabori Quick Blades has been finished, as well as Dominic's Regard, and the Triforce obviously has that first item, Swifty Boots. So feeling really, really comfortable right now for Niles. And I'm curious to see how a 5v5 will go, because we really haven't seen a full-on 5v5 fight yet in this game. It's been very, very split up, and a lot of these objectives have kind of gone over uncontested.
It will have to rely on, if you're looking at it from Zeus' perspective, they need to find a flank utilizing Tuesday and Griffin, or even Alorum and Tuesday. You know, you can use the Devour, get into the backline with an Abyssal Dive, and head straight into the backline. Otherwise, Golden Guardians front to back should just win every single 5v5. Granted, some, unless there's some huge mechanical outplay or misplay coming out from either of the teams, that is how these fights should go. Front to back, you have Syndra, you have the Lee Sin, you have Ashe Trundle. This entire composition is built to do that, and Zoos need to get creative in their problem solving and how they get into that backline. So we'll have to see. 15 seconds before this Drake, we're going to be clearing out Vision. They get the scuttle for themselves, thanks to Niles, or thanks to Griffin, sorry. They have push in the bot wave, and we see right now Yumbi's trying to fix this mid wave. Do they just trade for this? Do they just try to maybe enter this? But they can find a pick potentially. Tuesday has Enchanted Crystal Arrow, huge for them.
Looking in for something that is going to be a nice Chains of Corruption, and into the back line goes Rosethorn, has to flash away, uses the Dragon Kick to get out. A nice lockdown onto Alorum, finds the lane to stay alive. Tuesday very, very low, gets devoured here by Alorum, and it ends up GGA is not going to be able to find a kill for the Dragon.
They're going to force some resets here, and what is Golden Guardians' response to this? You see them start to ping out on the Baron, maybe try to clear out some vision. They want to try and force Zoo's hand now that they're at soul point for this Drake. They're going to take it incredibly quickly, especially with Niles' build. This should be their Baron, and see the TP's coming in.
TP's coming in, Tom Kench coming from above, but it's already at only about 3,000 gold. Are they going to be able to take it? It does look like it should be a problem.
Okay,
right as
that's one kill.
Jumps in, that's going to be one member down, though, as Prismal no longer has the Baron buff. Rosethorn has to try to go in to try to save Yunbi, but Alorum manages to get an Abyssal Dive onto the backside. Down goes Rosethorn. Raheen going to pick that one up. These 3 members now of Golden Guardians really trying to get out to maintain this Baron buff, get as much pressure and response as they can, but Zeus, absolutely fantastic reaction time. They get 3 members out of the pit, but good on Zeus to try and go for a punish.
This feels very similar to game 2, where we saw Zeus on the back foot, going for Baron, trying to be proactive and being able to set themselves up at least to not fail. And Golden Guardians recognizing maybe a little too late, hey, we should just trade this Drake for the Baron. Similar time too, 26 minutes. So we're getting close to that 30-31 minute mark like we saw in game 2. So wonder if it'll be a repeat. Feeling a little bit of deja vu. The blue side may have ended up winning that game. Well, whatever happens, Zeus now.
Oh no,
exactly.
not both games, duh, because we've had Golden Guardians on starting on blue, and then also going to blue for the second game. So no, I was wrong there.
Exactly.
There's a red side win for Zeus to start, and then Golden Guardians on the blue to win. But you know, Zeus having decided to pick that one up, try to get the Varus, it's looking pretty clean for them. The amount of damage too that Raheen has put out, honestly, the big thing. And the big worry that I had going to this was Tuesday on this Sylas. Tuesday can play anything incredibly well, and having the ability to get these 2 global ultimates, particularly Niles with the Cannon Barrage, is so useful.
They want mid lane.
When Enchanted Crystalair comes out, it doesn't really help the team here, though. But, you know, you also have to consider that if there is a 5v5 fight, like you were saying, it's going to go in favor of Golden Guardians, especially with the amount of crowd control they have. And on top of that, they have removed Scurvy, and they have
want
a cleanse.
Alorum.
That's going to be a Dragon Kick, though, onto Alorum. The Pillar means that is going to be enough damage to not even allow the thick skin to reabsorb into that health. And it is a 40-second.
They need to hold this right now because Graves was trying to push in the mid wave. They know that Tuesday was just trying to take this last inhibitor, and they've gotten 3 turrets off of this push. If they can hold off on Tuesday's recall, maybe they can get a little bit spicy and try to find something. No, they're going to make the retreat. And that is a huge win here for Golden Guardians now. They're 2,000 up, but you're looking at it, they almost lost the same in terms of turrets. I like the play from Sylas playing on the opposite side of the map, and you saw there Golden Guardians wanted to use their objective pressure with the Baron and with the Cannon Barrage, force something out of one of these players, find the pick onto Alorum, and now, I mean, they have an open inhibitor on the Baron with Dragon spawning up in a minute 20. This is huge for them.
And look at the vision, too, that has been placed down. A lot of it was just cleared out by Zeus, actually. So they have been really investing in getting as much vision down as possible so that they can safely make these picks, because there is a lot of frontline. There is, you know, a bit of crowd control from Zeus that they can lay down. But like I said, Golden Guardians has 2 forms right off the bat of a cleanse. They've got the cleanse within Primal's Summoner spell kit, and then also within the kit of Gangplank there for the removed Scurvy. So even if that does hit, they have the opportunity to get out, but it's really going to be mostly useful in a full 5v5 fight. If Golden Guardians can force that out of Zeus, they might be able to push for the win here.
Just look at how much damage Niles is able to pump out in every single one of these fights. I mean, 4 items now on this Gangplank. We're talking about the farm lead. Well, Alorum doesn't need it. Look at the damage in this game, almost doubling even his own team member, and is... Okay, it is only to champions, and still, that's still impressive. I don't care. Doubling any of the other members in the game. Niles is trying to have a Niles v9 performance here, and is at least putting up the show. They want to try and find another pick onto Alorum.
It's going to be a lot of damage.
Dive
Tries the
canceled.
Abyssal Dive, but it's canceled. You get Dragon kicked on top of it. It's actually going to be Rosethorn getting a Sonic Wave on top, and yeah, Alorum has to face another gray screen for now 45 seconds. It's going to be a teleport here into the mid side, breaking open the base here. You have to have, of course, out the recalls. Yeah, you might have gotten the Dragon Soul for yourselves right there, but that's an inhibitor down, and that is Golden Guardians with minions in the base. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow comes out from Tuesday. It's going to initiate here, gets pushed back. Newbie able to throw down the frozen domain and get a little bit of speed in there. But what
Good
a
connect.
scatter the week from Yoonbi. Beautifully done. And Zeus, yes, you got Dragon Soul. But now Golden Guardians has some backdoor opportunities.
They've ravaged the base. There's still 2 Nexus turrets, sorry. So there is a chance for them to make a final
Immediately
couple of
picked
defenses. Yeah, you know, I'm looking at this, and it's really funny. This is a super small aside, but I'm looking at Tuesday with all of this ultimate cooldown reduction. Sylas ult doesn't care if you have low ability haste or low cooldown reduction on your ultimate, because the you know, you can take the Ashe ultimate, but then it's double whatever the the lockout from picking up multiple of the same champion is double the ultimate cooldown of whoever you're taking. So rather
I did
low
not
rather
realize
low
that,
cooldown.
actually.
The Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes a little bit wide, but they just want to split off the members of Zeus. They are trying to find whatever they can. They're trying to pick up farm, but so many quadrants are gone. Griffin, level 16, hasn't had that much of an impact aside from the first 15 to 20 minutes in the game, has been rather quiet in terms of proactive play from Zeus, whereas Golden Guardians are finding edges, finding moments in the game to come back.
Yeah, and that's actually cool information there about the individual that you take the ultimate from. Luckily though, I mean Tuesday has Prismal and Niles to take from. You just go back and forth between the Enchanted Crystal Arrow and the Cannon Barrage, and you don't really mind waiting for that cooldown. So wait, when you say double, you mean like double the time, so it actually makes it longer?
Yeah.
So if
Prismal has a 90-second cooldown on his ultimate, if you take that as Tuesday, you have 180 seconds before you can take another Enchanted Crystal Arrow. But right here, Golden Guardians are trying to make the siege onto this, and their waves are not quite synced up. I would have loved to have seen Yumbi walk mid lane, fix this wave so that the mid and top inhibitor waves are crashing at the same time. Would make it so much more difficult for Zeus to try to answer this bot lane. But as of right now, they're desynced, and that just means that they can send one member to comfortably farm and not lose too much or any health for that matter on this turret. So some desynced waves will allow for the Baron to be started by Golden Guardians. They've made their way on. And Niles with TP, he can stay here, continue to push, continue to apply pressure, and just get ready with the teleport, as we see here.
Not really much vision on the way. They do have that one ward in the mid, and they have the top side pushed up, but oh my gosh, the damage, the burn, and the burst
it's gone.
that is here means that Golden Guardians slay that thing in less than 10 seconds. And once again, they're totally fine with the fact that this Dragon Soul was snagged here by Zeus. You're gonna, it's a Cloud Drake too, you know. Golden Guardians is like, we already have enough movement. You know, we're good with hanging back too in a lot of these fights, throwing out our massive ultimates. And now they cleared out the enemy's jungle. They've stolen, I think there's that like half of that one quadrant that Zeus has access to after that, but immediately going up, taking the Baron. Golden Guardians has spotted their win condition, and they are fighting. And I mean, they have put the pedal to the metal to hit it as quickly as possible.
Everybody now at home, if you're a Zeus fan, we're looking at important item breakpoints here. Griffin just now picked up a stopwatch, but has also finished their 3 crit chance with the Infinity Edge. We're looking at Tuesday, who 4 items, 4, 0, and 1, has been performing individually exceptionally, but not really making the connection between individual play and bringing the whole team up. Haven't been able to find too many answers. We're waiting mostly, I think, for Raheem to finish out on this Serelda's Grudge. Afterwards, I think this Varus will be so dangerous, has slows on every ability, and with the Piercing Arrow can start to cut people in half. And we see here, Rhino still just being the support dude. This is good guide Thresh build. You have your you have your Mikhails, as well as the Vigilant Wardstone, I think. This is the second upgrade, I think, so you get a little bit of stats. You get ability haste. I think you get every single base stat minus maybe movement speed. We'll have to check after the show, but I mean, they're crashing. They're going to get this inhibitor topside. We see the TP from Alarm. They want to go on the flank.
Oh my goodness, what an arrow coming through with all of that damage. Out comes the ultimate though from Niles. Splash
Tuesday's
away
down
here and gets Tuesday down, and now it's going to be a nice piercing arrow, a devour here by Allure, but a flash away immediately from Newbie, who says, yeah, that's fine, I'll take it. The piercing arrows doing a lot of damage. Niles has to be careful, but Prismal finds out one. Allure will be the next target here for Prismal, trying to regain that health back, but it won't be enough, and Golden Guardians have secured themselves the second win here in game number 3.
A fantastic job here from Golden Guardians. After an early game that went a little bit awry in some of their lanes, Niles holding strong and being a member who throughout Unified Grand Prix and throughout Academy has had a little bit of some up and downs going from LCS or whatever and whatnot, but has looked really, really consistent. And I think that is so key for a team that is looking for another leader besides Prismal. So I'm loving what this bot lane is doing, but more specifically, Niles having a fantastic carry performance, doesn't have to do anything early game, doesn't have to kind of outplay his opponent. He's playing Gangplank versus TK, and Golden Guardians basically choke out Zeus of a game that they were looking really good to win.
it was a really, really long time of Zoos holding off on letting Golden Guardians really get the snowball rolling.
Mhm.
They were ensuring that the snow was not wet enough that it would, they ensured it was still dry. It couldn't stick. All right, it couldn't form a ball. They were trying. You had Golden Guardians rolling this thing along the ground, but everything's falling off because we saw that gold differential chart. It kind of dipped right after like the 10, 15 minutes, and then it stalled out at 4,000 gold. And they did such a great job of preventing really the item spike to come through to where the advantage was in Golden Guardian's hands. But once Golden Guardian really recognized that they had control over the map, once they had pressure and got all 3 towers down in each lane, that was really their point to say, okay, we can just hit the ground running here and continue forward. Let Niles do what Niles does best. And again, those 2 global ultimates were absolutely fantastic to be combined here. So I wouldn't be surprised if one of those champions was banned out, maybe the Gangplank again, but swapping over to the first ban phase here in the next game. I don't know. There's a lot of opportunity, but that means the Golden Guardians Academy is at match point. And I know I feel pretty good about that just based on my prediction here. Majority of people were figuring Zoos. Both of these teams, though, have been, they've had their ups and downs. Alrighty. We are going to send it over to the beautiful, the most handsome desk in North America right here. We're going to check out with the analysts, see what they think of that game before heading into the next one.
Wow. Thank you, Jolly. I'm kind of honored. That's
I know that's some good gas right there.
Yeah. One might
Premium.
even say premium. Yeah. I like you. But here are a couple more things that I also like about that game. Because specifically, look, we were looking at the past games, we're like, okay, GGA, they probably have this here. Like things looking a bit back and forth. But even this game was slow. It was interesting. I wouldn't call this so much as a tug of war, but each of them like prod each other with a stick, like, hey, are you gonna do something? You're gonna do something? You're not, are you? Well, I'll do something. And then things eventually faltered afterwards. But whoever did the most things eventually did win. So let's start off at the first thing doing here beatdown in the Topside River.
Yeah, and just even before that, I just want to talk about how if you look at the drafts these two teams had, you see the Syndra and Lee Sin for Golden Guardians is a really strong mid-jungle duo, and you could make the same argument on the other side for Zeus as well here. But the thing is, things got pretty slow early on, and you saw the priority being used by Golden Guardians, and we were talking about it in the mid lane. But what that ended up doing is that it allowed Tuesday to get a little bit up there in terms of gold and XP. You'll see in this replay, it is a little less about Griffin and Alarum and more about what is about to take place. You see Tuesday, he is in the area and he is ready to start a fight. And this is such an important part because he ends up picking up a double kill. And even though you say it wasn't really a tug of war, in some ways it felt that way because this is where Tuesday and the rest of Zeus kind of wrested control of the game, and this is where they got themselves a lot of agency, at least for the duration of the early to mid game.
Yeah. And biggest thing out of a lot of that too is like you were saying, just Houston at that point, I find like he was always looking for opportunities to try to go in, to try to engage, to like get whatever fights he could. But it always seemed that like for a lot of these fights for Zeus, it was never just the right opportunity to be able to go in because it might have been a bit too early of an engage. He was probably cut off on the sidelines, or sometimes we saw that GGA was simply just zoning him out. So that's where these fights became a little bit precarious because on the other end, though, GGA's picks really did prove extremely useful into the draft you were talking about here, B. Especially, Zoo, you were talking a lot about that GP.
Yeah, totally. And this second replay that we have pulled up it's kind of what I was looking for in game one, where you can see the absolute game-changing ultimate of GPs being used against an immobile carry in Varus. So you see here, the Asher goes down, that gets Mikhail's, and then they're able to chain a barrel plus ult plus Trundle Pillar. Granted, Raheen had both of his summoner spells available. Maybe he thought he could kind of get out without having to waste his ult, or waste his heal rather. But, healing probably would have gotten him out of that situation. But overall, this is what I was looking for in game one, was Ziggs GP into Victor and Varus in particular, which is where you can kind of just lay down these ults and get yourself a good health advantage before the siege even begins, and being in a mobile carry against some of the champions that are really strong in this meta, feels pretty dangerous to say the least. And I'm surprised that like one of the better top lane champs at doing that, at controlling space and punishing immobile carries, is not only a big comfort pick of Niles, but they're giving it to him multiple times as well. So I think it feels like a just kind of like a Swiss Army knife, do it all sort of champ, and I'm a bit puzzled as why they keep giving it to him.
And it only kind of became more of a problem as time went on too. The fact is,
Yeah.
even though Tuesday had a lead, Niles had a pretty solid lead for himself here. And
Mhm.
like you mentioned in the earlier game, Zoo, how this is kind of the thing when you sack a lane against GP. Okay, well, now he gets to safely farm. He gets to happily chill and scale as GP so dangerously does. And it felt like pretty much from that point forward, you get that mid-tier 1 turret after the replay we just saw. You break open the map for Golden Guardians. And at that point, it felt like Zoos were bleeding and never able to recover. Even though Tuesday had 4 kills, he had an absurd lead over Yunbi. He did have this outplay potential that we were kind of hoping to see. It never really came to pass.
And as I continue on throughout this entire game here, like although Yunbi, we were talking a lot about him just yesterday as well, how he had these fantastic standout performances. Maybe not the same sort of care like you mentioned to Beatdown that he could have been here today, but end of the day, what I'm looking for right now is if Zoos are able to go the distance, if Zoos actually want to come back from these early leads that they set up for themselves, they have to find some way to translate these going into the mid to late game. Like it can't just come down to a small skirmish and then some stolen Baron right after that here, Zoo. But over to you. One last point here, Zoo. Just quickly wrap up the series for us. What more do you think Zoos or any of the team needs?
Absolutely. I think Zeus does a really good job of playing weak side top and then translating their mid pressure in the bottom, like we said in the pregame. But I think one of the downsides of that, one of their potential weaknesses, is when they give Niall space and time. And those things can be really dangerous on scaling picks like GP, things like Gnar, even other picks like Jace. Make him play something volatile, make him beat you early, and make him close out early as well.
But we'll have to see if they can just close in the space and onto Niles, or perhaps giving a little bit less time. Both fits this concept that I don't necessarily understand. But Jolly, Alkberry, what do y'all think? Are we going to go the distance? Let us know.
I'd love to go. Alk, you don't look too happy right now.
I don't know how they get away with a gangplank. I gotta agree with Zoo. What are we doing, guys? It's a little bit baffling. You've seen it time and time again. Even in the first game that you won, that champion was doing work. And that time around, you had a huge wallet that you could throw around and say, pish posh, get rid of this Niles guy. It doesn't matter that you're playing GP. But if you're going to play mobile carries like this Varus and like the rest of their team, you're just going to have to expect either you're going to have to find a different counter matchup, drop the TK, or just ban it. And at that point, now we're looking at their bans, right? We're looking, I think side selection was going over. We'll have the draft up soon. Golden Guardians are on red sides. Yeah, so Zoos are on blue again. They banned out. Remember, Xin is staying a red side ban. Ezreal is probably going to stay a ban up against the side of Zoos, or up against Golden Guardians. Where do they make space to fit in a GP ban? They're going to have to drop something. They're going to have to either drop Yumbi's Twisted Fate. The Rise is still available. I mean, something has to give here, and Golden Guardians are in prime pole position to kind of set themselves and feel pretty nice going into draft here.
And I do hope that we see the same thing, though, in that Viego first ban phase. I think that was huge for them. I think it's absolutely worthwhile. We just saw right there, ban out the Viego. Golden Guardians has enough behind these consistent players like Niles on the gangplank, or really whoever he picks up, like you'd be on really whoever is picked up right there. So, Robbie threw it over asking, how do we think? Do we think it's going to go to a full series? I don't know. This might be looking like 3 in a row from
Are you feeling doomed? Are you feeling doomed here for Zeus? Is that what you're telling me?
I'm feeling a little doomed here. My prediction was GGA. Based on that, you gotta think that I thought that from the beginning. It was the toughest choice for sure for me between these two. And yeah, there's the picks.
There it is.
So four of us did pick Golden Guardians, and I gotta say the 2 Crown members right over there in Rebel Fox and Mad Magical both picked Golden Guardians on this one. There was a split in the other game that's going on for Academy, in TSM Academy and Dignitas Academy. I think TSM Academy is currently up 2-0.
The fact that they won
one.
that game, 8,000 gold down, is pretty sick. But we will get to touch on that a little bit later. Or if you want to watch, put up a multi-stream for both of these streams. Viego there, they decided not to get rid of, or Zeus this time, opting to get rid of the Gangplank. This does mean that Twisted Fate is available. This means that things like the Ziggs are also going to continue to go through. So, Golden Guardians, you have your pick of the litter. Zeus are going to pick up the Lee Sin, which is more than likely just going to be for Griffin. And they have, they can pick their bot lane here. They can also pick a jungle matchup that they feel comfortable with. You can pick your mid 2v2 as well. Keep it a little bit flexible. Trundle has also made it through. Can also be the first pick there. You see for Golden Guardians, they pick that one up. And let's see what Rose Thorn and the squad are looking for.
Yeah, you know, you don't want to give the opportunity to hand over a big ADC here, but at this point as well, we've seen so much for Ashe and Varus come through that really either of those is an opportunity. And, you know, different enough styles to pick through them. Generally, trying to get that counter for the jungle would be a solid pick, and there it is. It is going to be Rose Thorn locking in the Graves that Griffin just tried to run with last game.
All right, they have Graves, they have Trundle. Does all right. They can still flex this Niles top if they really want to. We'll have to see what Zeus look for. They can try to pick up a bot lane here. Since they already know what the jungle matchup is, they can also pick a pretty strong mid lane here for Tuesday. But Urgot, a comfort bruiser for Alorum, saying, give me the Urgot, I will put us on my back this time around. Has looked pretty decent on it. I think it's their 5th or 6th game. I'd have to check. So, sorry. It is wow, I'm very wrong on that. 14th game, 15th game here of Urgot. This split in Proving Grounds. They have about a 70% win rate, 10 wins. So we'll see if they can add one to the board there. Ziggs is the answer coming out from Golden Guardians.
No big surprise there. It was taken away from the last game of the first ban phase. Prismal decides, hey, you know what? It's been working out for me. It also allows the remainder of the team to focus on getting some heavy damage dealers. The Aurelia, you know, being banned out is certainly rough now. You've still got things like the Akali, though, that we've seen for both of these teams. The Thresh is going to be the second to last ban. Twisted Fate, you'd mentioned that one coming through. Not going to be the case here, as Zeus banned that one out. And now just one aside left. Yeah, this is Golden Guardians on match point, this best of 5. The last 2 games have been taken by Golden Guardians, so they're going to try to run through with this, you know, this reign of victorious games. Try to close it out on this one.
Golden Guardians, they can ban a Braum here, or they might just ban out another mid laner, like we see right there. Syndra is going to be on the table here. So Zeus, what do they get rid of? They could say Azir. They're the ones that are opting against Tom Kench. So a different top laner, finally. We no longer have the trio.
Well,
and this is a matchup that, if you've been watching for a long time, you might be getting spoiled for Niles if he's able to pick up what we hovered previously. But Camille has been banned in almost every single one of these games in the 4-5. But it's going to be traded out for her partner. LeBlanc has also been sitting lonely on the bench and going to be given over to Yunbi to pilot.
Yeah, feels pretty good on that one too. You know, I did like the Kled hover. Kled into Urgot is not fun for Urgot.
Nope.
Even for Alorum. I think that maybe is the concern. I would love to see Niles take that one in. But Alorum is so solid on this Urgot that you know, you gotta wonder how well will he go into a losing matchup. We're gonna hover the Bard, and it's gonna be a lock-in for the Bard here. Loving it. Rhino, not gonna pick up a Rhino support champion this time, but has once again locked in the Bard. We haven't seen too many supports actually go with this so far in the UGP. I think maybe 3 different supports have run it 1 or 2 times. So good.
Rhino is one of them.
Yep, Rhino is one of them, and has found quite a bit of success there.
Rhino is 2-0 on the champion. Pretty good out of 2 games. So wonderful to see that there. Does make their bot lane extraordinarily squishy. And now with double ranged versus this matchup, this does mean that we're going to be seeing Niles pilot the Trundle top lane versus Alorum. Can be a little bit scary when you're playing this Trundle, but early on, Trundle can be a menace to deal with until Alorum maxes out on the Disdain and the Anguish. So Once that comes through, maybe we can see a little bit of trading, but a strong 2v2 here from Zeus in the mid jungle. Zeus said at the beginning of the day, if Zeus are going to win, it is going to be off of a Griff diff. It's going to be off of Griffin and Tuesday putting up numbers and putting up the damage so that their team can continue their run here in the Unified Grand Prix.
Oh, that music cut. That kind of scared me for a moment. Yeah, it's not intense anymore, guys. We finished the pick ban phase. Now we're just waiting for that delay. Okay, so the Ziggs Nautilus matchup, I do have to say, just looking back at that, I think we saw that. No, we didn't see that in the first one. We have yet to see that here today. It was the Ziggs Rel for Golden Guardians, the Ziggs Trundle. So we're going to be seeing that Ziggs Trundle. Not Ziggs Trundle, sorry, this time, because they did opt to go for the Nautilus. So it does make it a bit safer for them. And I think recognizing that, hey, the Bard was locked in there for Zeus means let's pick a nice, tanky crowd control initiator. And that allows for that. So if they're able to really pressure this bottom lane from Zeus early on, which should be the case, all they have to really watch out for is Griffin coming in and trying to move down, or Tuesday, keeping an eye on where the roam is and also communication from UB in the mid lane. Otherwise, this should be a nice chill lane here for Prismal and Newbie on the side of Golden Guardians.
They have good push. They can kind of bounce this wave. I think the only counter I would say for Zeus is that with Ashe, like we've been saying, has great wave manipulation because of the volley, and will be able to farm at distance away from the wave and can control it. So if they need to, when you have something like Bard, you can send him away out of this lane. You obviously want to see them roam, and I want to see what they do to try to help out Alorum, because Alorum, in a lot of cases, is put on weak side. They play away from this lane. They don't send many resources for him and to allow him to play on an island. It has been his style of play since he's entered into amateur and has done, has found a ton of success with it. But now that you have Bard, now that you have stuff like Rise, I want to see either Griffin or Rhino help out this mid laner, help out Tuesday, who's looked good so far individually, and move out, either come bot lane or put Niles behind on this Trundle. Can be very weak early on. And if you find something, if you try to blow a summoner early on, this matchup becomes super untenable very fast.
It really does. And like you were talking about with the Niles Allure matchup in the top two, we kind of have an idea of what they're going to be building going through into this, which gives a little bit of advantage for the rest of the team throughout the entirety of the game. You can kind of anticipate you got the Black Cleaver really good into Trundle. Frostfire Gauntlet helpful. Hullbreaker, I actually think it could be a really fun one.
Hullbreaker's fun.
This. It is fun. And then on the other side, the Spirit Fish is going to be huge. If you're able to get the Blade of the Ruin King, Divine Sunder will be really helpful here. So we kind of know what these builds are going to be just based on this matchup or what they should be. So certainly getting pressure in the mid lane as Niles and Alorum, they're just having a little bit of a slap fight back and forth here.
He wins this early on. He already has the Conqueror, and Alorum is popping through all of those pots. Will win out on the HP trade for right now, but no corrupting pots early on for Alorum. This has been kind of a standard trait of Niles all the way back from when Set was first released. Would always look for level 1s and just looking good while doing it.
Looking good while doing it, that's for sure. That's a handsome troll right there. Into a handsome whatever Urgot is, whatever you call that mismatched human being.
Abomination.
Right there. Abomination, cyborg. All right, yeah. I suppose that is the correct name for it. There, thanks production. Already some pressure here from Rhino and Rahim, though. No big surprise. Once there is a little bit of counterplay, though, coming. Yeah, look at that handsome cowboy. Handsome cowboy. Cowboy cyborg. If you don't think it could be a thing, League of Legends will make it a thing. But it's going to be a lot of pressure coming from Zeus for the early part of this until Newbie can, find a solid hook, until there's a little bit of a response that they're able to kind of navigate around that. So allowing the lane to pressure forward, getting Raheen and Rhino as close as possible down here will be helpful. But Yunbi might get caught out here. Griffin is going to follow up on the real one, and that's a very, very easy first blood for Griffin. Solo. No, it wasn't assist there for Tuesday, thanks to a previous hit.
Massive amounts of priority now available for Zeus. Going to force out the TP from Yunbi. We get to watch this. This is just a simple misexecute. I think Yunbi playing a little bit safe wanted to say, look, I'm leaning towards my jungler. There's no way that Griffin is here. But they got an early ward down, or there's a chime there, so they should know both junglers ended up clearing up in the same directions. I actually wasn't able to catch that early on, so maybe I'm wrong, but that was a little bit misfortunate, and most important there for Tuesday is that they get to back now without forcing their TP. Another play here from Griffin.
Very, very well done. They waited while Newbie was right there, yes. They waited actually to allow, or to ensure that Newbie was behind Prismal right there, so that they could just move forward, throw the Sonic Wave in, ensure that they get the hit. And a lot of pressure on top of it. A TP did come through from Tuesday, but we got the responding one as Prismal moves back into lane. Once again, we're looking at the TP on Prismal with the heal on Raheem. So it is unfortunate, but at least Prismal's able to get right back into lane and continue attempting to farm.
And both players ended up TPing there. You see Alorum try to covering this bot side play, and Tuesday to try and cover for Alorum's lane here. Has to try and get this one under the turret. Otherwise, Rosethorn and Niles, there you go, will attempt to at least try to freeze this. Alorum's going to also get a reset in here as well. Thing that allows Tuesday one more wave, but a lot of summoner spells just burnt trying to do something, trying to save out on this bot side play. Getting some damage out on the Rhino, but double ranged plus the ability to heal at any moment's notice is pretty nice. Are they going to repeat this?
Raheem
Guys.
is down. Raheem just used the heal. They're very, very low on mana. They can definitely give it an attempt, but if Newbie's able to get a hook on Raheem at any point,
they find this. That's a
satchel
kill.
Charge. Will that be
Oh
the kill?
my God.
The nice
That's
little
Ignite.
heal, but no, the Ignite will do it, and Rhino is on the run.
That takes a couple games on Ziggs to know that that's your kill threshold right there. And a lot of trust between the bot laners. So Rhino recognizing he can't stay with no summoners or with just Flash and some pretty low HP. So gonna look for a roam. Either that means just standing in place to get vision and recall. That's a good kill there for Golden Guardians. It allows them to push the wave and get a recall in without losing all that much. And it's gold in the bank.
Gold in the bank, and it evens things up, really. You know? Gold in the bank of both pockets here. We're only 6 minutes in. We're starting 3 kills down. Lorum's not going to get that flip, but the W is still active, so
wow.
It's a lot of damage onto Niles. Niles needs to get a little bit of armor here before
he's dead.
getting really
Griffin's
effective.
here.
And in is Griffin. Niles going to drop out the frozen domain, try to get out, and that frozen domain will be enough.
Recognizes, gonna just have to flash. If they don't, they're gonna end up dying. Tuesday lying in wait. They're gonna fight for this. They know they have priority from top side. Alorum is not 6 yet, but they find this onto Rosethorn.
Beautiful route onto the Rosethorn. Griffin gonna follow it up as well with a little Q of his own. A flash away from Griffin though, and it won't be enough. Had it not been for the pods, that absolutely would have been a kill. But Zeus find themselves another one as Yunbi just has to run, is in the wrong place at the wrong time. They're going to distribute those kills nicely between Griffin and Alorum.
Excellent communication coming out from the solo laners, and all in all, Zeus, we get to see the replay here. As they're going into this fight, we have to say, okay, Golden Guardians, they cannot be here in this objective, and they finally find this kill onto Rosethorn. Note that nobody is quite level 6, but Tuesday dings alongside Yunbi, and this right here, Alorum steps right into the Realm Warp, and blocks right in front of Yunbi's chance of grabbing that kill onto Griffin. And with all the members there, they find the kill. It's most damning for the mid lane matchup now, because you see Griffin and Tuesday are front running, and they've now just even found a kill onto Niles during that replay, which is huge. Rosethorn here to cover is good, but I mean, that's just more and more gold in their pocket, like we see in the current gold. 4 members of Zeus are leading the charts.
Okay, Rhino has more gold than Niles. And that's
Yikes.
very, very rough. You have 4 out of the 5 members. You anticipate the bottom 2 members being the 2 supports. So when you see a top laner below Rhino in terms of gold, that one is rough. And yes, Rhino does have a kill. Niles doesn't at the moment, just has the 1 death. Also 2 assists onto Rhino. But still, my goodness, we are going to take a look at the kills that we missed during that replay. We're going to start here at the bottom.
Oh, Prismal
side.
died. Okay, well, that's cool. Prismal gets the flash down. There. All right, that lollipop just a tiny bit.
Yeah.
They wasted a lot of summoners here. With no flash, should be important to see. And now we get to finally catch up on what happened here. This just looks like a good old 1v1 with just barely enough execute damage from Griffin coming over top.
Get all ground up there. by Alorum. Now has a bounty on his own head, sitting at 2-0. Got the one onto Rosethorn and the one onto Niles. And, you know, the two champions, the two players that have been really finding a lot of success in the last couple of games where Golden Guardians won, it was Niles and it was Yunbi, you know, with actually, or you know what, in the last game, Yunbi and Prismal. Both of those members are the ones that have really been focused down here by Zeus, both sitting with 2 deaths, 0 kills, and only 1 assist between the two of them on Prismal specifically.
Early on right now, Golden Guardians are finding themselves at a pretty nasty deficit. The bot wave has really not been able to get much done. The point of the Ziggs usually is to try and cheese this out and get early turret plates, early turrets taken. They haven't been able to do that just because of how much they've been trying to cover. And top lane, the fact that Alorum is up 2-0 in this matchup that's supposed to be an early lead for Niles has gone completely awry. So Golden Guardian's going to have to come up with alternate win conditions now. They don't have a Drake yet. We're 10 minutes in. We still have not taken it. And while Rosethorn is slowly farming up, that's another death, potentially.
Oh,
There it is.
that is going to be a death. Yep. What? Another ultimate. The ult is already up. Griffin.
And he gets the dragon?
They go down here. He gets the dragon. Ends up getting shut down. So that's going to be the second kill overall for Golden Guardians Academy. But, man, you know, that's still, in the overall, that's still a win for Zeus across the board.
They've gotten kills, and maybe they try to force a summoner, but, I mean, there's nothing here. Tuesday, if he wants, can just TP back to this lane. We're waiting to see what the first Rift Herald of the game comes down to for Zeus, or sorry, for Golden Guardians. Where are they going to drop it? They can't really drop it mid, and especially with Bard, if Rhino is on point with their roams, they can make sure to stop the Herald crash with their ultimate. So we'll have to see what comes of that. 4 minutes until the next Drake, but Zeus handily in the lead, and this time not having to overforce for anything. They can kind of just do what they please. Similar trend to what we've seen throughout all of these games.
Getting closer to the late game, too, is very good for Zeus. Plenty of scaling on their team. Golden Guardians just not really able to get even a little bit that's available. Much earlier game team. On the side of Golden Guardians, they do have some scaling, but they should have had the early pressure, you know, in the top lane and in the bottom lane here. So a little rough for Golden Guardians to really be experiencing big losses in the areas that they were supposed to find some victories, but big props to Griffin for being everywhere that he needed to be. And hey, at the end of the day, if this does go into Zeus, that just means that we've got a Silver Scrapes game 5 after this.
Hey-oh, they're gonna get it. You know, it's the sinking stomach feeling. Rosethorn needing to make a play as we see Griffin is also waiting in the wings. Niles wanting to get this turret in, or getting this wave into the turret. I think Rosethorn has about 30 seconds before this Rift Herald expires. So want to get it in now rather than later. And seeing Prismal and Newbie all across the map. Golden Guardians are going to try and make plays onto turrets, but Realm Warp available for Tuesday means that they can be here on a dime. And Griffin coming just quickly shadow potentially.
Some pings coming out there as well because they see Trundle moving down. They see Rosethorn as well. That means that if they attempt to pinch here in the mid lane, it likely won't work. We already have move up from Zeus. 3 members here looking for a potential pinch themselves, but that's going to be the disconnect. No time wasted. Just trying to see if they can make any sneaky plays because Zeus, we've seen it, especially with this composition, if they can get you know, a kill or two, they've been able to gain a lot off of what normally would be a small victory.
Wondering what's going to happen. They're not really covering bot lane. You see right here that Rhino trying to put down this ward. Does not have the magical journey. This should just be the turret going down. They summon the Rift Herald mid, and there's going to be a massive gold influx for Golden Guardians with this Rift Herald. If they can get it in, they need to be able to stop Tuesday and Griffin from stopping this, but it looks like it's going down. Massive misplay there. Rosethorn waiting till the last second to put it down, and with no mid priority available to them, with not in position to cover for it, they lose out on that. So they're about even in gold, but Griffin will now take an entire quadrant. They're setting up for this play. You already see Newbie is making their way up here. Niles might be dead.
Oh, it wouldn't be the first time, unfortunately, here for Niles. The, let's see, his ultimate is still available. Oh no, the ultimate did go out. I thought it did go out for Alorum, and unless you get that member to 25% or less, you cannot reactivate it and get years of grind in there. So, Alorum does not have the ultimate available. It is one of the shorter cooldowns here on the side of Zeus, and the Magical Journey is going to allow these two members to just move down to mid lane and disengage from that fight, potentially another move on to mid lane.
A dangerous trade, I think, from the side of Zeus. I know that they wanted to go for that play, but you look at the other members. Rosethorn, I think, loses this unless... Yeah, there's a kick flash.
Oh my
Execute.
goodness. What a Sonic Wave. Definitely loses that one, especially when you're sitting at 1-1 and you're looking across the board at a lot more items available, or at least, you got some more damage there. So tower plate gold. Take a look at that. Obviously, Golden Guardians, as we have seen, got a big chunk of that. Majority in the bottom lane, 960 total between those two members, and only 160 overall from Zeus, but they're okay with that. They still have the gold lead thanks to all of these kills and having a creep advantage in, a good portion of these lanes.
Yeah, most of them are fine. They traded all of those TPs to top lane for alone time for Raheen, so he can farm up a wave or two so that he can get some push, finishes out the Wit's End, which is going to be so helpful against not only LeBlanc, but also the Ziggs. The Ashe build has just been getting better and better. It's been on hit. She doesn't utilize crit all that well. The items are a little bit expensive and also just doesn't really use it thanks to her passive. I've been a big fan of Wit's End. More of a big fan of it in Wild Rift, but still, Golden Guardians are doing a fantastic job so far. But Zeus still controlling the lead, still forcing Golden Guardians to make plays. Now, this is a TP from... Alorum does have Rhino here. Graves is almost here.
Oh, they're going to try to pinch this one out. They do get a nice little one there. Niles, you see the walk away from the explosion there from Rhino saying, all right, I did my job. I got my kill participation there. Go ahead and finish this one off, Laura.
We're going to need to see some new stuff coming out from Golden Guardians. This LeBlanc hasn't had too much of an impact thanks to the matchup into Rise. And I mean, if you're going to be able to kill Ashe, the time is kind of closing soon, because after this, she's probably going to pick up the Immortal Shield Bow, which just makes it harder and harder to kill her. And Alorum will be a huge pile of HP with the itemization that you go on Urgot. So, wondering what the options are here for Golden Guardians.
Yeah, it's a good question. It's minimal. This isn't the end of the game, obviously. They've got one tower, so they have some map pressure. They don't have either of those dragons, and they did manage to at least get, the Rift Herald and a couple of these objectives here. But the problem is if GGA can't stall out Zeus, just like Zeus did to them in the previous game, then it is going to fall through their fingers really quickly. So this is maybe where they're trying to find a little bit of pressure. Rosethorn, though, absolutely knows that Griffin is on the other side of that. There is a ward revealing him. So once again, trying to get some pressure here in the mid lane. It's worked for Golden Guardians in the past. Break down another tower or two, and at least you have priority in some lanes.
I feel baited. I was told there was a question coming through. Unless it was like a weird... Whatever. I was expecting a question. I was going to give a really cool answer, depending on what it was, unless it was a silly one. But they're finding Chana Crisuero, and we get the scenic view. The Crownies Comet comes on by. Wave. Everybody wave in Twitch chat. Put your, hey guys, in chat. Raheen has missed a couple arrows, has also landed a few. So, it is definitely a weird one to land sometimes, but not much happening now. We have a Rift Herald available for Griffin. I assume that what they're going to do is they're just going to wait till this next Drake. And for Golden Guardians, just try to protect your side of the jungle. Make sure that you're not getting invaded upon, especially with the upper turret in top lane going down. Makes it a little bit easier for this mid lane to be ganked from some different angles, especially with Bard and Lee Sin standing under that turret. He's still a death sentence. Not as safe a bastion as usual, but some weird posturing. There's not anything to do on the map right now, so this just feels weird.
So well done there by Primal. Giving a little B emote. You know what? That one's well deserved. Walking back a step to avoid tempered fate, and then is able to get the satchel charge. Griffin goes in very far. Is able to get out though. Almost has flash up and available here. Shelly will take down a tower. That's going to be a death sentence, but immediately a lot of damage onto Griffin.
Ignite down.
The ultimate from Rosethorn doesn't quite do it, but Prismal has one of his own and will find it there.
Niles is here.
Now Raheen will be the next target. Rosethorn finds another one. 2 members now of Zeus down, and finally Golden Guardians Academy get to put the pressure in the mid lane they've been trying to set up for a while.
Zeus, what are you doing? You don't even have Tuesday. Tuesday's literally tanking turret. He's gonna die 2 to Yoonbi. Unless he can TP out of this. This is way too much. Flash, Realm Warp is out of the play. Ooh, the Sigil of Malice is not able to find the burn. Neither alongside. They finally, they lose a turret there in the bot side. Finally for Zeus, but what is that play there from them? As soon as they use all of their tools, it's almost like they're like, oh, well, sunk cost fallacy. We need to continue going in. We've already used all our tools. Got to get something. And Griffin with 2 Sonic Waves that are a little bit questionable from them. They get a turret, but it's like one good play, one bad play coming out from Zeus Gaming.
I definitely felt like that was a miss Griffin play. You know, we're gonna take a look at the replay on that one, but really that was where the opportunity arose, was Griffin going in on this one after throwing down Rift Herald.
This is okay. So this first one, obviously, you got the depth charge. Whatever, I'll take it. You also already have Rift Herald. You already have the Rift Herald slamming into the turret. They're trying to get really cheeky with this, but with no Tempered Fate, nothing to try and stop this. Griffin, I don't know what you're doing, bud. Heal from Raheen as well. Gets the flash out from them, and now Raheen is in no man's land. The TP in from Niles. Rise was spending as much time as possible trying to slam this turret in and finally gets it, but still, what are Zeus doing? They will no longer have Flash on Tuesday or Griffin or Rhino, and Drag is spawning in 10 seconds. An important objective for them to get if they want to continue their Drake stacking as a win condition.
Yep, that's going to be sole point if Zeus is able to find that one. Taking a look at the gold overtime graph, you see that little tiny green area where it barely dipped in to Golden Guardian's favor within the, in the first 5 minutes, but it has climbed up a little bit over 2,000. Not a huge difference. Just like the last game that we were seeing Zeus holding off on Golden Guardians, taking a lot of a gold lead. GGA is doing the exact same thing here, but that will now be sole point for Zeus. So Golden Guardians cannot just allow the next dragon to go like that.
It is a Cloud Drake, so if there was ever a soul that you'd be willing to kind of play a little bit loose with, it could be that one. Obviously, giving Ashe as much ultimate CD as possible is probably not the best idea, but definitely not a game changer or that much of a game loss position like it would be for either a Mountain Drake or something like the Ocean Soul. So we'll see what they can do. Right now, they're just trying to take control entirely of one quadrant, more specifically around this Baron, so that Golden Guardians cannot walk in without trying to clear out all this vision, trying to play a little bit into fog. I like what they're doing here from Zeus as well. Allows for Raheen to stay in mid lane and protects Alorum, who's so far ahead at this point. 4-0, level 13 as well. I mean, there's just so much damage that I think that this Urgot can do, but gonna need to make proper battle lines for him, and I think right here they're doing a good job at it.
Getting as much pressure as they possibly can. Zeus continues to do this, really prevents Golden Guardians from even having any opportunity at responding to objective takes. So they're going to find a lot of success, continue to do that, because Golden Guardians aren't quite in a position to attempt it themselves. Not only do they not have the composition made for it, but they got to stick together. If you get caught out without the help of Niles or Newbie somewhere nearby, there's a lot of damage being dealt from all members of Zeus. Literally every single member, including Rhino here, who's sitting at 1-0-3. So it's a tough move here from Golden Guardians. You got to try to get some pushback out, but your communication needs to be there. You cannot stray too far from other teammates that need protection.
LeBlanc can't sit out on a side lane all that long. Rise will just eventually run her around the map.
Yep.
Same thing with Niles against this Urgot right now. It is so difficult to stay out in a very long lane versus them, and they haven't been able to do much in the mid lane. So again, they're going to continue this holding pattern from Zeus, where they go in, sweep out all of the vision away from Golden Guardians, and make this quadrant of the map a dark spot. Prismal flashes into it. Oh no! Oh
Griffin
no! Raheen has
almost
to blow the
getting-
heal.
Yeah, the heal from Raheen.
Man.
Raheen would have gone down there thanks to the burn from Leandries, but it doesn't happen. Zeus immediately say,
That's
all
the
right, we'll take
Baron.
that win and turn it into another one by taking Baron.
That's so unfortunate. Was expecting the satchel charge to knock him over the wall, but now it is converging everybody over to this. Oh, Tempered Fate lands onto 2.
And that is going to be a stun to follow it all up as well. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow not available, so they're not going to be able to catch it out in that. Sonic Wave doesn't hit. Rosethorn gets a dash. UV with a little bit of damage to try to dissuade Griffin off of Rosethorn. They will lose the one member. That'll be it. At least they stopped the Baron.
And they get to do some recall stopping right here, but I mean, this is super in favor now of Zeus. It is a small advantage for them, but they are completely in control of this game. They're constantly telling GGA where they can and can't be. And we'll get a replay of the most unfortunate play for Prismal here. Moment of silence for Ziggs. I've had this happen before too. I've been practicing Ziggs myself. There's just some walls who are too fat.
Arrow. Into the arrow.
It's so close too.
It was so
Almost
close.
steps into the bombs.
That's a rough one. That one feels rough. Yeah, you miss the satchel jump. So you flash over, you get over the wall, but that's right where the Enchanted Crystal Arrow is on path or en route. So doesn't work out there, and it was the flash burned out of Prismal, who has gone down 3 times now. Niles and Prismal, who felt really good in the last game, all are currently sitting at 3 deaths, only 1 kill between the two of them again, and that's going to be for Prismal. So at least there's a little bit of a swap here. At least we have gold in favor of Golden Guardians somewhat. It keeps going back and forth between Tuesday and Prismal here.
But now with that turret,
yeah, a good sign that it's not all blue on the top of that graph.
It's a small saving grace for them right now, but this is such an awkward position here for Golden Guardians. They're starting to screen away from this Drake, but look at where Alorum is. He's pushed in this wave so far in that now Niles has to be the one to respond, and he can group up with his team. Enchanted Crystal Arrow comes out, TP from Niles. This is potentially the game-ending play here. If Zeus can find something, Zeus might even just ignore the Drake and go for the mid lane, try to break open some more waves.
They are. Griffin's going to take some aggro here, but there are all 5 members. So yes, Golden Guardians picks up the dragon, but Zeus is going to go and steal away this quadrant of Golden Guardians jungle as well. GGA not even able to get in on this mid tower, which is where they've been trying to gain any sort of pressure the entire game because of their lack of split push. Tempered Fate is going to miss. Lorem looking for the engage here. The satchel charge goes out. Doesn't need to be set yet though. Lorem recognized that he can't walk forward on this one, and really it's Zeus looking for the engage.
Look at this. I love the positioning out from Tuesday, recognizing they can't really walk into mid lane. I can. Our team can on Zeus Gaming. And, I mean, Golden Guardians, all they did was just basically play Ring Around the Rosie and lose out on another 3 or so waves. Not only in mid lane, but top lane no one's able to collect. Bot lane is all but doomed, I think, right now for Golden Guardians. So they are just trying to prevent this Cloud Soul from going, from going over. They got the Drake for themselves, but it's like,
at what cost?
It's a pittance almost, right? Like, you got a Drake. If they can get this mid turret, it'd feel a little bit nicer, but really just getting table scraps for themselves here.
Yeah, 1 tower to 5 is rough. It's so hard to try to gain any sort of map control whatsoever, whether it's trying to put down vision, your own safe vision, trying to put down aggressive vision to make plays, or to work around the objectives. And Zeus got pressure on these side lanes very early on, and so while Golden Guardians recognized that, was trying to do something in the mid, they have 1 single tower down on the bottom side taken out. They have very little damage applied to both the mid and the top tier 1. So facing down 5 towers, meaning that their base is exposed in both the mid lane and the top lane. It's just getting rougher and rougher as this game goes on for GGA, and it honestly, at this point, I am pretty confident that we're seeing a game 5 now.
Most likely. Zeus have been a little bit faulty in how they close out some of their games. Prismal, what are you doing? You're gone.
Prismal goes out. The Temper Fate is actually going to land on Rosethorn. Newbie gets locked down, hooks away, gets the flash over, and is headed up towards Niles. They are going to make it into the base and escape, but Prismal very caught out, and having the 2nd most damage in the game earlier, that is not going to be the case if Prismal continues to be facing this gray screen. And Zeus now starting up on this Baron.
What are they doing? I get that you need to walk into the Baron lane, but that is a huge error on the side of Golden Guardians. Let one of your tanky members, you literally have a Nautilus to face check for you. And that right there leads to the Baron and what I think might just be the final push here for Zeus to get over the finish line and put themselves at a Game 5 versus Golden Guardians Academy. I mean, now that they've got Baron, it's so much harder for them to try and clear this. LeBlanc has a hard time clearing these super minion waves. Olorum is still getting at a pretty massive advantage for themselves. And you see this, Rise has been split pushing. Tuesday is doing all the favors for themselves. TP comes in, they're going to try and fight. This is the end.
Nice little engage there by Griffin, finds the Sonic Wave, that is a lot of damage, and another route onto Newbie, who ends up going down. The Tempered Fate finds one there, but Prism will take so much damage. A flash over the wall from Tuesday will find a double kill there. Tuesday now changing over to Niles with the help of Griffin, that they get to take him down, and this looks like it will either be an ace or Yoonbi alone defending the base. This spells the end of the game here for Zeus, but a lead in for
All right,
Guardians,
Ramin.
but a lead in here to a game number 5 as an ace is cleaned up by Zeus. Well played.
It wasn't even close. From level 1, we saw that they were trying to trade in top lane, but the Niles Trundle did not work out. They were not able to find an advantage. Griffin on this Lee Sin finally finding a pop-off, not against Viego. And, I mean, while there is some solid play from the mid lane, the bot lane, I think Prismo made a few too many errors, similar to game 1, and ends up with a loss there for Golden Guardians. So I'm looking now at game 5, depending on side selection. What do we see from Golden Guardians to kind of make that stand? And what's the final push here for Zeus in game 5?
You know, as much as I liked, the Trundle was already locked in, right? I think instead of last picking Nautilus for that one, do the Ornn again. The Ornn is actually really good into the Urgot. It's a somewhat winning lane. You know, you can potentially win out on that one, or at least make it more of an island so that you don't just have Olorum absolutely running rampant on you, even from the start, when Trundle should have the early lead in that one. So go back to what has been really working for you. You know, they're going to be able to pick the blue side going into this next game number 5, Silver Scrapes. But,
Woo!
you know, I'd say the Graves, not high priority. They gave up the Lee Sin in that because they banned out the Viego. So that is going to be the next option. Graves, not the one to go with. And because the Xin was also banned out by Golden Guardians, maybe leave that one over, you know, at least leave Xin and Lee Sin over, or force out Zeus to make one of those bans themselves. But they've got first pick now, so a little bit more priority. That changes things up a little bit in terms of these bans. Hopefully we won't see GGA ban out Viego this time, try to snag it for themselves. That's going to force another ban onto Zeus, and if they don't take that, I mean, it's going to be a wild one. This could go either way. All of these games could go either way. We have seen some exceptional play from both teams right here, but we're going to get some info here from, once again, the handsomest desk, the most ravishing desk in all of NA, and not just because of Ravishing Ravish, but let's see what your guys' insight is. Oh,
It's a break.
Oh,
it's a break.
And welcome back to the dance, everybody. Yet again, I'm Ramsey Graham, joined here by Beatdown Boulevard and Zoo. Yet again, back at it. Yo, Zoo's Gaming have decided to turn things up into a much higher level just out of nowhere suddenly. Now, in the past couple of games, what we saw from before is definitely how we're seeing currently, because not only did they take the early game lead and Abs run with it, they create entire locomotive train and ran over GGA. But to see how all that happened here, Zoo, right down a bit of that early game for us.
Yeah, so I think there's a lot of like big brain things going on here, a lot of like mind games between jungle and mid lane here. So what's going on here is red side jungler was pathing top and he was going to be able to get top grab, and blue side jungler was pathing bot. So what Yunbi is doing here is he's moving to the side that his jungler is on. This is a fairly common mid fundamental that you'll see. But the thing that's going on here is they anticipate Griffin to be on bot side of the map. You see Rosethorn is going, just clearing his red. Instead of doing Krugs, just goes over the wall. But because of this, they don't see Griffin come from the top side of the map. And this is just a really good heads up play by Griffin, getting the E in, making sure knowing he's going to flash, and then being able to secure that first blood. And if you're in Yumbi's perspective here, you really think that this guy's going to be on bot side of the map. His bot lane has prio, your jungler's on top side of the map. But because Graves goes over the wall on top side over Baron, instead of walking through, then it's hard to see. And then also Griffin's able to walk in through the banana brush and tri brush and be able to get that pick. And I think that was just a really smart heads up play. He's somebody who likes to camp mid pretty early, pretty often. And this was definitely a unique mind game that you can see between mid and jungle.
Huge stuff out there. I know even when you were playing, it's to us, like, while we're watching, we're thinking like, there's no way, right? Nobody actually sees him. It was genuinely impressive to see, and how that all played out as well. Because from there too, I was only a small stepping stone here before Zeus to be able to then take control of the game by making many more heads up plays just like this one.
Yeah, for the most part, Alarum, I was a big proponent of this too, having a really good showing up in the top side there. I think pretty early on, he ended up being 4-0 and became just a split pushing menace. And we're going to see in the replay too, where I only bring this up because this is probably the only noticeable error we see Zeus make in this game here. It's an error they made in game 2, and this is going to be a problem because we're going into game 5. These are where these mistakes can't really come through here, and you're going to see the overcommit coming through. They want a second charge on the Rift Herald, but you can see it doesn't really work out. They just give up a bunch of kills, some gold, and it almost would have been the end of them there. But if they didn't have such a strong lead, especially up in the top side, and allowed Tuesday to continuously farm on that rise and also become a split push threat, this could have been worse.
And we've seen how, like you mentioned, they were punished for this before as well. All the reason they stayed alive this time is because they had such a strong lead, like exactly like you were mentioning. Or else otherwise, if we saw the blue side play, or I should say blue buff play like previously, then suddenly there might not be a game 5 as of right now. But Zeus Gaming do the due diligence to make sure that they do have a little bit of leeway to, I want to say, play some more fun League of Legends across the entire map. But nonetheless, though, they're doing a fantastic job. And if they can continue to see more of this Zeus going into game number 5, then our predictions just might be correct here. But Zoo, on your end, though, from what you were sharing about GGE so far, right? Is this something that you can see that can be a quick fix for the game 5?
Yeah, so I personally, before we actually declare an actual winner here, I will say I'm the only one with the right prediction right now going in 5 games. So, before someone actually wins the series, I'm currently winning the series. But I think the big thing here for Golden Guardians Academy is I'm not really the biggest fan of the Lee Sin right now. I think maybe something with a bit more of like a go button. Something a little bit easier to execute. Maybe something like a Volibear in particular might be good. There's no way you're getting Viego, and there's no way you're getting Gangplank, so you don't really have like that much of like space to control. And then you're also banning Orianna yourself too. So I think just being able to get on something or get on a champion that can dive backline, make something happen. I think maybe Volley with a level 3 gank mid could be pretty good. If you're Zeus, love the GP ban. And just, keep doing what you're doing on camping in mid. I think Griffin and Tuesday are doing a great job. Anchor in the top side, and should be good to go as long as they can get a strong 2v2 mid jungle.
Well, or also shouldn't be a Volibear is cool, but another main green blob man with the grown button was also definitely an option. I'm talking about my main man Zach, but of course it's all open to interpretation. I'm a fan of one pick. You clearly have your biases around the other, but as of right now here, Cassius, you let me know what gold button does GGA need to perhaps put on the series, or is Zeus gonna sustain and stay alive?
Oh, thank you so much, Desk. That's a very good question. I think that I'm going to have more of an opinion after the draft. Even though a lot of these games haven't been dictated by draft, but I think I'll know how the game's going to go more when I know what parts of the game will be involved. Honestly, I would like to see though from Golden Guardians some split pushing capability rather, because they tried in that last game, but you cannot send like a Trundle down to split push. It's not going to happen. And when you're going up with a Rise, an Urgot who's also going to be doing a lot of split pushing, and an Ashe who's just burning through these waves, you need to counter it with a little bit of late game potential for yourself. And without any split push ability, it kind of takes the late game away from the comp that GGA went in with.
Well, like you heard from Zoo, right? You're seeing that they're constantly counterpicking the mid lane. They are having really great matchups set up for Tuesday. And with the way that Alorum's champion pool is kind of set up, it makes it really hard to split push when you're Niles, because almost every single time Alorum has some kind of answer. Oh, you're going to play Kled? Well, I can play a plethora of all these different champions available to us. Probably can pull out an Alawi if necessary. So many different answers that I think Alorum could have to a potential split push. Fiora, I think. Niles, obviously, we talked about it way at the beginning of the show, but Niles is known for Jace, and Alorum, I'm sure, again, has an answer for it. So now that they are on blue side again, they don't have to be the ones to ban the Viego. Zeus, however, they've gone ahead and gotten rid of the Aurelia and the Zinzao, so are they going to be getting rid of the Viego, or giving it over to the side of Golden Guardians Academy?
I was really surprised that we got 2 of the bans out of Golden Guardians. If we do get it, that would be great. I think that is the smart move, because it's absolutely going to be the first pick up there, and you can see they're contemplating it. They're trying to decide whether or not they need to take something away from Yubi or Miles.
Oh my god.
That's what they decided to go with. So, lock in the Viego. I had a feeling that they were going to try to counter this one, and we'll see what they bring to the table for that.
I'm surprised too, because obviously the Aurelia ban has kind of hit the table ever since that game for Yunbi, but Tuesday plays a plethora of counters. Definitely has a Renekton somewhere up in his pool, has played it a ton this split, so I'm surprised that wasn't something that they were willing to let slip, and instead giving over the Viego. They've picked up Lee Sin, they picked up Ashe. I wonder now, are they going to finish out their bot pool for Zeus, or look for something that can be a little bit more flexible? Tahm Kench is still on the table and has been a kind of a flexible favorite for the side of Zeus Gaming.
Yeah, I actually kind of would have liked to see the Tahm Kench picked up, here for Golden Guardians. Now that you've got the Trundle locked in, though, I feel like maybe it's not quite as good. You're going to want to get a little bit more heavy damage, the mobility from it. That's going to help right there with the Ezreal. So that's the expectation, I guess, would be to see the TK lock in or the top side here for Alorum to try to run rampant on again, because it's been so dang effective. Every opportunity he gets, he takes it. But no, they're actually going to let it slide, and that means the Golden Guardians is absolutely going to ban that one away, especially because you got a lot of squishy members on the side of Zeus right now. They're going to be looking for something like a Tahm Kench available. So take that one away from them, and Zeus is going to have their backs up against the wall.
They now have Orianna, which isn't the strongest jungle 2v2, but Griffin so far has really starting to get Rosethorn and Yumbi's number when we get into the game. So now, look at the bans, looking to try and get rid of some unfavorable support matchups and try to at least continue the cheese. I think with the Thresh ban, that most likely hints that Newbie will be taking this Trundle this time, and Zeus probably going to ban out another top laner after this, something that will set up for success against this. Camille is the choice for them. Now, coming back onto Golden Guardian side, they will have first pick, and I think that they will have to reveal their mid lane. Twisted Fate is available against this Orianna, would help on the side lane, especially if we're talking about playing for Niles and playing for topside advantage when you have an Ezreal.
Yes, thank you.
Getting rid of that Tom Kench definitely
Thank
kind
God.
of hints to that.
I think I held my breath the entire time that
Yeah.
that ban counter was going down. Just like that's exactly what Zeus needs right now. That it's something that's going to work for them. The Rakan, it's still squishy here. That's my fear. If the Rakan is locked in, yeah, you've got a lot of good initiation. You've got a lot of really good follow up with the Lee Sin, the Orianna, and the Rakan. But now your last pick has to be a big frontliner. You need somebody to absorb the damage and be able to get the initiation off to take aggro.
So this is really cool. Okay, so they finally get their Rise, a good matchup. And I was wondering which team was going to pick up the Ornn here. Was it going to be Alorum or was it going to be someone else? Now, Alorum does have a few champions that they do like to play. You can either try to match it with another tank matchup. You can also go for something... I mean, he's played it a ton. He's played it a little less frequently now, but something like the Wukong is available for them if they're going to try and just go full squishy here and talk about ball delivery for Orianna.
At that point, with the
wow,
with the recent buffs, it's going to be
okay.
Alorum on the Mundo again. We saw this yesterday, actually going up against Supernova, and it was the one time that Zeus faltered in that best of 5. It ended up being a 3-1, and it was that was with Viego, LeBlanc, Ashe, and Nautilus for the rest of the team. And so even with what sounds like a really good team, the Mundo didn't quite come into effect here. So we'll have to see exactly how that went down, because it was against, what does that say? Akali. It was against an Akali.
There you go.
So I don't know. Now I said I would have a much more definitive answer after the draft. I'm GGA all the way here.
We'll have to kind of wait and see what happens, because now Yumbi on this Rise, they've done it so many times. Zoo talked about it at the beginning of the day when we were looking at what Golden Guardians do to find success. 5:45, we're talking about that action wave. Around that time, 6 minutes comes on by. Rise with Rosethorn, they link up and they go to another lane. They either go, most likely it's been Niles, and when you're playing something like Ornn, does set you up for success. Mundo has an okay time up against these tanks, but is not exactly a tanky initiator, not the tankiest frontline, can really kind of just walks around. He doesn't take much CC from the enemy opponents, but gonna have to, I'm a little bit worried here for the side of Zeus. It is definitely an unorthodox answer, and probably would be, it definitely matches Alorum when it comes to this top lane.
It's I mean, that's what I'm saying. I locked in Golden Guardians. I have the confidence that really, even though Rosethorn versus Griffin, it's a Griffin party all day. I have to say it. I love Rosethorn, but Griffin has, there's a level up on the skill, to be honest. But with Niles and Yunbi, and also really just, I love to see Prismal and Newbie work together. Newbie has really been showing up today, even on the games that have been lost, bringing in that Trundle, really running with some unorthodox style picks and making it work and setting off the other team is exceptional to see. But with this composition, it's going to be a rough one. I've only seen that one Alorum game with Dr. Mundo. And it was up into, an assassin, a damage dealer, and a Akali. So he'll likely have a much better time here with Ornn. But Ornn is one of those champions that I just don't understand how he's able to take so much and still do so much damage, applying the brittle, having crowd control on top of it, not just with the Call of the Forge God, but also with his E, with his charge in. It's going to be a hesitant move forward, I think, from Zeus here. They got to be careful.
We got a free scale lane up in the top lane. You don't have to worry about cheesing out the enemy opponent level 1s through 4. You can just play Ornn. You're sacrificing levels, and that's fine. They also got Viego here, which has been talk of the town for all of Unified Grand Prix. As Jolly, we are finally in Game 5 here of, this round between them. Loser will have to go home. Winner of this goes into the lower finals and waits for the loser of the TSM and Dignitas Academy rosters that are fighting on Academy right now. So incredible game right here. And we all expected it to probably go 5 games, but definitely maybe not in this exact manner for them.
maybe not in this banner, but you know what? Zeus is one of those teams too who has such exceptional individual players that when they do find the cohesion necessary to go into a really tough matchup, they can find some success for themselves. And rather, they can at least stop or staunch out the bleeding that Golden Guardians might apply early game and then try to focus on that late game. The worrying part here is that the late game is awesome for Golden Guardians. So every time I try to look at this from like, all right, let's see the positive side, the silver lining here from the Zeus perspective. And it's really they gotta communicate well. They gotta set up for some cheesy plays and some cheesy kills. Otherwise, it's gonna be a rough game.
It will be hard for Golden Guardians. Well, same thing goes for Zeus, but we're seeing both junglers start out on the top side of the map, which means converging onto the Scuttle Crab in bot side, which is one of our first scuffles. So we'll have to see what comes out of that. However, now, we saw this in last game where Rosethorn thought Griffin was going to be on the opposite side of the map and ended up with a first blood going on to Yunbi. So important to note, has the jungle pathing really been scouted out by Zeus? Will they be able to make adjustments on the side of Golden Guardians? Let's see what happens. Early push here for Yunbi means can get a ward in and they will find out Griffin so they can prevent another unlucky accident like we saw there in game 4.
I do also like the fact that Golden Guardians has been switching up their skins every time. So, you know, we got some new Trundle pillars coming through.
The nasty
I know that's
Trundle
the case
pillars
with Yubi
too.
as well. I'm not certain if Prismal was running Academy before. That might
Pretty
be
sure
the
it
case,
was
isn't
this
it?
skin. Pretty sure it was this
All right,
skin.
okay, it was the skin. So this one I think is the same one, but Newbie switching things up, so we're gonna get some different looking pillars, blends in with
That's
this
an
graph
ignite
a little
down.
bit more. Actually, it is an ignite down, a flash away from
Heal.
Raheen. The heal
Griffin's
out.
here.
Griffin is on the way, but it's gonna be a
Oh my
flash
God,
forward
Prismal.
by Prismal, who manages to pick up the first blood. The flash forward, the teleport coming through, a flash forward by Griffin there is gonna be able to pick up the counter kill. And Yumi not able to do anything with that teleport, unfortunately, for GGA.
What is this teleport? I mean, Yunbi has no mana and has, I mean, almost ruined the lane for them. This is good for Tuesday only because, I mean, the wave is just now crashing into the turret, so there's a small timer there, and we'll end up getting double scuttled for Rosethorn. But take a look at this. I mean, the entire time, Yunbi's trying to recall, gets canceled. This is an extended fight here for Golden Guardians, and Prismal, as soon as he sees Lee Sin here, recognizes, I have to be able to make a trade or this is so doomed in terms of where the minions are. The entire time, I mean, Yumbi's here to just cover this and potentially see if Zeus would overextend for a fight. But that makes the laning phase really, really difficult. Now it has to take a little bit of an awkward back. Tuesday can stay here. And if he gets a little bit of help from Griffin, can push this out and come back all the better.
Yeah, not too much of a loss, and that's kind of what I was talking about, what I was touching on, but I explained poorly. I guess earlier with Zeus is even when they find a little loss, they make something up with it, and when they find a big loss, they take absolutely everything that they can get, whereas Golden Guardians have had a little bit more trouble with that. They've still been able to secure enough to play confidently into this one, and again, the composition really allows for that. But man, Zeus, they got to keep responding to things like this, trying to make reactive plays into proactive plays for the rest of the team. That's another way that they're going to be able to find success here. Rakan clearing out some vision to try to prevent another gank. Good call, good call.
Rakan is such a good answer into the Trundle. It allows them to still be slippery, have so much mobility that the Trundle pillar really doesn't do all that much. And if you're going to subjugate Rakan, well, Rakan's like, oh, all of my resistances are gone. Well, I've already charmed, knocked up your team, and came back to my backline. So good use of the counter pick there for Zeus, but not much doing there. The wave is about to crash, so this CS differential should about even up. If not down by 4 or 5 there in favor of Prismal. We haven't seen too much of the jungle 2v2 aside from that first fight there from Golden Guardians bot lane. And Rosethorn is sitting comfortably against this Lee Sin. Has that entire lead is basically just the other scuttle there. And they're starting up the Drake now. Golden Guardians want to try and get that under the turret, but recognizing probably can't do that, especially with where they understand Griffin might be.
Yeah, not quite that far in. A little bit dangerous too with the vision, the ward that they've got placed up, about to drop any moment. We can actually see Newbie moving up that way, probably to lay down more vision. No, just to check to see if a vision ward was placed there. Still no eyes here onto Griffin. So Golden Guardians, they're going to continue to try to get pressure in here. We've got the pings coming down from mid lane, from Griffin here. But that Harrowed Path is going to give away the location of Rosethorn. And probably no commitment here. Niles follows through with this one, though. Manages to get Call of the Forge God on. Alorum does escape thanks to the ultimate here. But a very close one.
What are they doing? Okay, they get the scuttle. Here's the fight now. Does he connect it? Sonic Wave.
There it is. The Sonic Wave comes through. Rosethorn takes too much damage, has to flash over. The Ignite is out and down. A flash from Prismal as well. Or, sorry, not a flash, a shift from Prismal as well as the heal there. So just one flash down. The Ignite did come out of Rhino.
So that top fight, actually, I was wondering when we were doing, you know, the Mexican standoff of over this dragon, what Niles was going to do, because you saw that he actually was trying to pull the wave into a freeze in front of his turret, and getting the ultimate out from Alorum is nice, but I think he was kind of hoping for a kill there, and has now invested the TP to come back to lane, forcing Alorum to do the same. Has the Ignite, so maybe with this Call of the Forge God coming up soon, maybe you can try to replicate that same success and have some kill pressure, especially now Rosethorn is here. Check for Yumbi pushing in the mid wave, could try to fade into darkness and go for a Realm Warp. That's exactly what they're doing. And right now Griffin has to immediately make a beeline over right as this wave is about to crash. Realm Warp here, potentially. They just jump over, they're not going to use it. Alorum,
Nope.
Let's see it, buddy.
Come out. Tuesday doesn't know as well that Yunbi was here. It's going to be the jump in, and Niles manages to get off the Searing Charge, and it will be a kill over for Yunbi. Golden Guardians find some more success in the top.
And Griffin, they had vision of that. They saw Yumbi cheat over to this top side of the map. Griffin wanting, kind of just recognizing, maybe my top laner is just dead. And good guy Newbie rotating out of bot lane. They have priority and they want to try and protect potentially for a counter punch coming out from Zeus. So he holds the wave here, prevents it from crashing. Tuesday's back actually just gets canceled as well with no teleport. They want to start out this Rift Tail. Do you see how many members they're already rotating over there? Zeus want to try and find something on the opposite side of the map, but Rosethorn is here. Newbie is helping him clear out the wave, and with this wave about to hit the turret, they can go into this top side, clear out vision, and keep Zeus away from this objective.
Yep, Rosethorn and Niles are on the way. They can see the recall there for Niles, so they've got to know that he's going to be making his way back up towards the top side. That top wave just not far enough in to really make a commitment on that. They might have been able to grab it considering Golden Guardians hasn't moved up, but they're going to make the safe play. They're going to lay down as much vision as possible. We can see that along the entirety of the river, you've got red wards scattered about the whole place. This is the best that Zeus can do right now, with the fact that the longer this game goes, the less of a front line they're going to have, especially if Alorum's not able to get any bit ahead here in this lane against Niles. So it's getting scarier and scarier, but they still have to contest these objectives.
Right now, the big leads that we're looking at is the jungle 2v2 between these two teams, Griffin and Tuesday. Griffin just slightly behind in experience, will have caught up thanks to just some early jungle farm. And I mean, Yunbi currently has first say onto whether or not who's moving where. We're seeing it time and time again where they're moving together as a unit, and I think they're linking up a little bit better in this game than we've seen them in prior. Most of the time throughout the regular Academy split, it was Yunbi moving for Rosethorn. Whether it be on Karma or things still like this Rise, it was moving to help these other lanes, and this time around we're seeing something similar to that.
I love this composition from Golden Guardians. This is... I mean, I think I felt the blood pressure rising of Zeus as they saw the first ban phase, as they saw the first couple of lock-ins there for Golden Guardians. And, it's 10.5 minutes in the game. We're not super far in. You do have what's getting close to, a 1.5K gold lead. So nothing crazy, but enough that a couple of these fights, if there is a full 5v5 or a full 4v4, you've got enough of that additional gold to at least give you or get you closer to finishing the item. The 3 Kindle Gems as well on board for Golden Guardians, 2 on the side of Zeus. So they're trying to stack up a little bit of health, get some cooldown reduction as well. But again, Alorum is going to be the front line here. So we're going to see nothing but health out of this champion. And he really finds a lot more success when he's kind of able to build a mix between health and damage.
All of his, I mean, all of his abilities are scaled off of his HP, so this is about fine, and obviously we're just waiting for items. Ooh, nice root. Rhino gets caught out here. Careful, I mean, Niles is not here yet. That is almost a solo from Griffin.
Almost. The ultimate comes through, though, and it's going to be enough. The charm as the Rakan uses the quickness. Down it goes, Newbie. And
that
Niles
could be one.
with the call. The Forge God. Rosethorn finds one, while the ultimate from Ezreal helps out here. Now Primal is a part of this fight. Teleport coming through from UB as well. So, Zoos lose 1. Golden Guardians get the Rift Herald.
They get the Rift Herald, which is nice, but this Dragon is spawning in 20 seconds. They can still make a rotation play, but I think more often what's going to happen here is Golden Guardians are going to take this Rift Herald and move it on over to either the mid lane to help this Rise out. That was an incredibly close fight. We saw that Alorum actually was the first one to the play, and it made the world of difference, especially since Griffin was spending so much time trying to kill Prismal. And the fact that they find one reset, I think, completely saves that for the side of Golden Guardians. If not for him getting back into that fight and being able to help out the team, that could have looked really dangerous and very good for Zeus. They're going to pick up the Cloud Drake for themselves. And now, look at this again. Another reset coming in from Yumbi. Has no summoners this time, but is going to finish out the Everfrost and be very, very strong as he gets back out on the map.
Finish the Everfrost, and you've also got the Divine Sunderer finished up from Rosethorn. So those first items might be making an impact if there is a fight here. Ezreal.
Oh, no!
What do we see?
They've just got the ward. He couldn't clear the ward. It just expired from the thing, and then they had to invest their control ward, which they don't have anymore in their inventory, which is important for. I don't think right now, but in a little bit it'll probably be important if they can't get a reset in and buy those control wards. But it's inconsequential for right now. They're just sweeping out all the vision from Zeus and trying to make more and more of the dark of the skin. Sorry, more and more of the map dark. Wow, that was hard to say.
And now, they kind of have an opportunity here. I'm going to assume, Rift Herald. That's literally, I was like, they got pressure in mid lane. Rift Herald should be coming out here soon. We'll get one charge off, not actually be able to pick up this first turret of the game, but it is still a lot of damage, a lot of extra gold because plates are going down in 10 seconds.
Okay, so that makes more sense. I was about to ask, so thank you for bringing that up for everybody. I was like, why are we going for this play? Why are we dropping Rift Herald so early? It's to simply get themselves some plates. Rosethorn gets kicked back, is probably dead here.
Yeah, that's a flash
Oh
away.
my god.
Rhino going in. That is going to be the quickness
That's
along
dead.
with the grand entrance. But Yunbi finds one, says, hey, I'll throw a crown on your Rakan. Trying to go in with another grand entrance there, but it's going to be a flash away from Raheen. Raheen, you're not getting out of this one, though. It's going to be another kill over Rosethorn. What did I say about Viego?
We gotta get rid of this champion, man. That's a really, close play for Golden Guardians right there. If Rosethorn is able to get caught or gets killed in that line of play, it's a lineup for Zeus that I think sets themselves up well for staying in control or not quite out of the driver's seat here in the early game. But, Flash, Heartbreaker, into just being able to turn that around, Yumbi in the right position yet again to catch out Rhino and find Raheen. That's a flash away from this Ashe. So in a mobile carry yet again means Yunbi and Niles are kind of set up for success 2 minutes later when we have this Drake spawn.
Yeah, Yunbi and Niles feeling really good here. And, also Rosethorn, like I said, 2-0-2, so 4 out of the 5 kill participation on this one. And Viego doesn't care about falling behind in camps. Viego wants to get kills. Viego wants to get KP. Viego wants some extra gold because these camps can be taken so quickly with the insane attack speed that it's just native to this champion. He's so busted, man.
You get attack speed from when you're inside the mist too, so it's just like you get to go camouflage as well as just get way too much attack speed, especially with how it can spread. This is a small like gameplay thing, but if you're on Infernal Rift, it kind of sucks because they take away some of your terrain, and so it means that the mist doesn't spread as evenly or as much as maybe it would on something like an Ocean or a Cloud Drake. But what are you gonna do? You can't know what Drake's gonna spawn, and honestly, it doesn't have that much of an influence, especially like right now. Like the worst part about this is that he can't be invisible in the middle of the river like you would be with the regular Drake or with something that isn't Infernal.
Yeah, that's a very, very good point. And, you know, if, I suppose, too, I'm sure Ocean is a big favorite for that. So he can sit in the bush and,
you get bushes and invisibility. Good luck.
Exactly. Bushes and invisibility, that movement speed additionally on top of it. And, I mean, you know, he's the Ruined King. He wasn't a champion for a long time for a reason. And it's because he's just a level above everyone else. And they've been trying to nerf him, but Riot has been doing a really, really good job of, instead of making big buffs and nerfs like they used to and then balancing it out, at that point they were making small balancing changes and then adjusting, seeing whether does that help a little bit, can it help if we increase it a little more, or do we need to focus on something else in this kit. So you know, eventually I'm hoping this champion will be balanced.
I miss Viego in lane. We're not gonna have time to talk about that. They're looking for an engage.
Call the Forge God. Wow, that's 2 members that all alone Niles decides to peel off onto the backside while the remainder of Golden Guardians gets their ultimates and the damage off. That is necessary. Alorem now, he might be Corporate Mundo, but you better get back off to take that phone call right now because you don't have enough survivability at the moment. A flash is available. There's no teleport, though, on the side of Zeus at all.
There's no flash on Raheem. They couldn't find the engage. That's why they were looking for that cheese kill in the brush. They were hoping Rosethorn was going to take a little bit of a greedier path into mid lane, but doesn't get it quite yet. And Raheem takes a heap of damage on the backswing. As a Drake goes over to Golden Guardians, they will have control of this mid lane. And I assume it looks like they should just be able to take this, especially with how much damage Prismal can do to structures with that Essence Flux. Can't chase them out of the mid lane. No summoner spells. Watch for Orianna.
Shift
Are you getting walked down?
The ultimate gets burned by Alorem. Primal has to flash away from that one.
Nice.
And it's going to be a nice shockwave coming out of Tuesday. The flash forward from Alorem, who will die in turn. That makes it into a 1-for-1, but Griffin's going to get jumped on here in the back. Another phenomenal searing charge coming out of Niles. So Guardians turn that into a victorious fight. 2-for-1.
He gets to play Lee Sin now, Rosethorn, and maybe tries to find the outplay here. Heartbringer comes out, is able to escape.
Smart move. Yeah, that would have been potentially dead Rosethorn, so the Heartbreaker to get over the wall there. And you know what? 2-for-1. You can call that one a win. 2-for-1. Dragon pressure. Golden Guardians is feeling good.
They are so much in the lead, and right now Rosethorn is taking off in the jungle. Doesn't have an experienced lead, but the gold lead's going to start to feel very nice for them as they shoot out to about 5,000. We'll get the Rift Herald too. I mean, this is just going, everything is landing heads here for Golden Guardians as they continue to find fights. You see now, I mean, that mid fight was a little bit questionable. Again, you were waiting on flash from Raheen, and Alorem trying to find the kill onto Prismal is all nice, but you're diving under the turret. Tanky as Mundo might be, I don't know if Corporate Mundo really wants to go and hit those turrets that early on. Yeah. Right now, I think Zeus are getting a little bit desperate. You can see it in some of their play. They're trying to find these small moments from Golden Guardians, trying to find any missteps, but they're ironclad so far, and Golden Guardians, they're looking poised to take Game 5 here and continue their run in Unified Grand Prix.
I mean, I said it before the game started, and after the draft was locked in, that, man, I was feeling GGA before the draft. With this draft, it was 100% for me. I mean, this is just so aggressive, so rude, and it just destroys Zeus. There's going to be a flash forward from Rosethorn to follow up. Fantastic call of the Forge God. Tuesday is just going to take too much damage, though. That means that Rosethorn is going to be able to throw out a few Orianna balls, maybe a shield or two, and get some nice autos in. GGA find themselves yet another successful pick.
Oh, this is so dangerous now. I'm like looking at this from the side of Golden Guardians, and they're constantly finding more and more picks. Tuesday having, I mean, this is probably the worst time to have a slip up of a game, is not performing as well as we've seen. The counter pick was not available for them, and Griffin just barely trying to come over the wall to try and save this turret from going down, and will do so for Zeus. But all of these kills, Orianna not having the same effectiveness as we go later into the game, at least for right now, with how far behind she is compared to Yunbi. This is looking dire for Zeus as they try to make tower defense after tower defense.
Yunbi's gonna try to back out.
There's
That's
the
a nice
shockwave.
initiation. The shockwave to follow up the quickness after Rhino flashes in for that. Newbie will be the first target to go down, but our Golden Guardians far enough forward for Zeus to continue the fight? No.
For stakes, for anybody who's wondering, this is the loser of this becomes our 4th seed team out of UGP for the for Proving Grounds later this split, and winner has a chance of getting 3rd at minimum, and 1st or 2nd if they perform well there in the lower finals. So important for both of these teams. Zeus wanting to take part yet again, and I said this on Twitter, but last time these two teams met in Proving Grounds, Golden Guardians took a very swift 2-0, and with new members on the roster here for Zeus, they want to make sure they book their ticket as the higher seed and face off, maybe have an easier time in the bracket, put themselves potentially in the upper bracket for Proving Grounds. We'll have to wait and see what the seeding looks like for that, but right now, Golden Guardians, they're looking to take charge of this game.
Going in with another one, taking charge with the searing charge coming out of Niles. Has to flash back, takes a lot of damage there. Newbie swaps over to the tower aggro, and oh man, Alorum is doing a good job of taking that front line, but can only take so much damage since there's a bunch coming out of Golden Guardians at the moment.
Doing some damage there, but I mean, it's Mundo. Mundo can soak some of that damage coming out from Golden Guardians, but doesn't provide all that much crowd control. And now with this mid turret gone and with all tier 1s not available anymore for Zeus, you have to look at Griffin now, who is going to continue to get starved out of experience. More and more of these camps are going to go missing. And Drake now, second Drake here for Golden Guardians, as they are going to, you thought the item advantage was tough now. They're going to start to get so many stats if they stack Infernal Drakes on top of each other.
Yes, that's a great play. Zeus is like, all right, cool, we got the first 2 dragons. Golden Guardians gets a really solid push in the mid lane and a victorious fight. It's like, oh, okay, all right. Okay, they got an Infernal. We're still okay. We're still dragons up. And, of course, Golden Guardians gets to hang out with another Infernal, following it up with the Soul there on top of it. So, Golden Guardians, everything's coming up Millhouse.
Need to take a look at what's happening between the 2 mid laners here. Tuesday has done a fantastic job in this series of making sure the side lanes are pushed and at least trading for something like we just saw, grabbed the tier 1 in top lane, making sure that that his team is not fully out of this game, but it's going to take a lot more than that out of the veteran mid laner here for Zeus if they want to get back in this game and look at a game 5 victory for themselves. I mean, Griffin, a much more muted game compared to what we saw in game 4 on the Lee Sin. Maybe we can track that up to a little bit of Viego, but also just how safe this bot lane is. They're not able to punish Prismal in his positioning. You have Flash and Arcane Shift, so very hard to lock down this squishy 80 carry.
Yeah, and
oh, Tuesday,
oh
no.
My gosh, Tuesday goes in. Might be able to get out thanks to Rhino hopping in. The quickness was not burned, but the grand entrance gets a pop-up, and look at that, all right. It's an alive Orianna, all right. Can't ask for
Tuesday
more than that
lives.
one to win.
That's
Tuesday
great, but
does stay alive, but that's the best they can get out of this. Luckily for Zeus, Golden Guardians only has about a 5k gold.
And right here, look at how close this turret is to going down. They do not want to sacrifice this, but they also don't want to die. You see the Realm Warp come in, bring in 2 members, no Shockwave now. Nice use of the Banshees.
Ooh, lots of damage on to Tuesday. The flashback from Griffin.
Oh.
That will be a good chunk from the runes from Rise. 53 HP is what he's sitting at.
That's just Baron now. I mean, Tuesday can TP to this, and you see that they're actually TPing to the top lane since they don't want to go a little bit too far forward. Look at where other members are. They have the Hawkshot now coming into the Baron pit, and the 3-man core of Zeus are walking through the jungle. What can Raheen and Alorum do? 3,000, it's super low. Can he make the steal?
There it is, gonna immediately grab it. Niles flashes back, says, all right, I've got an ulti. Let's throw out Call of the Forge God. Alorim trying to run this one up from the front, but it's gonna be a little bit of advantage taken by Prismal, getting the recall in. And a teleport does end up getting canceled out by Yunbi.
Oh, poor Yumbi's TP. That's massive. That is massive. That's a lot of gold going on to the Mundo. It's not game saving, and I don't know how much it's going to actually change what's the outcome of this game. But that 1,000 gold going over, also the TP now down from Yumbi is so important. It means that Rise, if they are split pushing, that is a numbers advantage for Zeus to look for, even with this Baron. But mid-wave is going to get pushed in. I assume that Trundle might just try to look for some kind of split push. As you see, they're already starting to make their way into this bottom side quadrant for Zeus. Golden Guardians still looking at an objective win here in terms of getting the Baron, but need to be able to make use of it, get some structures out of it to be really, really worth.
Clearing out vision now. That is one thing that Zeus has really been trying to do, and even with all the vision around the Baron pit there, it didn't allow them to prevent Golden Guardians from dealing a ton of damage, and very, very quickly taking that Baron, considering, you know, how few these damage dealers they've got. Really, Ezreal is the big one who's going to be able to take out that objective, as well as Newbie there. But they get the pressure. They're going to move into mid lane. Grand Entrance doesn't quite hit. The entirety of the team isn't exactly there because Prismal is down pushing bottom, but there are pings coming out from Zeus.
It's almost a full court press. They've abandoned the top side of this wave. Their waves right now are not in sync. A similar problem that we saw last game, but also for Zeus. Both teams not really managing them all too well, especially with this mid-tier one. Makes it a little bit difficult. Going very far under the turret. This could potentially be a pick here. Numbers advantage for them.
And out comes Rosethorn trying to find something on the backside. Call the Forge God does get a few knockups here, but nobody's close enough to deal damage without taking tower shots here. Still trying to poke back. There is just a lot of health available on the side of Golden Guardians. They want to continue this fight. They're looking to end the game right here. Niles taking the majority of damage. The quickness is looking for an enter. Rhino looking for an entry here to get the quickness off. But Golden Guardians say, all right, we got one inhibitor turret. We broke into your base here. That's going to do it for us. We'll call that a victory. Maybe head down for that dragon. No, actually, they're going to get locked down onto Rhino. Poor Rhino stepped out of place for half a second. I guarantee you the fight duration is equivalent to the crowd control duration there.
Just gets locked down, and Rhino with no available escape. That's going to be the third Infernal Drake. And we haven't been able to talk about it too much in many of the games, but Niles is getting levels, which means that there are now 2 Ornn upgraded items. They might find this pick onto Rosethorn, and if they can find this kill, it's huge for them.
Oh my goodness, though. A beautiful ultimate
Shockwave
by Prismal, a nice blast cone on top of the Shockwave, and while Rosethorn does manage to get off that Zonia's,
they can kill Prismal.
Is a little far forward. Just use the shift, still has a flash, use the heal to try to escape. Flash still available, but it's not going to be utilized there. Prismal ends up going down. Call the Forge God coming back up, the flash forward, and Niles is going to take down Raheen. That's going to send the remainder of Zeus running for their lives, trying to
cancel the recalls
of the jungle that they have through a teleport.
Wait, Yudi's ending the game.
Back into
cancel the TP.
Yeah, the teleport does come through from Tuesday. Yunbi absolutely demolishes Rhino right there, respawn and immediately get killed out. And Golden Guardians are trying to prevent recalls here, trying to knock down the health bars of these members of Zeus. It won't end the game right there, but that is a big opening in the base.
That is huge for Golden Guardians. That pick just to start for Zeus, I loved what they did there. They tried to find the numbers advantage, and that could have potentially been a lot bigger for them if Yumbi was not the one pushing into the base. If there wasn't a split pusher, Golden Guardians would have lost that turret in the top lane in tier 2 and potentially control of the Baron pick that's coming up in a minute and a half. But not only now did they get Tuesday's TP, but another kill and an open inhibitor on the farthest part of the map away from Baron is massive for Golden Guardians. They've cemented their lead at 7,000 now for themselves at 31 minutes almost. Jolly, this has to be end of the game here. End of the line for Zeus here in the Unified Grand Prix. They tried their hardest, but they're getting pulled apart at the seams here by Golden Guardians Academy.
And it's interesting, too, to see because recently generally the game is so much decided in draft. We'll see a lot of comps that we think will not work out. They get an early lead and they manage to actually, kind of combine together really well here. This one, however, as soon as it was locked in by Golden Guardians, Zeus has to have been terrified. They know that they got the short end of this stick going into this matchup. So at least they kind of have that as maybe, a saving grace for themselves, for their ego of, if we had a better comp, we might have been able to do it. It's going to call the Forge God. Not even necessary there, though, because Yunbi is going to be able to pick up the kill and take that red buff.
You want to know how they actually knew that? Prismal shot the true shot barrage over into the top side. It saw Raheen, and I love the snap decision making coming out from Golden Guardians to use the Realm Warp, move over, and make it a numbers disadvantage if they want to start up the Baron. If they can't find what they want out of this inhibitor in mid lane, well, guess what? They're going to push on 2 lanes, and if they need to, they can back off to the Baron and finish off the game that way. Clean game. Olorum, you see Rhino is now actually on the backside here, trying to find a flank. Not able to, and has to return to his team. Yunbi and Rose Thorn, dynamic duo for Golden Guardians, finally able to find some. I mean, they're just running this game together as a unit.
You know why Aloran probably isn't able to find much success here on the Mundo?
Because it's Mundo.
He's wearing the wrong chroma, man. Nah, you gotta get the gold car. You need the gold phone. You gotta flash. If you're gonna be going corporate, you gotta be flashy, okay? It's the black and gold chroma that wins every game. But yeah, I mean, Mundo, I said it before that yesterday we saw the one game that was actually lost by Zeus going into Supernova. And the ultimate's going to come out now, call the Forge God. While 2 members here of Golden Guardians are like, yeah, we can solo this. The teleport coming out on the backside, but that might not be enough. Some autos from Raheen.
Wait a minute.
Almost take out Yunbi. That's going to be a Zonius.
That's 1 kill.
But actually some success coming through from Zeus. They're going to try to follow it up with a little bit more. Alorum has to burn the ultimate to continue the engage here without taking too much damage. But the team has now been split. Rosethorn looking for some sort of engage here. There's enough mobility from Zeus, it appears, though, for them to be able to safely disengage.
Golden Guardians getting way too excited to try and fight and try to look for the end of the game. They don't make enough space for multiple members. You see there at the end, Rosethorn has to just use the flash and use the Heartbreaker to get over the Baron wall because he recognizes that this fight could be the end. And they're playing from too many different zones, both into the on-ramp from mid lane and from the Tribe Rush. So it affords for Zeus to get a little bit of push into mid lane. They have to answer this top wave. Tuesday does have TP and can be there, but I think they just want to have Orianna here right now. Doesn't seem like they want to save this inhibitor. Baron being gone from Yunbi is huge. Has TP and with Baron could potentially look to have ended the game. Cancels the recall. This is the final fight. This has to be the one for Zeus.
Taking the Dragon away there. Rhino, though, gets in a little bit ahead of himself.
Oh my god, he's gone.
Call the Forge God. But how? So much damage applied onto Tuesday. Prismal finds
Wait,
that
Raheen,
one. Zeus are fighting themselves.
Yunbi's ending the game.
Successful fight. Niles is too far back. But look at Yunbi says, I don't care. That was the whole point. We meant to lose that fight to give you guys a bit of false confidence. And that will be the end. The back door coming through. Diego, you're breaking my heart! Golden Guardians Academy take game number 5 and win the series.
Oh man, they had to know that Yunbi had TP, and with a slowly ticking death timer there, just a little bit off kilter. I was looking at Raheen. He was putting out a ton of damage, but as soon as I see the little blue man walk right into the enemy base, the waves were too much. They were not able to make it. I like that Zeus are going for Hail Marys to try and save the game for themselves, but not it, and a little too late at this point for themselves. Go all the way to a game 5, and Golden Guardians Academy will be waiting in the lower finals, waiting for the winner, going to game 5 on the other stream, as well as Dignitas 2-2 up against TSM Academy. Looking forward to see what the result of that is, but an insanely sick game coming out for Zeus for taking us all the way to the end here.
Absolutely nuts. Fantastic start from Zeus. It really came down to manipulation of the bans in the draft, and both teams worked so very hard in recognizing what is going to work for this team. What is the basis of the composition that is really leading into the win condition for these guys? And unfortunately for Zeus, Golden Guardians got exactly what they wanted. in that last game, and Zeus was really left, with scraps at that point.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't come through for them. They didn't have quite enough of a front line and enough damage to deal with all of the members here of Golden Guardians Academy. But hey, my prediction was right. I'm pretty okay with that one.
Okay.
Alrighty, so before we pass this over to the analyst desk to break down that fantastic Game 5, is there anything you want to close out on? Anything you want to say here at the end, Al?
Get the desk on. I want to hear their thoughts, and I want to see
Alright.
who we're interviewing for today.
And thank you guys so much for tuning in. You can, after the interviews, go over and maybe watch the next game of Academy. It started a little bit later, so you can still check out game number 5. But in the meantime, we're going to have a breakdown of the 5 games that we saw on this channel here with the amazing desk. Take it away, guys.
Hey, hi, thank you, Jolly and Ockberry. You guys were the phenomenal casting. I appreciate you guys calling me handsome all day. Honestly, I'm really just here for that, to boost my ego and nothing else afterwards. So appreciate y'all doing that for me. But yo, fam, gentlemen, it didn't end the way exactly like we thought it would, except Zoo. Bro, tell the people what you had in your notes. What did you have for us?
I mean, it's just, I'm a 5-game gamer today. What can I say? In a 34 minutes backdoor, a little bit of a Baron flip action. I mean, somehow my no prediction was the most accurate prediction of today. So pretty happy about that.
I'm genuinely surprised every single time the fact that you become more and more correct as the game here continues. So we will be having an interview with Roaster in just a little bit. So before we see our main man from GGA, we should figure out how they actually won this game. B, I'll come to you first on this here, man. We were thinking about this, and from the jump, GG had a lockdown.
And the reason for that was mainly because of the draft. Like especially to past the 20-minute mark, it was just us being like, oh no, okay, Niles is going in now. Oh no, he's gonna ult Raheen. Like there's nothing Raheen could do, because for the most part, he was under a lot of pressure, being forced to actually use his summoner spells. And when he's flashless in a fight, when you have Viego and you have Ornn, they're just gonna jump on him.
And that consistently happened. We kept talking about this the entire game. And give the moniker over to Chad of the Day for Niles for playing this Ornn and finding every single opportunity to be that go button for his team. Zoo, you were talking about it before. You wanted to see it from Rose Storm, but Niles instead picks up the titles and says with his chest, I'm going to knock you up. You can do absolutely nothing about it.
Yeah, there's a couple of different aspects of this where we were talking about top side of the map is definitely their focus. We're going to go see their bread and butter play here in a minute, but they accomplish top side of the map control in a little bit of a different way. So they get the core mid jungle, the Viego, the Ryze. That's really good, but they also get the Ezreal. And something that's really strong about that is that Ezreal can kind of stand out on his own. But, they can use the Ornn, they can punish pretty heavily. And then you see here, like Ezreal, even if Ezreal pushed out, even if Rakan goes bot, Ezreal is still going to be able to be safe. So Trundle can push up. And this is that's a big the big timer early in the game when they're 6. Now, granted, this one happened a little bit later because, it's a bit of a wet noodle fight in the top lane. It might be hard to get the wave crashed. But, still around like 7 minutes or so, they're able to get this play. And then Ezreal just gets to farm, crash the wave pretty unpunished. You see a lot of AD carries kind of exchange one-on-one all-ins at that time when it's 4v4 topside. So Ezreal just offers a lot of safety. They're going to be able to scale later into the game. And then the cool thing about it is that they were able to kind of win topside of the map by playing the tank. And that's something that's counterintuitive to a lot of people. People might think, okay, Niles, Jace there. Then they get hit with the Malphite, Ori, Ashe, Rakan. Definitely not going to be good. But when you see double immobile and you see that your team has damage and you see that if you go even into the mid game, you're not going to lose, the Ornn is the best pick there. And, he's that aggressive go button. And, we're calling him a Chad for picking a tank because that's really how you win the top side of the map right there is you just have that go button. You just go and you're really aggressive. And that's what they did.
And it's really similar to previous games too, where like Raheem was playing the Varus and he was getting again engaged on very consistently. When you have things like that cannon barrage coming through, controlling space, and because you're not playing a champion like Ezreal, you don't have that mobility. You get stuck. Whether it's Ashe, whether it's Varus, in those kinds of compositions, it makes your life hell if you're an 80 carry and also an immobile mage.
Yeah, and they had the Trundle, the Ezreal, and the Ornn. All that can create like CC from space.
And all that space too just led to them being able to find fantastic angles across all of their fights they had, especially you were talking about this one main bot Riverside fight that I wouldn't say necessarily blew the game open necessarily, but like there was a big factor in this where you see that both Zeus and both Zeus and EGA are decently even, and then this happens.
It was just an amazing flank from Niles coming in here, just being able to get double angles. You know, they go in with the Rizal into the river, and then they kind of focus Rise. They're able to hit one, but then Niles is able to control the entire backline. And if you're playing in that sort of choke right there, that choke is one of the most dangerous chokes to play in when you're playing for River. Usually you want to walk in through mid and walk in through the big brush right there. It, you know, provides the most flat terrain for you to be able to walk in. But if you're playing double and mobile comp, you're not the first one to walk into the river, and then you have to walk through that choke versus an Ornn. It's game over. There's no way that you're going to be able to get in. And, you know, it's just really heads up play for them to be able to execute. And that's the type of like agency that we're talking about. It's not just damage that you always need to carry. It's agency to push the game forward. And, you know, having a tank there that can be able to flank, prioritize good positioning over farm, and really punish the double and mobiles, that was the best, you know, agency that they could have.
Yeah, and it's a hard thing for teams, especially like in the amateur circuit, to kind of expect, because when we look at flank TPs, it's kind of like the point you were making earlier, Zeus. Again, those are the more those are the more champions you think about when you think about carries. They're the ones looking for the flanks, your Camille's, your Irelia's, even Jace in some instances. So you're not everybody is ready for the Ornn to come around from the side and just absolutely just demolish your team with that ultimate knockup, and then the fight is over.
In just a matter of seconds, you could say that it genuinely and completely blindsided them, gentlemen. But
yeah,
and because I think nobody is ready for a giant ram to come from the entire side, wondering, "Hey, what's that?" Meow.
Even before what's that, you hear the horn and you're like, "Oh no!"
You're just absolutely struck in fear and terror in this. You know it's already too late, and there's nothing you can do about it, man. But funny, I mean, it's absolutely phenomenal nonetheless, though. But I will ask you all for any closing thoughts on this series, because we do have Roaster on standby.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the biggest thing was just like at the end of the day when it really mattered. I think Golden Guardians Academy understood their winning formula, and I think they set up a really good situation in Game 5. I think they were kind of a bit scared of the Orianna unnecessarily, especially if they're able to secure the Ezreal, which they did. And they had a great trap in Game 5 draft, and, you know, got what they wanted, able to execute. I'm glad that they were able to improve on this and, you know, be more confident with their ability to play topside. I'm expecting other teams in the Proving Grounds tournament to be able to scout this out and counterplay this pretty effectively, though. So we'll have to see, you know, how they continue to improve.
Yeah, I agree. It is nice to see this kind of improvement, especially when you look back to a couple days ago when they first lost to Resolve. A lot of things have been cleaned up since then. But yeah, going forward, how are they going to keep things going? Are they going to mix things up? You still have strong pieces when you think about players like Prismal, who is insane when you draft around him. And if you find that Niles ends up getting a lot of focus and attention, maybe that's another avenue to look towards. But either way, Golden Guardians looking really good.
Fantastic, even, but I do have to say a big shout out to Zeus Gaming today, because they put up a hell of a fight up against GGA, and they looked phenomenal in so many of these games. But sometimes his pick just came down to that draft. But to find out more about what are doing in that game, we do have Roaster on standby, ready, set, waiting to go. So let's throw it on over to him to see what his thoughts are. Roaster, can you hear me, buddy?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, beautiful. Welcome on in, man. I am so elated to get to actually talk to you and understand what went on throughout that entire series. GG's, man. 5 games already made it.
Yeah, it was definitely a banger. We went the full 5 games, so it's definitely really nice to manage to close it out. get the dub.
Oh, I mean, of course, considering even how in game number 5 it was a sweet backdoor, but at the end by ENB2, which, by the way, let's dive right into that as well. Now, at the beginning of UGP, I was talking to some of your teammates, both Niles and Newbie, and I asked them about one key thing for y'all going into this game after the academy season. That was consistency.
Because
But
some
have
games
y'all
I
find
sprint is
that
so
have y'all
hard, some
found, I
games
would
I
say, that you've been
I
able
don't
to
know, I
reach the
have no
consistency that
play.
you as a team want?
I was way too quiet.
Yeah, definitely consistency is something we've been working on this entire split. And
Mhm.
I think the fact that we managed to win the past few series definitely shows that we're becoming more consistent. But yeah, it's just something we're going to continue to work on so that hopefully we can win this tournament and do well at Proving Grounds.
Yeah, consider right now. But one thing I would actually say has started to look a little bit more consistent as well is this energy between you and UNB as well. Now we were looking at this a lot before because we on the side were wondering like, wanted to put UNB on like something like Syndra or even Rise too. But I found that once you're able to do that and you giving resources to him as well, I really liked your overall style of play. So talk to me a bit more about how you're splitting resources on the top side of the map.
Sorry, what was the question?
Oh, sorry. So I was gonna say, so between you and UNB, right? It's like I've liked a lot about how you guys have, also tried to like open him up as well and like giving resources, but we also know that y'all like to play around Niles a lot as well. So talk to me about how you as a jungler have been pathing to try to split the resources between Niles and UNB and just really focus on the top side of the map.
Yeah, it's definitely been a lot harder for me to split because at least in spring we were just primarily focusing through Prismal, and now we have Niles, who obviously is very he's very good at communicating about what he wants, and and he knows what to do with like the resources that he gets. And now that the meta is kind of shifting towards more of what Yunbi is like comfortable on his champion, so that he also obviously wants resources. So it's definitely very draft dependent, and every game is different. But yeah, I think the toughest thing for me was figuring out in all of these games how to put my time into like which lane and how to give all these resources to these different laners, because all of my laners want to be strong sided. So yeah.
And of course that can't just happen that you as a jungler you thinking like, yo man, like I need a farm too, bro. Chill, like trust me. I get you thinking like, yo, can I at least get crab before you guys yell about wave 5, bro? Like relax for a second, But
yeah, for real. Happens very often. I'm like, yo, chill
bro.
for like 5 seconds, man.
Bro, can I get Gromp? Like, come on, and then like, I swear I'll be right there. It's such a thing about it, man. But asking you as of right now, right? Because considering the overall season you've had, you guys are likely to face, the loser of TSM and Dig, who are now in Game 5. Any one of those teams spark your interest, or probably want to take down more, you'd say?
I don't have particular interest in either of those teams, but I think Dig has been looking stronger recently, so I would say that I would predict that they would be winning, but yeah, I don't really mind whichever team we face off.
Well, I mean, considering right now, y'all have been able to complete this beautiful Cinderella run all throughout the lower bracket as well, which has been genuinely impressive. So I can't imagine it stops anytime soon, though. But my last 2 questions for you, homie, real quick. What can we expect, not necessarily more so out of GG in general, but more out of Rosethorn, right? What can we see more out of you as a player that you think people should be watching out for?
Yeah, I think this season or the split has been a very different jungle meta compared to last split, and it's just opening up a lot of different creative avenues in terms of pathing and in terms of ganking, and especially the champions as well. Like, I mean, I've been playing like 2 champions this entire like tournament most of the time, but I think there's definitely a lot more room in terms of picks and like team comps. So I think that's what you can expect more out of our team, at least probably not, maybe not in this tournament, but for sure in like Proving Grounds.
All right, respect to you on that. And real quick, bro, okay, so you talked about just playing 2 champions. Like, I know it's literally just Lee Sin and like Viego, bro. It's just like so. Keep it real with me here. Is Viego just instant win? Because I feel like any team that gets him just takes over.
Yeah, I think it's really easy for Viego to be like, just get one reset and just take over a game. And it doesn't matter if the enemy team gets fed because you just take their bodies if they make one mistake, right? But no, there are definitely a lot of games in this tournament where I was like, oh, Viego it felt really hard to play. Where it's like, sometimes when you go in, like it's really hard to get out, and then if against comps like that, like you'll just die, and then your champion doesn't do anything. And I think that's why Lee Sin's been a lot better because he can go in and out really easily.
You at least have a no button just in case you're like, whoops, my bad, I did not mean to press Q. Let me just backtrack on out of there for sure. But
yeah.
I mean, you're Chad, so you go in forever, fam. I know you don't need no out, right? And one final question for you, homie, though. Any final shout outs you want to give out to your team, players, coaches, or anybody at all watching?
Yeah, I want to shout out my teammates and my coaches today. I think they really, really got my back on our win today, especially Niles and Yumbi with their rise in Gangplank picks. So, yeah, that's my shout outs.
Yes, sir. Y'all
Van Niles Gangplank.
Oh, yeah, bro. Clean stuff. I'm shocked they gave it to him like so many games in a row, but I'm glad they did better way eventually because all that zone control is just so free.
Yeah.
But, Broski Eurostore, I do want to thank you for coming on and talking to me today, man. It was a pleasure and honor, and I am elated to get to watch y'all's performance throughout this lower bracket. Cannot wait to see what y'all do next.
Thank you, Ravish.
Oh, thank you. All right, obviously you definitely. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, that is our show. So thank you all for watching. We'll be here same time, same place tomorrow as well to see this miracle run from GGA. But until then, I have been Rapture. Grab some most Rapture out of the internet. Catch y'all tomorrow. Peace.